Take it off. I was collecting enough for it. Can't put it in the fund. So thank you very much.
You do that for you.
Did you?
Thank you for sending me that stuff too. I saw you had sent out there. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, everyone. This is the June 27th LCCMR meeting. We have a long day in front of us, but some great proposals. So we will take the attendance first. Diana, if you would start us off.
Gibson,
Here.
Gibson present, Hanson. Her,
Hi, Riley. Good morning.
Need somebody muted online.
Acom,
Present.
Acom present, Albrecht,
Albrecht present.
Albrecht present, Becker,
Backer present.
Becker present, Faber,
Favor present.
Faber present, Green,
Here.
Green present, Heinzman. Hollins. Langseth,
Langseth present.
Langseth present, Moore,
More present.
Moore present. Pikel,
Pikel present.
Pikel present. Putnam is excused, Reese,
Excused.
Reese is excused, Westrom. Hollins,
Collins present.
Hollins present. Currently, there are 10 present.
10. Okay, we have 9.
You have a quorum.
Yeah, thank you. We have a quorum. I am just filling in until Senator Hurd gets here in about a half an hour. So we have to, any conflict of interest stating. All right, hearing none, we will proceed. We're going to start with a few discussions with our Executive Director, Becca Nash. You're on.
Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to alert you to some last minute changes and the plan for today. So we'll hear morning presentations as usual. We'll recess for lunch until about 12:30 and continue with presentations until 5:35 or so. There are some last minute changes. The presenters on the first project and the last project have changed, but the chair has the most up-to-date information and can read that off as we head into those. We also had a project that previously was scheduled at 2:45 that had to switch days. So that project has moved, that proposal has moved to tomorrow, and all the other proposals for the rest of the day have moved up. So actually our end time is sooner than 5:35. I forgot about that. So it should be 5:20 that we end. All the presentations today, except for the last one, are 15 minutes. So 5 minutes for presentation, 10 minutes for Q&A. The last one at the members' request is for 20 minutes, and that will be 10-minute presentation, 10-minute Q&A. And then our timer is back up and working for presenters today. So there is that window in the Zoom that has the timer. You're welcome to pin that so that you can kind of keep track of time and pace yourself. The chair may cut you off if we're running behind, but the chair has the allowance to provide more time, especially for larger projects. And if we are running behind, certainly there's more time. I'm sorry, if we're running behind, we may need to take a break to get back on schedule. That is it for me, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Nash? All right, let's get going. We are going to start with on line number 68, project 103. Nalani McCutcheon, and I am going to have you read the title. I am very appreciative of having it in that language, but I don't want to screw it up. So with that, is Nalani McCutcheon here?
Hello, Madam Chair and members. I'm going to have my co-presenters read the title for you.
Okay.
Nalani McCutcheon, I'm the Executive Director of Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa, and I am joined by co-presenters Kelsey Taylor and Anthony Mazzini from the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, as well as Hillary Olson, former CCMI staff member. They are the architects of this proposal and best able to bring this program to life.
The title of this program is the
Would you please introduce yourself too? That's fine.
Madam Chair and the members, my name is Hillary Olson. I am the Majiaki Gikenjigewan Field Crew Coordinator, and the name of this program is the Majiaki Gikenjigewan Conservation Crew Program.
All right, hello again, I'm Kelsey Taylor. To the chair and the members, there is a need in our community to engage tribal youth and young adults in resource management. There is currently a disconnect in our community of environmental practices and stewardship with our youth. And through this program, we are working to create an opportunity to bridge the gap between experience and expertise. We aim to prepare future generations for careers in resource management by working with current resource management professionals to become the stewards and managers of their own lands as a new generation moves into leadership roles at Fond du Lac. This program not only serves as an opportunity for career growth, but will also provide an opportunity to reconnect with the land, culture, and community by participating in current management activities and community cultural practices.
Hello again, I'm Hillary Olson, Madam Chair and the members. So the objectives that we just stated are related to the Majiaki Gikenjigewan Conservation Crew Program. And this is a program that started in 2023 with a partnership between Fond du Lac and CCMI. And it went from April, March to September. It's about 6 months. And it consisted of 3 crew members, 1 crew leader, and then the field coordinator, which is myself. And every week they would be working with a different Fond du Lac Resource Management staff member and doing different projects and learning new experiences and skills, as well as going to community events and going around the state doing different things. And some of the benefits and outcomes of this program are that we are getting new Fond du Lac stewards of the land and people, as well as there's a lot of Fond du Lac staff members and resource management who are retiring, and it's nice to have some new young folks from the community who are coming in to do that work on the land. Secondly, there's the place-based environmental education aspect, and that's really important because you are instilling that environmental stewardship ethic, which is important for the future land stewards, and also you're incorporating the culture and the community focus, which is really important too. Thirdly, we think it's really important that the crew is helping with on-the-ground management activities with Fond du Lac Resource Management staff. And that's important because sometimes they lack the capacity to be working on those projects. So it's nice to have the crew help out and make sure that work is being done in a good way. For example, Fond du Lac Creek, the crew was able to help get asphalt out of that creek, which wasn't able to happen before because it's just a huge job. So the crew was able to go and take the asphalt out that had been pushed in there by a flood, and the road was kind of taken out, and they were able to get the asphalt out. And that's something that Rick wasn't able to do. And then finally, I think that it's really important to have this program because Indigenous young adults, they tend to face more obstacles than other young adult populations, and it's important to have these protective factors. And this crew and this program allows for that to happen because they have a set of peers who support them and care about them. They are doing work on the land, they're connecting to culture, they're connecting to community, and they're also gaining like a sense of purpose and gaining more self-confidence, which is really important. Moving forward, CCMI and Fond du Lac are going to continue to partner, and it's going really well. It's been a very big success. And we have also heard from other tribes that they're interested in this program. So it's something that we can expand out into other Indigenous communities and kind of mold to their community as they see fit. And I think that was pretty quick, but that was kind of the majority of what I had planned to say. Anything that you want to put in? Oh, I do have photos that I wanted to show you of the crew, just kind of so you can see the crew members and what they're doing. That was at the Fond du Lac Community Garden where they were helping elders with their garden plots. All right, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions from commission members? Oh, Senator Hur has one online. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Senator has arrived and is at the, in the meeting.
Okay,
Just to note that.
Okay.
And then Representative Acom has a question.
okay. Sorry for the confusion. All right, Representative Acom.
Madam Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. I will say that I am a former Conservation Corps member. So before the name change, my husband and I both were very involved in the Conservation Corps, and I'm just a really strong supporter of the program. And I know firsthand the benefits that members within the program get. And so I think this is a wonderful program. And you kind of touched on my question at the end, and it's really, since we have 11 tribal nations within our state, you know, what are the efforts and what are the plans to engage with our other tribes to hopefully do a similar situation or a similar program? It sounds like this has been incredibly successful. Would love for you to be able to build on that success to expand the scope.
Yeah, so that's the goal. So Fond du Lac kind of served as a pilot year to build the program and do it initially. But that would be the goal of this funding, is to expand to the other 11 tribal nations as well. We've already had expressed interest from Leech Lake, as well as a few others. So hoping by building capacity, we can kind of continue this model being individually tailored to other tribal nations.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up, Representative?
Don't. Thank you. I just, as I said, I'm such a strong supporter of the program and the work that you do. And I love that you're recognizing another area that you can branch out into and have more of a niche and maybe individual program for each of the needs as you identified. So thank you.
Yep. All right, Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would suggest Representative Acom that the LCCMR has been a strong supporter of Conservation Crew Minnesota I've been here 12 years. Nancy can attest to that too. We like what they do. My question for the presenters was, thanks for your presentation. You said you had 3 members last year. I'm curious, what stage are these kids, these young people? Are they going to be going into academia? Are they going to be doing some studies and so on? Are they in that or something, you know, because that's usually the regular Conservation Corps programs. They take kids that are just getting out of college, they get a stipend and so on. Is that worked in this program? If you could explain that. Thank you.
I don't know who wants to answer that. Hillary, who wants to answer that question?
I'm Kelsey Taylor. I will take that, Chair and members. Miigwech for your question. Currently, we have 2 folks who were working last year with the Conservation Corps program who applied for positions with the Invasive Species Program this year, who are now members of my staff, who will hopefully be here for a long time to come, moving into those roles. So I feel like there was a connection between being able to partner with Conservation Corps, but it also gave them a wide breadth of experience through all of our resource management programs. Invasive species was where they said that they wanted to be, and we were able to get them on board this year.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I'm an instructor of natural resources at college, at a 2-year school, Central Lakes College. And so we would love to see some of these young people in one of our programs somewhere. Because that's, I think, going to be a necessary add-on to this, you know, is to get some of the education part as you're planting this seed of good land stewardship in them, just as a comment. So thank you for what you're doing.
Any other comments, questions from commission members? I just had a quick one. You said you were going to work with other tribes. Do you have some of their names that you're having some of those initial conversations with?
This is Hillary Olson, Madam Chair and the members. So we've been in contact with Leech Lake, Kate Hegston. She is in the invasive species team at Leech Lake, and also we have a crew that's working at Pipestone this summer too. I don't have specific names for the Pipestone crew, but we can get those to you if you're interested.
We've had expressed interest. This is Kelsey, also from the Lax Band, to start a program like this as well.
Okay. Great, thank you. One more question from Commissioner Faber.
I know the contacts, as does probably our friend across the table from me, Seth Moore, who works for the Grand Portage Band of the Natural Resource, Jay Hoosby up at Red Lake. And the Commissioner of DNR at Mille Lacs is Kelly Applegate, so if you don't know who some of those people are, some of us here could be happy to provide you with that information, so thank you.
Be
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation.
Be good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, just to mention, Senator Westrom is now remotely online with us, and I was told that Senator Herr is online until he arrives here. So if you'd mark both those people present. Okay, let's move on to our second project. That's line 70, project number 149. We're going to stay in environmental education. Lee Schmidt will be presenting on ESTEP 2.0 Earth Science Teacher Education Project. So Lee, if you are online.
I'm here.
Good, thank you. Appreciate it. If you would state your name and then you can head on to your presentation.
All right. Do I get video or not?
We're not getting video yet.
Okay. I think someone else is in charge of that.
Okay, hold on.
Here we are.
There you are. Perfect.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Lee Schmidt. I'm the former high school science teacher, a former president of the Minnesota Science Teachers Association, a retired associate professor of science education at Hamline University and member of the ESTEP planning and instructor team representing our Earth Science Teacher Education proposal for 2025 ESTEP 2.0. Thank you for the opportunity to present today, and thank you all for your continued work to protect and preserve Minnesota's natural resources. I'm here today representing MNSTA, a nonprofit organization of 32 board members dedicated to supporting quality science instruction for all Minnesota students, and an extraordinary team of content expert geologists, dedicated science teachers, and 36 environmental organizations and geo-related industry partners, all working together to solve 3 statewide educational needs. First, with the adoption of the new 2019 Minnesota Academic Standards in Science, all 6th grade teachers in Minnesota are asked to teach earth science containing strong environmental components. This is a subject matter in which most teachers have little or no background. Our active ESTEP grant is directly addressing this problem by providing 5 well-received, environmentally focused summer professional development institutes. We call them boot camps, spread regionally across the state, serving nearly 100 6th grade teachers. Second, with the new science standards and graduation requirements, all Minnesota high schools are required to develop a new Earth environmental science course. These high school teachers of science, especially in rural districts, need accessible, affordable, graduate level earth science courses to help procure a 912 earth science teaching license. Thanks to funding, our current funding, ESTEP is providing that pathway to licensure by engaging 125 high school science teachers to date in 7 content-specific 5-day summer programs. In addition, 6 earth science environmentally themed online courses ranging from meteorology to Minnesota natural resources are accessible to any Minnesota science teacher. These courses to date have enrolled 250 teachers. By the end of this ESTEP grant cycle on June 30th, 2025, ESTEP will have served over 1,000 teachers. Third, all the successes of LCCMR funded programs will have little longevity if we do not develop and maintain a citizenry educated in the richness, value, and fragility of Minnesota's natural resources. Minnesota environmental education is getting a shot in the arm thanks to ESTEP. And now is the time to continue and finish our statewide initiative to prioritize and rejuvenate environmental education in schools. E-STEP is working. Teacher data show this. Content tests show an average 48% increase pre to post. Attitudinal responses to environmentally focused statements show that confidence and understanding earth and environmental concepts rose 61%. Using Minnesota examples in their lessons rose 91%. Their understanding of Minnesota natural resources up 67%. Comfort in using the outdoors as a classroom rose 103%. And helping develop student awareness of Minnesota natural resources showed a 125% increase in positive responses. eStep 2.0 will provide an additional 12 summer institutes, 18 online courses through June 30th of 2027. eStep 2.0 will also expand its program offerings to include 12 in-person Saturday seminars aimed at teachers unable to attend in summer, and 16 virtual topic-specific short course workshops designated to support continued use of Minnesota natural resources as phenomena for investigation. eStep 2.0 will have the capacity to serve as many as 1,400 Minnesota science teachers in 2 years. Please note that school districts all share in the cost. LCCMR funding supports direct workshop costs, while districts will fund teacher expenses like per diem and lodging. All Minnesota students benefit from having quality teachers that are prepared to teach our new science standards and are knowledgeable and confident in their subject matter. The effective teaching of earth and environmental science develops the knowledge, stewardship, appreciation, and evidence-based decision-making needed to shape a sustainable future for our citizens, our communities, and our state. Let us finish the job. I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have questions. Yes, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I agree with your mission wholeheartedly about getting teachers confident and ready to educate in the environment. I do wonder, though, if your online course approach is significantly different from existing methods of gaining understanding on their own, and what sort of innovation your program is bringing to the table.
Mr.
Well,
Schmidt?
Madam Chair and members, the online courses that we are offering in 6 different topic areas are not your standard online courses. These are team-based courses where groups receive not just information, but are asked to research material, bring it back to the group. Each of these online courses is synchronized and non-synchronized. In other words, they will they have work to do on their own, but then they also meet regularly on Saturdays to complete this and to talk. And they're always talking in terms of not just what the content is, what the material is, but how are we going to teach it? How do we teach Minnesota natural resources to students? How can we set up a situation in a practice-based environment where students are asked to they're asked to investigate phenomena? What can we find out about Minnesota natural resources? How do they impact me? What do they mean to myself and my future, and the future of our community and our state? So the online courses are very innovative and fun to do. What we're doing in the summer programs, the 5-day summer programs, is each one of them starts the first day on Monday with a field investigation. We go out there, we go into the gravel pits, we get wet walking through streams, testing hydrology. These students, these teachers are experiencing what we want their students to experience, to have an opportunity to do that. We have outdoor education in the people who have been involved in the summer programs has jumped, using the outdoors as a classroom, has jumped, what did I say, 103% among teachers. So they're gaining their confidence of taking their students outdoors to expand their understanding and appreciation of Minnesota natural resources. I hope that answers your question.
You have a follow-up?
Yes, please. Yeah, most of it. I'm wondering if you can address what percentage of your teacher students will have a field or lab experience, and how many will just be online, synchronous or asynchronous?
That's a good question. That's a good question. We have some crossover where the students that, the teachers that participate in the summer get that field experience. And that is 225 to date. The other 200 or so people that have been involved in online classes, they don't get that outdoor experience. Although I know for meteorology and for Minnesota Natural Resource course, they're required to visit a state park. They're required to get themselves outdoors, but it's not a monitored experience with the professor. So I would say, I mean, I would have to guess here, but it's probably, if you look at the online and those who have been involved in the summer programs, the actual field experience is probably about 50-50.
Another follow-up?
Last one, Madam Chair. Thank you.
That's fine.
So one thing I would encourage is greater connection with our nature centers that have been historically funded with ENRTF funds, ensuring that those field experiences can translate into actual outdoor classroom time for all the teachers or
Yes.
their classrooms potentially. So that partnership might be good. And also consider reaching out to existing environmental firms in the private sector to gain experience from their technicians who perhaps maybe have some time, or students in the system who could benefit from engaging with people that are practitioners in the field. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Schmidt,
you.
comment? Any comment? Okay. Any other questions from commission members? Yes. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking through some of the stuff online on your program here. And I don't, and obviously I don't have time to read it all, but I'm wondering, do you have any, we've been talking a lot about measuring outcomes. Is there any way for you to measure outcomes on this as far as, because you know, what you're telling me is that you're just kind of bringing them out, let them walk through a stream. And I'd like to know, I'd like to hope that there's more to that, more to your program than just saying, hey, let's go walk outside. So what do you have in the way of, I don't want to use the word testing, but are we able to be able to record any advantages to what you're doing?
Mr. Schmidt?
Thank you. Madam Chair and members, one of the things that I have, that the ESTEP program has, is data. We have teacher data. We know that this program is working. And I threw out some numbers before on how teachers' confidence and understanding of environmental and earth science topics has grown. We have a pre-program attitudinal survey that's completed. And then 8 months later, halfway through the school year, they complete that survey again. And we look for the differences between what they said before the program and what they're saying now. And that's where I'm getting those percent increases in nominal data. The teachers also take pre and post content tests. Okay, this is not just fun and games. This is, we want them to understand environmental and earth science concepts that we want. So they're getting content as well as pedagogy in parts in all these earth summer programs, as well as the online courses. And we have data to say that they are learning something. We have an average increase of 48% on their content testing pre to post. So each program is hosted by a team of one geologic professor, one college professor in earth science, and a high school earth science teacher. And that team works together to present, to allow them to, in other words, we're not just wading through a stream. We're establishing stream flow, determining Fellweg, there's a lot of data involved here. And so they're learning how to use the stream as a source for investigation by their students. You know, I'm really proud of what we're doing, and the teachers are telling us that this program works. We have testimonials that I could go on and on about, but one I'll mention, and it's very short. And this teacher said, "This is what I needed. Thank you." So it's a program that addresses the teacher's needs to learn earth science, learn environmental concepts, have an experience that they can translate to classroom practice. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, we're almost out of time. So just if you would, Madam Chair,
Yes,
if
please.
you would, send out, if it's not online, send out maybe a copy or at least one sheet. You don't have to give the name of what the survey is first and then one completed one after from the same person so we can see exactly what you've got going there for me anyway. I
Oh,
appreciate
sure.
that. Thank you.
Sure, I can give you links for the pre and the post attitudinal surveys. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. If you would please send that inquiry or question and answer to the staff and by 4 p.m. tomorrow, and we will distribute it to all the commission members.
And so who do I send it to?
I'll send it to the executive director, Becca Nash at
Okay.
LCCMR, and then
Yep.
we will distribute that. Okay.
I will
Any
do
other
that.
questions? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Moving on, we're staying in environmental education. Line 63, project number 1016. Sarah Lemke will be presenting on advancing equity in environmental education from Campfire, Minnesota. And
You ask her to introduce
Yeah,
herself.
yeah. all right, thank you. All right, Ms. Lemke, would you introduce yourself and then you can proceed with your presentation.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us here. We're just so excited to be presenting today. My name is Sarah Lemke. I'm the Director of Development and Communications and a former alumni of Campfire, Minnesota. I'm joined here today by Lalo Edmondson. He's an alumni and board member. You'll be meeting him soon after I get through my first part. Our project is titled Advancing Equity in Environmental Education. In 2024, we celebrate 100 years of sparking discovery through our nature-based programs. Annually, we welcome around 10,000 youth through our 3 core programs: After School Explorers, Environmental Education, and School and Daybreak Camp. In Minnesota, disparities in outdoor engagement persist, with only 5% of people of color visiting state parks and significant STEM achievement gaps among minority students. To bridge these gaps, Campfire seeks funding for inclusive outdoor education programs, inviting under-resourced youth to participate in our environmental education curriculum, all aligned with Minnesota state education standards at no cost. Our curriculum is developed in collaboration with educators and youth. We have an existing catalog of 17 STEM courses, all aligned with Minnesota state education standards, and then 10 outdoor education courses. Topics range from animal adaptations to renewable energy. We maintain a database of 536 schools and educators that have an interest in environmental education experiences but lack the funding. Any school at 60% or higher free and reduced lunch is welcomed for free. Funding would support welcoming 7,900 youth at no cost who will have increased knowledge and skills through environmental education coursework. An accomplishment in 2023 was the engagement of 80% BIPOC youth in our environmental education programs, with 72% eligible for free and reduced lunch. Internally, leadership and program managers work alongside a DEI consultant to create culturally relevant programs while supporting 5 internal DEI committees. Those committees are financial access, racial diversity, gender and sexuality, ability, mental health, and neurodiversity, and cultural appropriation. Our committees create strategy to address the need of welcoming and affirming BIPOC individuals into nature spaces. As Sidru, age 9, shared, Campfire is a safe space for me where I can learn and be in nature. I really enjoy learning about wetlands because one day I'd like to be a marine biologist. In responding to the budget questions noted by the Commission, I wanted to share we have an updated budget to show actual costs of what it would take to welcome 7,900 youth. 90% of the funding would support personnel to run the program. 4% would support our software system for tracking youth registration and school contacts. And 6% would go towards equipment, tools, and supplies. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Lalo Edmondson, who is a Campfire alum and board member, to share his story and our why.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lalo Edmondson. I'm a third year English as a second language teacher at Burnsville High School. I also coach soccer for Minneapolis United. As Sarah mentioned, I'm a board member here at Campfire, Minnesota, and I'm working my 10th summer here as the day camp coordinator. As you can see, I'm very passionate about this camp. 12 years ago, I came here. I was a very shy, reserved student or kid going from middle school to high school. And now I'm here presenting in front of you, so you can say I'm not shy anymore. And I owe everything to this camp, honestly, like all my success and things. During the school year, I worked with an after school care program, and I worked with Latino students, and they looked up to me because I was representing who they are. We went and traveled around Minneapolis, around to the parks, and gave them a glimpse of what it's like to be in nature and to be exposed to those things. And this week, I was able to have them here at the camp, and they enjoyed things like swimming in the lake, canoeing, kayaking, and just hiking. So just seeing them and having them here was great. And I hope that my time with them inspired them to continue to appreciate nature a bit more and to just care for it. And I try to inspire every kid that comes across my path, especially at this camp. And yes, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thanks, Lois.
Yeah.
Do you have any more comments for your presentation?
No, the only other thing I'd comment on is the kids Lalo was mentioning are in like behind me, I think on my left or right. You'll see him with a big group of kids with their hair this week, and they've had a blast.
Okay, thank you. Questions from commission members? I see Representative Acom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. As my last comments, I'm also used to be a campfire girl and went to Camp Conaduna as a kid. So I'm very familiar with campfire. Is it Campfire Minnesota now? My apologies, I'm probably getting it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate that transition, and clearly change comes in everything that I've touched in my life growing up. I used to be the College of Natural Resources at the university, and that's changed. And Conservation Corps Minnesota. Anyway, that's side note there. Thank you for the great work that you do and the intentionality of engaging with BIPOC communities. My question for you, and my experience here in the metro area, is what is your outreach to outside of the metro and in greater Minnesota? And is there are there efforts to engage with other parts of our state as well?
Such
Ms.
a great
Lemke?
question. Yeah, sorry. Very good question. And Patty, I hope we can welcome you back as an alumni. It's our 100th year, so we've been welcoming back alumni. To answer your question, I think that definitely going outside the greater Minnesota area is definitely on our trajectory within the next 10 years, but there is such a great need within our community and our area. And that's really why we were seeking funding, is because we continue to connect with these schools that are welcoming under-resourced youth, and they lack the funding, or the funding is getting cut for them. We have schools on our wait list. We have young people on our wait list. And so really, truly, we're trying to keep up with and be strategic with the partnerships that are local and here, and then building capacity with our staff to eventually, yes, do programming 2 hours, 3 hours away would be such a gift to our team, while also, I think, being strategic with the young people we serve now. One thing I'll talk about is we're very intentional with our programming. We are not a one and done type of programming. Even with field trips, they're coming out 3 to 6 times a year, so that they're building that mentorship model with our staff. And so, yeah, I think we'd love to get there as a team, but right now really see the greatest need within kind of our local communities.
Follow up, Representative Acom.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And not every program can do everything. And so having intentional focus, I think, can certainly bring success that potentially you can build on later. And so I appreciate that. And I would love to stop by and do a visit. So let's reach out.
Excellent. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Acom, for revealing your past. Very active. All right. We have Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little jealous because as a Burnsville graduate back at the turn of the century, we didn't have this opportunity. So I'm excited that you're providing this this to all these students, and cool to see someone working at Burnsville, since I graduated there so long ago. Thinking about this project, though, there's a member who's not able to be here today who would certainly ask for more details on the budget. I saw the scholarship piece, and you mentioned in your talk some of the details about those expenses, but if we were able to get a copy of that breakdown so that we could see those underlying expenses that the scholarships would be paying for, that would be super helpful. That was only my comment.
Absolutely, we can send that off.
Yes, thank you. And if you could get that information to our executive director, Becca Nash.
Can I repeat that and
Yeah.
ask that she can send it to Tom, who she was in correspondence with on the presentation.
Okay.
Tom.
Nix that. Could you please get that information to Tom Dietrich by 4 o'clock tomorrow?
Of course, thank you.
Yep. And Commissioner Langseth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lemke. I am supportive of this proposal, so thank you for your presentation. Just had a question on really just how do you assess need within a community? You know, I say this because I live in a rural community and I see a great amount of need. You know, granted, there's not a strong minority community here, but, you know, a lot of our rural communities are in, you know, it can see economic depression given whatever economies they have or are losing throughout time. So just curious on how you make that assessment. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Ms.
for the
Lemke?
question. Yep. You know, I think the thing that I love about Campfire is first, as I mentioned, any community, any school that, or organization that serves young people at that 60% higher free and reduced lunch rate is coming to our programming for free, right? So that's kind of the first way that we assess needs. But the other thing I would say that I think makes Campfire pretty unique is we are like a small and nimble team. So when we're working alongside organizations that are saying, hey, we don't have funding for this, but our youth really need to have space for nature and nature-based programs, we work alongside them with that programming and to ensure that it's also focused on like the youth's needs and the educators' needs. So I could give a good example of this. We work alongside Exploration High School, which is in North Minneapolis. They're our nature immersion partner. And when we were working alongside the youth and educators, we built a program that was really focused on what the youth wanted to learn. And from the youth, we learned that they heard a lot about climate change in Minnesota, but they didn't know what to do to actually take action on it. So they were feeling a lot of heaviness and anxiety, being like, there's all these things that are going on and we just don't know how to take action. So we created, and you'll see that in our STEM curricula, climate change in Minnesota based off of youth voice. So I think to answer your question as far as need, we're really creative and adaptable with those that come forward. We never say no to somebody who is seeking to build a partnership with us, even if they lack funding. And then I think the other thing too is being mindful of like, maybe if they're not reaching that, 60% or higher, we're still trying to engage with them to understand what are your needs and what do your youth want to learn about and what benchmarks do your educators need to tick off in order to accomplish what they need to accomplish. I hope that helps answer the question.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I'd like to add something. So I'm an ESL teacher, and I asked Campfire if I could bring my students who are level 1 new to coming country students, and they did everything for that. They led nature hikes for my students. They did archery sessions, and all these kids coming from Central America, South America, got to experience everything that I've experienced as a counselor, and it was all on scholarship. It was free, and like from my point of view as a teacher, like I was so grateful that they could allow this experience for my students to experience. Just want to add that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any follow-up, Commissioner Langseth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was great. Thank you.
Any other commission questions? I have one question. You have a very impressive list of supporters. You're trying to match this project up to 3,300 million, 3,500,000. Just curious if it all says pending, if any of those programs or support and matching fees have come through since you put in your request.
We did just receive a big donation through an anonymous donor of ours. So that's an individual contributor that contributes to Campfire every year. So that would have been a $250,000 donation towards
Okay.
this specific program. So yes, we do see those coming through, but that was the most recent one from that list.
All right, so to be clear, Slumke, the other ones from the Opus and Otto Bremer are still pending?
Actually, Opus is, sorry, yeah, we got approval for Opus for 100,000 for the next 3 years. Otto Bremer, they are having a hard funding year. So our funding decreased to 25,000 this year. Typically they fund us, last year it was 85,000, the year before it was 65,000. They've told me that their funding has been fluctuating and this year they weren't able to give out as much.
Okay, well, good luck to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question, but I just want to add on a comment, I suppose, in support of this project here. I heard earlier the testifiers talk about student being quiet. One is that English is their like second language, and there's two perspectives on that, as I just speculate now. And I agree, student being quiet, I just went to a high school reunion, 40-year high school reunion. I said, I was so quiet then. I'm not now. Well, because English was my second language. I couldn't speak English then. So I had to be quiet, and that improved the learning. But at the same time, and that's why we need it. We need students to be engaged, whether, they have trouble, or they have still learning English, or they are fluent in English. You need the student to be more engaged, student color, those who are new Americans, to be involved in our environment. And, maybe some students just naturally quiet, and the environment is perfect for them as well. You don't know, the quietness can take people into a different realm of understanding, and also, dissect our ecosystem far more than we know. So I want to applaud the presenter for bringing that point up, which I, for one, can relate to that very, very well. So thank you, and great support to your project.
Thank you for that. We're revealing more about our commission members.
That's what camp's all about.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, I am going to turn the chairship over to Senator Hurd. And just so you know, we are on fourth project down. Yeah, line 65. Okay. There. All right, we will switch chairs here.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair Gibson, for helping us kick off today's LCCMR meeting on June 27th. Next on our agenda is creating future leaders in outdoor and environmental leadership. This is project from North Hennepin Community College, Global and Cultural Study Department. The line number is 65 and the proposal ID is 34. And if Ms. Monroe, if you're online, please jump forward and present yourself.
Hello, I am here. Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Anna Monroe, and I am Global and Cultural Faculty at North Hennepin Community College, and my project is creating future leaders in outdoor and environmental leadership. Thank you so much for inviting me here today to share my work with you. I created this program for my students because I realized that in Minnesota, not everybody has the same access to nature and outdoor spaces. The students I serve at North Hennepin, where I've been for 14 years, are typically urban students with large numbers of immigrant communities who have not grown up with the same access and opportunities to enjoy our beautiful places and natural resources. Some of the barriers could include lack of transportation, lack of awareness, and lack of having anyone to teach them or take them or show them. So I have students tell me they always wanted to go fishing or hunting or hiking or visiting nearby parks and streams, but their parents didn't know where to take them or were simply too afraid. Also, cost can be a huge barrier, as staying at a camp in northern Minnesota can be very expensive. And it's really hard to get there if you've never been before, if it's not part of your family's culture, and if you don't have a car. The issue can also be seen in the lack of diversity in staff in some of our outdoor organizations. And students also lack access to and awareness of career opportunities in the outdoors, as well as the educational pathways to this job, to these types of jobs. So my program, which is a collaboration between my college, the YMCA, the DNR, Wilderness Inquiry, the National Park Service, the International Wolf Center, and several different school districts, intends to create a cohort of at least 150 skilled, diverse outdoor leaders who are educated about Minnesota's natural resources and really passionate about preserving and protecting them for future generations. The program connects students with mentors who are already in the field doing the work through immersive learning experiences. And these take place as part of existing college classes that are at my campus. The goals of the program are to bring urban high school and college students into nature, to build community with each other and to learn from mentors in outdoor organizations. To engage students in environmental topics so that they're really knowledgeable about the issues in Minnesota, as well as the country and other parts of the world. Create academic, career, and internship pathways in the outdoors for students with these very intentional pathways with our partner organizations, and to create a diverse and skilled workforce in the environmental and outdoor recreation industry in Minnesota. I believe that we love what we protect, and currently Minnesota's young people do not all have equal access to or enjoyment of our beautiful outdoors. So the outcomes of this program are really to eliminate barriers in access to the land for underrepresented college and high school students, to increase urban students' participation in the efforts to protect and preserve our natural spaces, and then so that we can create a dynamic and diverse workforce in Minnesota so that our state can be a leader in the outdoor environmental conservation and recreation industry. My students really transform in this space. You can literally see their bodies change, their light comes alive. And I have a couple of examples of the impact so far. So I had a high school student who's been in the program for 2 years. He's just graduated from Brooklyn Center. And he initially didn't really think college was for him, but he said, this program changed my life and gave me a sense of purpose. He just graduated and now he got accepted to UMD to study environmental science. And he's working at a nature center on the Mississippi River this summer, working with kids. And then I have another student who is a full-time student at North Hennepin. Since starting the program, she has become president of our environmental student club and is now working as a summer fellow at Wilderness Inquiry. And then I have another student who's a Red Lake tribal member, who's a high school student at Irondale. And since he's done the program, he said, this experience has taught me the value of networking and has inspired me to become the tribal chairman of the Red Lake Nation in the future. And I could give you lots of other examples of these amazing impacts that it has on our young people. I would love to answer any questions you have about my program. And thank you once again for inviting me here today.
Any question from members? Okay, looks like Representative Holland online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this presentation. I guess this is less of a question, more of a comment. And I guess we're in a learning, we're learning about members today, but I just want to express how much what you're saying resonates with me. I'm not from Minnesota. I've lived here 15 years, and it was a big deal when I first got to go, up north out into the wilderness and really experience it. And people looked at me like, how come you haven't done that before? And I don't think people who grow up here in the culture recognize like what a privilege it is and to like have a place. I mean, I was told you really know you've become Minnesotan when somebody invites you to stay at their cabin. And so I have been invited to stay at people's cabins now. And so I feel like I am officially Minnesotan now after being here 16 years. But that experience is something that can be so transformative. And it's not something that a lot of people get to really get to experience. And so I very much resonate with everything that you're saying about this and recognize that it's not something that people are, we're not choosing to not go and do these things. We just don't have the opportunities. So if we can increase the ability and opportunities for those things, it really makes a huge difference. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And just to respond to your comment, obviously, I'm not from Minnesota either, and I didn't have those experiences growing up as a child. And I would hear about going north and going to cabins and just didn't really understand what that meant. And so for me, I've been working really hard to make this program, to make those experiences free for students, so to eliminate the barriers in cost. And then just literally seeing these young people, like some of them will be hiding behind their hair on day one and they don't know each other. And then within 24 hours, their whole faces are shining, their body language has changed. They build these amazing communities, and it's students coming from North Hennepin Community College, but then at least 4 or 5 different school districts. So just to see young people kind of talking and laughing and learning from elders and biking for the first time or catching their first fish. It's just such an amazing program. And then really working with our partner organizations to create these internships and career pathways at the Y and the DNR. It's definitely something I'm really passionate about, and just really want to continue this work so that more people can have those opportunities and experiences.
Any other? Yes, Commissioner Pikel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to commend your inclusion of tribal members to talk about the story, the relationship of people and nature and the migration. That's really fantastic to see that included on the budget and activities. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, as I'm not from this place, I actually lived and worked on a tribal reservation in northern Wisconsin before I moved to Minnesota. So a lot of my teachings about the land, I've been very fortunate to spend a lot of time with Ojibwe elders and Dakota elders. And so integrating Indigenous knowledge is really important to me in this program and in this work. So we have been very fortunate to have an elder come with us every year and share their knowledge of the land. I think that's really important for students to have that. And they always really love learning from and listening to elders.
Any question? I have a question too. You're mentioning it's a great idea to get young people to hear from our indigenous elders. You open up to a number of cultural elder as well, right? Not restrict to indigenous.
Absolutely. I've been very intentional about working with different diverse groups so that students can really see themselves reflected in the mentors that come on the program. So for the last year and then coming back this fall, I've been really fortunate to have African-American supervisor for the National Park Service. So he comes and talks about his career pathways, and then working with the DNR, I've connected with several Hmong staff at the DNR. So always looking to build those relationships, and actually just hearing from the last presenters, I have to get in touch with Camp Fire now and see if we can do some work together. So always looking for new collaborations. And I think one of the things about this program that's been so rewarding is when people get involved, they really want to stay involved. And so there's just the ability to keep growing and keep inviting people to share their knowledge and expertise.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Monroe. And I would just want to encourage to tap into the Southeast Asian community in terms of storytelling as well. I can recall about, I mean, Minnesota is not where I grew up, but it's been home for me for 30 years now. And I can recall 30 years ago when the Hmong community was just arriving, DNR had programs that take Hmong elders out to look at some of the WMA, mainly because the Hmong really enjoy the outdoors that Minnesota has, but the elder back then didn't quite understand the rule and regulation, the conservation. So DNR took them to learn about the conservation aspect, the rule and regulation, but at the same time, understanding DNR also take their tradition, outdoor heritage and tradition, and trying to understand where they're coming from. So that generation is disappearing, and I think it's good for young people to understand their concept of migration, living in a slash and burn agriculture, and how they hunt for foods, and that whole concept is now maybe very foreign to the new generation, the metro young people or young people throughout our state these days. And I think it's good for them to have that knowledge moving forward. So I just want to point that out. And not just Hmong, Karen as well, the two Southeast Asian that are already intact with outdoors at the moment. So, but that's my comment. So thank you very much for your presentation. Looks like no one had any question or remarks, so I just thought I put that in as a last tidbit and support your project. So thank you, and we will move on to the next on our agenda, to the next item on our agenda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is the climate generation, Minnesota roadmap for sustainability and climate education. The evaluation line number is 69, and the proposal ID is 143. Ms. Kirkland, if you're online right now, come forth to present.
Hi there. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Lindsay Kirkland. I'm the Climate Change Education Manager at Climate Generation. Our project is the Minnesota Roadmap for Sustainability and Climate Education. I actually feel very privileged and lucky to speak after Anna and the two speakers from Campfire. And I see some familiar names here. All of the stories of these wonderful education service providers highlight the need for our project really well. So I feel privileged to go after them. Minnesota's climate is changing, leaving Minnesotans facing increased air pollution and extreme heat, more frequent flooding, and reduced agricultural yields. You might remember last year, the wildfire smoke that left you and your family stuck inside for a lot of the summer. Wildfire prevalence is worsened by climate change. States need to take a statewide approach to build community-centered strategies to adjust to these changes and to align and learn from the wonderful education programs that are happening already throughout the states. Minnesota has a climate action framework and several government agencies with sustainability initiatives, both to help prepare the state for changes induced by climate change. Yet these plans and the teams of people working on them, although great, don't include education or the government agencies like the Department of Education that guide the development of Minnesota school programs and curricular standards, which also inform the community-based organization education programs. So how can we adequately prepare our youth to thrive in a changing environment if education is not meaningfully included or aligned with the plans meant to build community resilience? The state is committed to ensuring every child has access to excellent education and to prepare them for the future. Sustainability and climate education are imperative to the success of Minnesota youth and should be widely available across the state, as we've heard from other speakers today. Education programs that are effective can foster strong personal connection to climate change in youth, which reduces their overall carbon consumption through changes in their daily life, or also choices that relate to their careers throughout their lifetime. For example, in 2020, researchers found that students of a one-year climate change course associated their pro-environmental behaviors to their experience directly in the class. And effective education programs that are about the environment also have positive outcomes for people by increasing their environmental knowledge, attitudes, dispositions, and skills. Many, many studies have shown that increased access to environmental education programs can lead to greater understanding and stewardship of natural resources, like we've heard today. In 2022, Minnesota had over 800,000 students enrolled in 330 school districts. On average, students receive only 2 hours of instructions on climate change or sustainability in public schools a year. It's really not enough to elicit behavior change or prepare them to participate in a rapidly changing economy. To create more opportunities for youth, we have to prepare education service providers. Minnesota's 50,000 teachers and environmental educators need a clear framework for providing effective education that's relevant to the sustainability of Minnesota's unique natural resources, which are impacted by the changing climate. And we see that there are a lot of organizations already doing this work, but we need an aligned approach that brings together the learnings, experiences, and tools, strategies that everyone's using across the state. Minnesota's roadmap for sustainability and climate change education, climate education, will convene stakeholders from key institutions like state-level agencies, community-based organizations, schools, and universities to create a guide for service providers. Climate Generation will convene 1,400 stakeholders to author a report. We will also take the report to communities across 7 Minnesota regions so the public can provide recommendations for implementation across diverse economic, political, and racial demographics. The resulting report and the engaged community will build capacity for equitable and accessible education across Minnesota and into the future. We know this to be an effective model because several states who have successfully initiated statewide climate education programs have used a similar approach. In 2019, university leaders and stakeholders in California authored a report, which is now the projects that were proposed are being implemented and funded across the state. Wisconsin and Illinois have convened diverse stakeholders networks to advocate for funding and to help support them in their initiatives to build effective climate change education programs. Climate Generation has convened stakeholders and communities to create education programs in Minnesota since 2006, and we do partner with organizations across the country that help inform our work. We will rely on that experience and refine tools and deep relationships in Minnesota to carry out this work. This report will serve as a roadmap outlining innovative, practical, and scalable solutions to support Minnesotans. This project will prepare and empower people to take action for Minnesota now and into the future. Thank you.
Any question from members? Okay, Representative Howlands online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lindsay, for this presentation. I am deeply in support of this work, primarily because we know that fossil fuel industries have been infiltrating our classrooms since the 50s to teach children about the importance of fossil fuels in their lifestyle. And so I do think we need to have a coordinated effort to move science-based education in the area of climate. My question is, when you were talking about the stakeholders that you'll be educating and creating this sort of not universal platform, but a platform that is a unified platform, which I love. I think that's a great idea. My question is there any potential for not just putting that platform and giving it to educators, but in fact, funding people to come in? I mean, I'm sure you know, right? The fossil fuel industry didn't just say like, you should teach this. They sent people into classrooms and said, don't worry about coming up with a curriculum today. We've got somebody who's going to come in, they're going to give out goodies, they're going to teach kids about, you know, how important plastic is. And so in my mind, that's the same thing that we need to do, and to take some of the burden off of our educators who are already overburdened, and instead, you know, fund entities who would be doing that work. So I'm interested to know what the plan is for that.
Yeah, this is a really great question. It's really getting at like, what are we going to do with the thing we're creating, and how are we actually going to have impact on the people and Minnesotans in general? The partners that we anticipate partnering with and the folks who have already signed on to this have a mission to serve teachers through professional development or to serve youth directly in their classrooms already. So these organizations and partners that will be a part of the stakeholder network, those 1,400 folks, already have programming that they're doing. And what we hope is their involvement in the writing of the report, the community revisions, that they'll take that and revamp the programming that they're doing in classrooms already and update it or amend it to include some of the best practices that we identify for Minnesota as it relates to sustainability and climate change education. So I feel like that is going to be a really rapid way to implement the results of this report that don't need additional funding necessarily. What I anticipate, though, is that as we bring on new organizations with this report, so we take it to them and say, hey, we did this, then we will collectively start to look for funding sources after the term of this grant. Does that answer your question? I think, oh, sorry, if I can add one more thing. What Climate Generation has learned when we're organizing communities of practice or networks of organization, it's really important to find organizations that have mission alignment and that have existing programs and audiences that are already engaged to implement our results very, very quickly. And so we know we've been doing this for the past 4 years as a part of another program, and it actually results in immediate impacts in organizational programming. Whoever's involved. So we do think it's an effective strategy.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Langseth.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kirkland, for your presentation. Kind of a question, some pondering on my end. When it comes to climate change, one of the biggest solutions I see is the work that farmers are doing around soil health and regenerative agriculture. So just curious if you're already thinking about that, like how to get people involved in the report who would have that background and understanding. I just see such a great need for our schools and children to be learning about this movement. If there is some way to that this report could actually be kind of an emphasis to really start spearheading some of that education, especially in greater Minnesota, where we do have a lot of farmer children in the classroom, and not just learning just the conventional ag curriculum, but like how do we start incorporating other practices onto our agricultural landscape that can help address not only just climate mitigation, but for them to be able to adapt and really handle the weather extremes that we're seeing, especially this year and last year between the drought and the flooding. It's really important that we get this information out. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. Your question really speaks to one of the core values of climate change education, is that localizing this global issue is incredibly important and relevant to engaging communities in a way that's authentic to them and how they're experiencing the crisis. So what we hope is that when we author this report, we'll have a diverse number of stakeholders from educational institutions primarily. I'm hoping that we will be able to partner with different extension agencies that primarily serve through universities and rural communities. But we also will partner with community-based organizations or school district leaders as well, to author the report. What we'll do is we'll start with an initial invite to those stakeholders that we already know, but then ask them to maybe bring a friend, bring someone from the community that's working deeply in a solution-based area, bring them to the writing team. And then when we have this draft report, we will take it to 7 different communities across the state, and we'll do a community convening. And we'll have a local representative there who lives in the area, and we'll say, hey, can you go connect with the people who are really relevant and important in your area? What are the economic sectors that are represented in your area? Is it agriculture? Is it mining? What is it? And go connect with those people and invite them. So we're having a local go to them, a trusted messenger, go and invite these people to this event. And then we'll present the report and what we found, and we'll ask for feedback and hold conversation. And that discussion will be reintegrated back into the report at the end. So we hope that one of the things we'll find is that agriculture is very important, but we'll find a bunch of other things. And we'll learn different ways that we can, as educators, communicate and build inroads into the climate conversation that's really important to people in their homes and in their families, whatever that looks like to them.
Any follow-up or question from members?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. That was excellent. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Moore?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that presentation. I'm curious, sort of in a similar vein to Commissioner Langseth's question, if you're going to work at all with the indigenous communities in Minnesota. Indigenous communities are most disproportionately affected by impacts of climate change due to historic, cultural, and even present-day ties to natural resources and the environment. And for that reason, I'm curious if you're engaging with any of the indigenous educational systems. It seemed to me that most of your engagement that you described thus far is Western society educational systems. And I think there's a need to integrate indigenous worldview into your work as well. Thank you.
I agree, and thanks for the question. Yes, now that I'm reflecting back, the list that I gave does not reflect other ways that education is served, or folks are served through educational avenues within their families or within their communities. But by the phrase community-based organizations, I was trying to get at culturally representative organizations that might be serving their communities in education. So like maybe libraries or indigenous communities. We do have a relatively longstanding partnership with Wakan Tipi and McGeezy in the Twin Cities. We also have been establishing some partnerships with other tribal leaders across the state. I would say, yes, our intention is to incorporate indigenous folks in leadership in the core writing team. Although some of our partners have said they might not have capacity to do that. And so we're talking with them about what are your capacity limitations? How can we incorporate your community? Is it hosting one of these 7 community convenings in your area, like bringing it to you so that your community has more access and it's easier to get there? So we're in conversation with them now about what the process should look like to make sure that happens. But it is our deep intention to partner with Indigenous folks in Minnesota.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Just want to add that the Wakan TP is in my district, East St. Paul. To get there, you had to cross over the Kellogg Bridge and then go under. And there's a historical location, also sacred ground as well. There's a lot of history there that even I couldn't touch the depth of it, but it's a great learning center, soon to be built there. So thank you for sharing that. All right, well, thank you for your presentation. Then we're gonna move on to next one on our agenda. Okay, this is a little long for me to present, but to say in Spanish, but it's engage Latin communities in conservation and preservation. Presenter by Carolina Ortiz. Line number is 71 and proposal ID is 198. I can't pronounce, I can't read Spanish, so, but maybe the presenter can read that to us.
Of course, I'm more than happy to help. It is a really long name, but good morning, everyone. Carolina Ortiz. I'm the Associate Executive Director at COPAL, which stands for Communities Organizing Latino Power in Action. It's an honor to be here with all of you today. Before I get into the details of the project, I want to ask a question, and I realize that the screen with everybody in person is a little smaller, so I'll try my best to squint and see. But can I get a raise of hands for those that are homeowners?
Homeowners, yeah.
Okay, so a lot of you. Awesome, that's great. So I'm going to give an example or just throw out a scenario for all of you. Imagine that you inherited a home similar to the one in the back. I tried my best. As you see, I have very skillful Picasso artist skills. Imagine that you have inherited this home, but there's a lot of issues, right? There's mold. You can see clearly that the roof needs to be repaired. Maybe, inside it's just everything needs to be replaced. As homeowners, what would your options be? Maybe it's to repair them. Maybe it's to sell the house and let it be. There's several options, right? But I say this scenario because we're this analysis of a home that needs to be fixed is similar to what we have been doing within Copal these last few years regarding the Latino community participation and participation in outdoor activities as well as participation in improving the outdoor spaces that we have. With this example of the home, the last year and a half, because Copal has a mission of empowering or improving the lives of Latino communities here in Minnesota, we have done this through our focus areas of course, environmental justice, health and wellness, workers' rights. So we've had one-on-one conversations with over 40,000 people throughout the entire state of Minnesota. Through those conversations, we've asked questions of, do you go to outdoor spaces? If so, what are they? If not, what prevents you? And I don't want to repeat myself because the past presenters have done a great job of talking about the barriers, but we have seen and heard specifically from our community that there are barriers because of transportation. There are barriers because there's information out there, but a lot of the times hidden on websites that they didn't know existed. There's issues regarding translation services. Many times they want to learn and go to these spaces, but they don't have Spanish translation services. What happens with Indigenous communities that don't speak Spanish? So we've gathered a lot of data this last year to understand what are those barriers and what we can do about it. Within the work of environmental justice, we have started doing outdoor activities every month with the hopes of bringing community members out, providing transportation, covering cost, and having a fun time with community, kids, families, everybody, regardless of age, background. And while having fun, we're also talking about conservation. We're also talking about how do we connect it to our culture of recycling and reusing and protecting what we do have. We have also connected that to some of the topics that have already been covered to what is PFAS? What is this issue of the clean transition that we are talking about? How can they take the lead in these decisions or in these spaces? So our project really focuses on continuing to get families out there in the outdoors enjoying, but again, as well as making it very focused on educational materials, getting them engaged into what is it that we can do and how can they be a part of the change that we want to see here in Minnesota. So the funding for this proposal would allow us to engage over 15,000 Latino families within this work. And again, keeping in mind that we already have a lot of connections, we've already built a lot of partnerships, we've been doing the work. We also want to make sure that we continue getting data that supports getting more resources and infrastructure as well. So with that, I just want to give one more example of our event that we had a few months ago. We had an outdoor event at Fort Snelling, and part of that conversation with the support of the DNR was to have a tribal leader present to share some of the history of Fort Snelling. We provided a translator for that event, so we had family members that were able to engage in conversation. All of the people that were there, which were over 40 people, had been there for the first time, had no clue that Fort Snelling was there, had no clue about its history. So as we were sharing this information, it was incredibly powerful for them to hear and experience for the first time. We also had the opportunity to do maple syrup with the trees there, learn about the trees themselves. The kids were having fun. But at the end, we also talked about the IRA benefits and the program coming to Minnesota, how they can be engaged. The part for me that was really meaningful towards the end was hearing from two families in particular that they were already planning their next trip with their families and friends, that they were already excited about, supporting the next event within Copal. We also had 4 individuals that joined our environmental justice committee who are now leading the work regarding where these events are. How do we make sure that we're talking about the history? How do we understand what topics are important to our community, how we talk about them, how we get creative. So it's been a process that has worked. I feel very proud that the team that I'm working with has found the formula to make sure that we are engaging communities, that we are being successful. But this funding would allow us to continue doing that, as well as engaging more people that we haven't yet engaged with and making them part of that solution. So with that, thank you so much, and I'll open it up for questions.
Hey, any question from members? Chair Gibson.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. It is long overdue, and I'm thrilled that you're using some of those experiences in Chile, having been there. More reveal time for our past. It is just great. I particularly like the comic books that you want to produce, and I actually heard one of your presentations a while ago, and I was very impressed with your passion. So I'm just going to speak in favor of this project. We haven't done anything like this in the past, and I'm really glad that we're reaching out to different communities. So thank you for your efforts and presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question from member or comments? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Ortiz, for the good presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we'll move to the next item, and that's from Hamline University. Teachers Field School, Phase 2, Increasing Impact. Evaluation line number is 64. Proposal ID is 19. Ms. Patty Bourne, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we do. So
Excellent.
go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. I'm Patty Bourne. I'm Associate Professor and Director of Hamline University's Environmental Education Master's degree and our undergrad Environmental and Climate Studies degree. I'm here representing a partnership that's comprised of educators, researchers, and scientists from Hamline, Gustavus Adolphus College, Freshwater, and the University of Minnesota. Thanks so much for the opportunity to tell you about our work, the Teacher Field School Phase 2, Increasing Impact. By now, you're all likely familiar with some of the realities of childhood today. Significant increases in screen time, busy schedules that prevent families from prioritizing time outdoors, and a seeming lack of connection to or investment in nature. Like the members of this committee, our project team is deeply concerned about these trends, and we aim to address this problem by expanding our current work, educating teachers in the use of nature as a context for their teaching. This nature-based learning approach offers academic, social, emotional, and physical benefits, while at the same time increasing young people's stewardship behaviors, connection to nature, and commitment to Minnesota's resources. Research shows that one of the most powerful factors in developing nature connection and conservation behavior is consistent, regular time outdoors in natural areas with grown-ups who care about the natural world. On average, Minnesota elementary students are in the classroom for about 935 hours or 165 days per year. That makes schools an ideal context for engaging the next generation of environmental stewards. And teachers who feel connected to nature themselves and are well prepared to use nature as a context for teaching are the ideal people to engage them. The power of schools and teachers to influence students, the multiplier effect, which I'll explain in a minute, as well as the high demand for this program are 3 reasons Phase 2 of our Teacher Field School has such exciting potential. Our current project supports a series of outdoor retreats spanning each academic year where teachers learn to use nature to support their curriculum. They address academic standards across all disciplines, and the field school engages them in several of the other priorities of this commission beyond environmental education. During the retreats, teachers develop an understanding of issues such as water quality, wildlife, invasive species, natural resource conservation, and outdoor recreation. And they integrate that content into their curriculum. We align this work with academic standards. We have and will continue to work closely with Native educators from Dakota and Fond du Lac communities who help provide content and leadership. We include experts in special education and inclusion to ensure that all children have the opportunity to experience nature. We're currently working with 52 teachers and specialists who together reach about 1,400 students per year. All of these adults will continue to impact students throughout their careers, so the actual reach of this work is sustained and cumulative. Phase 2 of our project has the potential to have a much bigger impact. Demand for this program is high and continues to increase. Within 2 days of our first call for participants last year, we received over 195 applications from teams of educators across the state. After some local and international media coverage, we received over 50 additional expressions of interest, including inquiries from 4 other states and 3 countries. If funded, we'll add additional retreats over 3 academic years, expanding further outstate. Our additional participants will reach approximately 700 students each year for the rest of their careers, and over time, they'll use nature-based learning with many tens of thousands of Minnesota students. We'll also launch a Train the Trainer program to dramatically expand this work. Grounded in best practices for teacher leadership, it builds the capacity of teachers to teach other educators across the state to use nature-based learning approaches that are relevant to their regions, communities, and curriculum. With our help, they'll provide coaching and instruction to colleagues, as well as ongoing support and collaboration. This model increases our impact substantially. In our first year, we conservatively estimate that 12 teacher leaders will train 10 colleagues who could reach an additional 3,000 students per year. The potential impact is huge. For example, if 20 teacher leaders each train 20 colleagues in a year, we now have 400 teachers who effectively reach an additional 10,000 Minnesota students per year. When teachers effectively use nature-based learning approaches, students are more engaged in learning, and they get to have consistent, meaningful engagement in nature right in their own communities, supported by teachers who care deeply. They develop conservation behaviors and ethics and investment in Minnesota's resources, no matter where they are. What better context in which to foster these important mindsets than in schools, where children spend hundreds of hours each year? We hope you agree. Thanks so much for your time, and I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Any question from members? Sure. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I had a question specifically regarding the pilot the trainer, because in my college classroom, I've been using that approach with 3 particular curricula, Project Wet, Project Wild, and the Leopold Education Project. And that's exactly what I'm doing with my college students. I'm training them to then take these environmental education materials out. Is that what you're proposing to do? I assume so. And then do you have specific curricula you will use, or were you using your own set of train the trainer projects or activities, or whatever we might call them?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. So our Train the Trainer approach is a little bit different because we're not asking teachers to use a packaged curriculum or a set of activities. The beauty of this approach is that teachers are using their own curriculum, and the work that we're doing with them is to help them understand how to contextualize that curriculum within nature. So they're using the academic standards and the lessons and activities that they would normally be teaching over the course of a school year, but we're helping them think about and practice incorporating nature into that content, or taking that content outdoors and helping students learn using nature as a context. Those curriculum sets that you mentioned are really excellent, and they're a great resource for teachers. And what we're really hoping to do with our Train the Trainer model is to help prepare teachers to develop their own curricular links. So they're not creating anything new. They're not being asked to add any new material to their already packed schedules. We're asking them to take what they're already doing and make explicit links to nature with support of our teacher leaders and ourselves. Does that answer your question?
Followed by Commissioner Faber.
Thank you. Yeah, that answers the question. I didn't mean to suggest that if you're not using one of those packages already, though, that's bad, because I look at it, my approach is the same. It's more about getting to understand how do you do that with the material that you have than it is what the material is about, and then the other thing with my students, I don't know what age groups they might be working with. We're not training traditional teachers. Most of them are going to be I'm a natural resource instructor, but you need to teach them if you're given some materials and so on, and what do you do to make adjustments depending if it's older people, younger people, that sort of thing. So I think that that's great that then you're allowing them. It's still about it's about developing their own curriculum using the material they have, right?
Absolutely. Thank you. And I appreciate that example. In fact, one of the groups that we have worked with just this past academic year talked about how they were able to take a new curriculum set that their district had purchased, and then using what they learned in the teacher field school retreats, really go through that curriculum almost line by line and make really strong, clear connections between the materials they had been provided by their district and the natural areas around their school. So it was a really powerful example of how they're able to kind of customize their own curriculum grounded in their own community, in their own place, and the natural resources right around their schools. Thank you.
Thank you much. No further questions.
Okay, Chair Gibson. Okay. Senator Green.
I don't know that I really had too much to say. It was kind of touched on, but we seem to be pushing a lot more on the teachers, and considering the fact that another report out is pretty dismal looking grades for our kids. I'm just wondering where we're going here, and is this designed to help, or because I'll tell you what I'm seeing here, and I'm not going to pull any punches, I guess. It just, some of this stuff seems like it's just, hey, there's money there. Let's see if we can't get some of it for the college to supply funding source for us, because there's a lot of repetitive stuff here, and I don't see any real advantage to maybe preparing kids for the future in the workforce or to better their own lives. So, I have some issues here, and not everything is just great because you can get them outdoors. I like to be outdoors too, but let's be realistic here and start looking at what are we going to do to prepare these kids for life.
Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. And I apologize if I wasn't explicit enough about the academic outcomes and benefits that are afforded children when they do have teachers who use these approaches. There are similar programs similar to ours operating around the country and around the world where children's academic outcomes are shown to improve when they do use or have opportunities to learn within natural areas using nature as a context. So we know that academic improvement is a factor. We know that social emotional learning is improved for young children who have opportunity to be outdoors. There are different ways that students can engage with learning outside of the classroom that can be a real support for many different kinds of learners and students who have different needs in the classroom. So we know that there are lots of supports for academic achievement with young students. And our teacher field school focuses specifically on those who work with elementary students. So we don't talk too much in too much detail about career pathways, but we do help teachers think about how they can make curricular links using nature and the outdoors to all of the different disciplinary areas, which we believe really prepares students well for their middle school and high school studies, and that investment that they're building in natural resources and natural places, that comfort and confidence that they have as learners will help them to build investment and think about how they can perhaps find careers or green jobs in the future moving forward. It's a place that they want to be. It's a place that they value and are invested in and care deeply about. And so we don't have any longitudinal data on the students that our teachers have worked with yet, but we do expect that to be an outcome. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Peichel. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend your detail on the budget as well. I appreciated that you showed your work in the calculation of these things. I'm wondering if you've given any thought to, I recognize that you're trying to appeal across the state and train trainers that are going to have impacts in every corner of Minnesota. But is there an opportunity to consolidate travel or utilize van pool or busing services to maybe cut on the vehicle miles traveled to the field schools?
That's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. And that is something that we've thought about. And at this time, we're still kind of refining that. We don't have a way to get to all of the teachers that want to do this work. And so right now, the solution that we have is to try to find locations throughout the state where we can offer these retreats. We don't have a physical center, and part of the reason for that is that we want teachers to be able to be really developing that comfort and familiarity with their local areas and the regions and biomes where they live and work. And so right now, the solution that makes the most sense is for us to go to them. And so we've, for the cohort that's about to start this fall, we're working with some teachers and schools in the Duluth area. So we do have a field site picked out that's closer to them, so they're not traveling to the metro area to do this work. And that's what we intend to do in the future, is to find partners throughout the state that can host these retreats. Thank you.
Hey, any question? All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Bourne, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Next on our agenda here is from Headwaters Science Center. The project's name is Science Center Supporting Northern Boys and Girls Clubs. Line number is 73 and project proposal is 301. Is Foruseth online right now? Lee Foruseth.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, welcome. Yeah, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. I am the Executive Director of the Headwaters Science Center. My name is Lee Foruseth. And again, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the members of this committee. The Headwaters Science Center is open 360 days a year. We have a staff of 12, which are half of them are part-time, and we have an annual budget of $450,000. I tell you that because last year we served 33,000 guests and visitors while serving Northern Minnesota. We are seeking your help in providing for the demands of our region. Our partners see this project as a possible way to serve the people of Minnesota. Today, I'm in Rice Lake. Rice Lake is located 14 miles south of Bagley, or about 45 miles west of Bemidji. I am so happy to be with Carol. Carol Thompson is the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of White Earth, with direct contacts with the Tribal Council through Carol's board of directors. This presentation site was chosen to illustrate the relationships between the Headwaters Science Center and our neighbors. Those neighbors come in many forms, including Boys and Girls Club. This project addresses the educational gap due to geographical isolation, and the project aims to provide culturally relevant, informal science education for our youth. So Carol, can you tell us about your Boys and Girls Club, please, and what this project would mean to your kids?
So our Boys and Girls Club serves the entire reservation of White Earth. We currently have 6 open sites. By next spring, we will have 8 open sites. We went on a ride the other day with one of our DODs, our Director of Organizational Services, and we covered 170 miles between the 6 open sites. We have very small rural communities, which transportation is an issue. One of the examples, again, I was sharing was we had taken some kids down last year to the Science Center in St. Paul, and our transportation costs alone were over $5,000. That is not including meals for our kids. It is not including the time that our kids had to sit on the bus. And their kids spent more time on the bus than they did in the Science Center itself. What could happen with this project is then they could come to us at our sites and work hands-on with our kids, where it gives more of an opportunity to explore and communicate rather than sitting on a bus, not moving, not exploring, not communicating.
Thank you very much, Carol. So here are some numbers. We're going to serve 4 clubs, 11 sites, 1,065 Boys and Girls Club members. The average daily attendance is 650 kids during the school year and 550 kids during the summer. The objective is 20 site visits per year per site. That's 20 times as a minimum of going to Panema, going to Monoman, and so on and so forth for each of those sites. What is best for Boys and Girls Clubs and their students, that's the goal. So we plan to go back over and over again with lessons that build one on top of another. We want to be at the club so often that we know those kids by name. So with partners comes diverse skills and strengths. So we want to extend our reach and have a larger impact when it comes to informal education, because collaboration ensures high quality, engaging, hands-on experiments. The Headwater Science Center will be the lead organization. So we'll manage the project. We'll hire and supervise the staff. We'll be the ones providing the culturally relevant indoor and outdoor science activities in the exploration. The Boys and Girls Clubs, they will be Red Lake Nation with 2 sites, Detroit Lakes with 2 sites. Bemidji and Black Duck will have 2 sites. And as Carol has talked about, she has 6 sites, which are part of the White Earth Nation. And she told you the story of the 170 miles as she traveled from site to site. So the Boys and Girls Clubs are the kids. The Boys and Girls Club staff will co-teach alongside of the Headwater Science Center, which will allow for review, sharing back and forth between presenters, and consultation. Each club will fully participate in the curriculum that is chosen for their site. That'll allow for listening opportunities with the tribal consultation. We are very thankful to be partnering with the Science Museum in Minnesota, because the Science Museum in Minnesota has talked to us about their desire to reach out to the outstate. They will be involved in the training of HSC staff and the Boys and Girls Club staff. They will be suppliers of curriculum and classroom materials. They'll coordinate and lead the annual meetings, and they will be providing access to the Headwater Science Center to use STEM kits, 3,500 STEM kits with a value of $700,000. Freshwater, they are experts on environmental education, especially in the area of water, and they will help train and guide as we choose the STEM kits. They will provide expertise on water-related education. So who are the other possible partners that could be included? Otter Tail Power, where HSC is currently built into their Department of Energy grant. The grant is to access charging stations for the Boys and Girls Club and an HSC electric van. By creating a model that can be replicated statewide, this project opens the door for large urban organizations to engage with rural and Native American communities across Minnesota. This expansion of informal science is essential to promote equity for all students, regardless of their background or location. Thank you again to all the members of the commission for this opportunity to present to you, and I'm excited to look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any question from members, comments? Yes, Commissioner Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking over the budget, I saw that there was the purchase of those electric vans, the 2 of them. And I appreciate your consideration of alternative fuels. Getting us off fossil fuels there is important. And then I also saw the mileage in the travel line. Can you confirm that that is not those vans driving those miles? Because it would seem strange to buy the vans and then pay for the mileage on them.
Mr. Farouz?
We would be purchasing the vans as a way of going to these sites. But we've also reached out to our other partners so that Otter Tail Power could possibly be the provider through their grant application for what would be an electric vehicle. I'm not exactly certain I answered your question. I appreciate what you're asking. I just want to make sure that I addressed it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Pico.
No, not quite. There's a list on the travel in Minnesota line. There's 3 lines there for miles, meals, and lodging that has 38,000, 2,400, and 10,000 miles per year, and for all the years. And I want to make sure that that's not on the vans that we would be acquiring in the capital expense, because that would be strange since you would usually pick one or the other.
Thank you for your question, and I better understand now what you're asking. So once a year or possibly twice, depending on exactly how this program is laid out, we're going to hold a summer seminar. We're going to bring everyone together, the staff from the Boys and Girls Club, the Headwater Science Center staff, and then representation from the Science Museum of Minnesota, as well as Freshwater, and bring those together. Now, the site hasn't been chosen for that. We may choose one of the Boys and Girls Club sites. It could be that this is a Bemidji one so that we could bring everyone centralized there. And the mileage I believe you're referring to is to cover those miles and those expenses for our partners.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Albright, I keep struggling whether I should say commissioner or council. That's a part why I asked.
You can call me Al. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Furseth, and is it Connie? Did I get that right?
Carol, this is Carol Thompson.
Carol, thanks. And those of us that know Northern Minnesota know you're in somewhat of a remote place. And to the question about mileage, it's a long ways from here to there for providers to get to those places. So good luck with your grant application from Otter Tail Power. I hope you do get that electric van. That'd be an awesome addition to this particular program. I'm curious about, you know, if you think ahead, if you're funded and you think ahead over the next couple of years, what would you say success looks like? And what do you think will be the long-term benefits for the clubs and the communities? Because we want to make sure that we're funding programs that are really impactful. And is there any way that you can extend this idea beyond the funding that you're requesting? So what does the success look like? Thank you.
I believe what success looks like will be measured by Carol and Carol's staff and the other sites. As they go about talking with their kids, they actually do a very formalized survey, even though it doesn't feel that way, as they talk to their kids about their attitudes as it comes to do with all of the experiences they have there. Of course, ours will be in the area of science. So I really appreciate your question, and we look forward to what the kids say was the impact of what we're going to be doing with them. As soon as we have a model that we feel is showing success, I believe we reach out to east of Bemidji, because I would love to take what we're currently doing on the west side of Bemidji and going up north to Panema and Red Lake and extend it to some other partnerships such as Deer River. I think about our Deer River site that would be about 60 miles from us. That seems like a great place. We would take the successes we're learning and go off and serve them as well. And again, I appreciate your question.
Thank you. Just one more follow-up. I would say, and I think probably Senator Green can attest to this too, that even though we live in greater Minnesota, where you look out the back door, generally there's a forest or a lake, there are just a number of kids who don't ever have, much like the discussions we've had earlier about Metro kids not really having an opportunity to get out into nature. It is really true in northern Minnesota as well. Lots of kids have never been on a boat, on a pontoon, in a canoe. They haven't gone to a state park. They haven't looked at, you know, what happens at the creek. They haven't, you know, gathered bugs or frogs or tadpoles. They just have not had that kind of experience. So as well as the Metro folks who, children who are under-resourced, I would say that is also true in greater Minnesota. So thanks for this proposal.
And thank you very much for that comment. I will tell you that the Headwater Science Center holds as their mission, their core purpose is science you can touch. So we believe in what you're talking about. And so we would want those experiences for kids so they're outdoors doing exactly what you're suggesting.
Any other question? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Furseth. We'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is U of M project, MA MyCirc project is aquatic invasive species from problems to real world solution. The line number for this project is 75. The proposal ID is 126. To present is Nikolai Phelps. Are you online right now?
Yeah, sure am, Mr. Chair.
Okay, anytime you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Nick Phelps, a professor in the Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology at the University of Minnesota. And since 2016, I've been the director of the Minnesota Aquatic Invasive Species Research Center, or what we refer to as MACIRC. Simply said, aquatic invasive species are a real and growing problem. They have invaded hundreds of lakes, rivers, and wetlands across our state, re-engineering ecosystems, extirpating native species, changing the way we use our water, and costing us millions every year for management. From the local watering holes to the largest lakes, every Minnesotan is impacted by this issue. In response, this commission took a leadership role and helped create MACIRC with an ambitious goal of developing research-based solutions to our AIS problems and inspiring action by others. We have come a long ways, and there's so much I want to say about why MACIRC has been and will continue to be a good investment for the ENRTF and the state of Minnesota. But in the next few minutes, I'll be very brief. We have developed a process to annually identify, prioritize, and support projects on Minnesota's highest priority AIS research needs, with input from hundreds of stakeholders across the state and experts from around the world. We have been able to maximize efficiencies by coordinating across projects and bringing interdisciplinary teams together to share ideas, equipment, space, and personnel. And we fostered a highly collaborative and engaged community. Absolutely incredible researchers and staff, some of the most brilliant scientists you could meet. And I hope you find yourselves on campus someday or out in the field with one of them to talk about their work. I'm particularly proud of our graduate students. Their creativity and passion really give me hope for the future. And you walk down the halls at the DNR, and it's like a MACIRC reunion over there right now. These students coming here to learn and going out and making a difference. And at every step in the research process, we are side by side with end users to be sure that the research is getting to the real world. Given the scale and complexity of the AIS problem in Minnesota, we have worked very hard to leverage your investments and diversify our funding. For example, we now support what we call partnership projects. These are externally funded projects that have contributed more than $8.3 million in non-ENRTF research funding towards our mission, including about $6 million from federal sources. Long story short, MACIRC is a national leader and a go-to resource. And by any measure, I think you'd find our center-based model for supporting AIS research to be efficient, effective, and most importantly, impactful. We are no longer talking about how we can solve our problems as some future aspiration. We're talking about how research is solving our AIS problems right now. And I'll give you a few examples. First, with common carp, arguably one of Minnesota's most destructive aquatic invasive species. Over the years, we've progressed research from the lab to the lake, proving the common carp can be successfully controlled. We are now working with managers and private companies to bridge the research implementation gap by using the latest research to control populations and creating a roadmap for large-scale response. And of course, zebra mussels have been a major focus for us too. We have measured the impacts to environmental and human health. We have improved early detection methods. We have quantified how they spread and how they can be prevented. And we've conducted the largest ever in-lake control trials to suppress populations. And we're very excited about the selective control technologies that we're working on that were only science fiction before MACIRC was established. And there's so much more. Our research on cattails, non-native Phragmites, invasive carp, starry stonewort, spiny water flea, and many more species, and the multi-species decision support tools all have immediately deployable recommendations that are being used by tribal, federal, state, and local agencies across Minnesota to currently control populations and prevent further spread. We're also proud of our public engagement. In partnership with University Extension, we now have hundreds of trained community scientists who have contributed thousands of hours of highly impactful volunteer service, their local AIS efforts, and our research projects. Now, to call MACERC a program that you help create and continue to support, a game changer, is not very Minnesota modest, but I think it's fair to say that our research is clearly gaining ground. However, we still have work to do and an opportunity now to maintain momentum. And for that reason, I'm asking for your continued support. In our proposal, we have laid out an ambitious but achievable plan to prioritize, conduct, and translate solutions-oriented research. By project end, I am confident that knowledge gaps will be filled, new tools will be developed, managers will be better equipped, and the public will be more engaged. The only ones that stand to lose if our project is selected are the aquatic invasive species we aim to control. Again, I want to thank you very much for your past support and consideration of our current proposal, and say that we cannot do this without you. Thank you very much.
Chair Gibson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phelps. You mentioned that you're looking towards between 20 and 24 projects with this funding. Could you give us an idea of what you hope to spend the money on?
Dr. Phelps.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gibson, great question. So every year we go through a very intensive, thorough, inclusive process to prioritize the highest research needs for aquatic invasive species in Minnesota. This brings together input from the public, from the DNR, tribal natural resource managers, local agencies, researchers, lots of people. And we sort through this big funnel of ideas down to research questions and needs, ultimately creating an RFP with 15 to 18 of the highest priority questions. Those are things that we aim to fund. And we do our best to get proposals on every single one of those topics and then pick the best ones from it. The specifics of those are hard to predict right now, as this is an annual effort. But it's safe to assume that continued focus on selective control strategies that have very limited or no non-target impacts will be continue to be a high priority. More efficient ways to spend our limited resources and allocate capacity often rises to the top as well. Species like zebra mussels and emerging threats like starry stonewort and species on the horizon will no doubt be on there too.
Just quick follow.
Okay, Chair Gibson, follow up.
Thank you, Dr. Phelps. I hope you're getting all these emerging issues that we constantly are concerned about here. Could you tell me how you work with other states and how you share research?
Dr. Phelps.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gibson, although we're locally based here physically on the Twin Cities campus, we have researchers spread out across the state of Minnesota, the country, and the world. All of this sort of intellectual capacity, energy is being brought to bear on our local issues, which is a special opportunity we have with this center. Through the traditional academic things like scientific conferences and publications and research partnerships, we work with other universities, federal, state, tribal agencies across the region and country to be sure that we're understanding the latest and greatest of their work and getting their ideas into our process. And where it makes sense, we partner with them directly. We have probably 2/3 of our projects have out-of-state collaborators on them, most of whom don't receive direct funding considering the funding limitations of the ENRTF, but they are close collaborators, either with in-kind support or just advisory consultative where it makes sense. So long story short there, we're not in a silo. We reach out and we be sure we're bringing all this to us.
Okay, Chair Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Dr. Phelps. You know, earlier in the week, we had talked a little bit from some of the other large requests that come in from the University of Minnesota, and I'll just draw a contrast here with this and Forever Green, which both were
starting to fund about the same time, 10 to 15 years ago. And I like what you've done of saying, this is the problem solving you're doing, that this is what you have right now. This is what the research has come with, and this is where you have applications. We don't always get that elsewhere. And so I think, we've had these questions at the legislature about how long do we catalyze these centers with LCCMR funding, and we've tried, particularly with MACERC, to find a consistent source of other funding to wean MACERC off. But for just speaking for myself, I'm willing to continue, this significant appropriation because you are coming back and saying you have things, and you're coming back and saying you have problem solving, and you're not just saying, give us some more money. So I appreciate that. I think also, in the past, there's been field days like you had the carp cannon out, and getting members to see that, and getting, having the conferences that you're talking about what you're doing, so that Minnesotans can easily find it. And I think that's really critical. So I'm supportive, but I want to draw the contrast, because we seem to have more requests coming in for centers or other big projects. And at some point, there has to be some delivery, some deliverables or some outcomes that come from it, rather than just, we're going to always come to LCCMR or another source of funding when being told no at a different source of state money.
Okay. Commissioner Moore.
Were you first? Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Phelps. The University of Minnesota is a land grant institution and makes virtuous claims of acknowledgement to the tribes on whose land the university sits. Other than the virtuous claims of acknowledgement in their land acknowledgement statement, there seems to be very little delivery in terms of tangible benefits to the Minnesota tribes. You're one of the largest recipients of LCCMR funding. The tribes further contribute to the LCCMR corpus by selling about $8 million in lottery tickets per year from 42 different lottery ticket retailers. Thank you, Director Nash, for the data. That puts a burden of responsibility on you, Dr. Phelps, as a recipient of that funding, to produce some tangible benefits to the tribes in terms of invasive species, not vacuous claims of serving the tribes, but tangible benefits. And I'd like to challenge you to do that if you're funded in this next round.
We'll just go with the Commissioner Pico unless Dr. Fell has respond.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do. Thank you for the question, Dr. Moore. It's great to, I'm not shy about the challenge, and this is a topic that we ought to be questioned about. I'll say from our perspective, me personally, we take this very seriously. I've spent the entirety of my career trying to learn and improve engagement with our tribal nations here in the state and elsewhere where we work. For us to get beyond the virtue signaling there, we have tribal natural resource folks embedded at all levels of the research process. They contribute directly into the prioritization with identification of their research needs. They sit on our research needs assessment team. They review our proposals. We have 2 natural resource agency folks on our advisory board right now, and they're project partners. We have several projects that tribal communities and agency staff are direct partners with recipients of funding or providing funding to the research project in kind. We've also spent a fair bit of time, and this really ramped up about 4 years ago, where we developed what we called respectful research expectations for our research teams. It was an expectation for us, and this wasn't at the direction of the university, but our own fruition, to require our research teams, if they're working on tribal lands or adjacent waters, that they not only gain permission to do that work, but deeply and more respectfully engage in partnership and collaboration. We also built in there a strong emphasis on data sovereignty and just general cultural respect. That is an expectation we have. And what's happened from that is proposers to us have built more meaningful partnerships. We've sought permission and received it or not. And if we haven't done the research there. I'll give you two really quick examples because I see our time's running out. We developed the biggest ever plant data set of point intercept surveys in the state, massive amounts of data collected by lake associations, the DNR, tribal agencies, and others. This is a map where you can see all these dots where all these surveys have ever existed, except for where there are tribal boundaries. We've graded those out to respect the data sovereignty of those tribal lands. They are indicated as having data existing, but we will not provide them to anybody without written permission from the tribal agency staff. In starry stonewort, for example, the use of herbicides to control invasive plants is a non-starter on many tribal waters. And so we've been working with the Leech Lake Band to investigate non-chemical strategies for controlling a very problematic invasive species that's invading their very important wild rice beds. So a couple examples there, Seth. Hopefully that gets the point across, but I'm happy to continue this conversation and promise that it will remain a priority for us.
Thank you, Dr. Phelps.
Okay. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll shorten it since we're out of time here. Looking at this, I have a comment and a question. So the comment you don't have to respond to if you don't want to. It's more of a strategic issue with LCCMR. I don't see how invasive species issues, particularly AIS, are significantly different from many of the other topics we review that are consistently over our heads in expertise, and we rely on peer review to assist with any scientific things that are beyond our capacity as commissioners. So I really don't understand the need to delegate our responsibility for evaluation and allocation to MACERC. So that's not your fault. But looking at the 10% allocation for the overhead staff that run the center, I wonder if that is the most efficient use of commission resources to only have your success in communication, sharing outcomes, and collaborative tracking of projects as a component of invasive species. It might better serve the commission if your role were to spread across all issue areas and provide that coordination of data, communication, and outcomes across all of the investment areas of the trust fund rather than just AIS. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. Any, Dr. Phelps, you want to respond to that, or looks like that's just comment, right? That wasn't a question, but yeah. So any other questions from members? Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Phelps, for the presentation, and you heard some of the comments made by our co-chairs and members of this committee, and hope you can put that into consideration as we will consider your project moving forward. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you,
next on our agenda is Minnesota DNR Fish and Wildlife Division. The project's name is Optimizing Non-Native Cactus Treatment Effectiveness in Prairie Wetlands. See, the line number is 76. Proposal ID is 196. Megan Fitzpatrick, Ms. Fitzpatrick, are you online?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. Let us hear it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm Dr. Megan Fitzpatrick. I'm a research scientist with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources Wildlife Section, and I'm presenting on behalf of a group of wetland managers and researchers from the DNR, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the University of Minnesota, and the University of North Dakota, and we thank you for considering this proposal. So we're proposing a research project that will produce cost-benefit information about treatment options for invasive cattail to help wetland managers maximize the impact of conservation dollars for managing wetland habitat. So we want to research effective management options for invasive cattail because it's become so pervasive in Minnesota wetlands. Unlike our native cattail, invasive cattail forms dense single species stands that displace native plants, including wildlife food resources. Invasive cattail is also difficult to move through for everything from ducklings to people trying to canoe or hunt in wetlands. There are two examples of invaded wetlands in my background on the left. They essentially look like solid walls of cattail. And you can contrast them with the photo behind me. So this is what we aim for with cattail treatments. The photo behind me shows a wetland with a nice mix of open water and diverse emergent vegetation, including some seeding sedges that are good waterfowl food. So our project will focus on treatments for a highly impacted type of wetland in Minnesota's prairies called seasonal prairie pothole wetlands. In a healthy state, these are shallow wetlands that provide crucial food and habitat for wetland wildlife in the spring, including breeding ducks, secretive marsh birds, and amphibians. However, seasonal wetlands are often completely choked with cattail growing throughout them. Again, exemplified by that picture in the upper left. That's actually a picture from our pilot study last summer. So, as you might imagine, Minnesota's public land managers spend a lot of time and money combating invasive cattail. They use a variety of chemical and mechanical methods. Invasive cattail is challenging, however, because it has these underground organs called rhizomes that help it recover from damage. And it can also, of course, resprout from seeds in the soil or that blow in from other areas. So if funded, we will conduct a research study comparing the effectiveness and longevity of 4 cattail treatments with a range of costs per acre. And we hypothesize that the treatments with higher implementation costs, which are associated with higher levels of soil disturbance, might have longer lasting beneficial impacts. Importantly, these treatments are also feasible to implement in the immediate future. So our study results can be used right away to inform treatments and optimize treatments for Minnesota's thousands of seasonal prairie pothole wetlands. So I'll describe the treatment methods we'll be testing from least expensive to most expensive, but potentially longer lasting. First is simply application of an aquatic approved herbicide called glyphosate on the cattail. This is currently a commonly used treatment for cattail. And our second, more experimental treatment is application of herbicide followed by a mechanical treatment called roller chopping, which cuts and crushes the cattail. And we hope that additional damage will allow us to reduce frequency of retreatment. Our third treatment is herbicide followed by disking, which cuts deeper into the soil than roller chopping. And our final treatment is scraping, which means using an excavator to remove the upper level of sediment in the wetland, fully removing that cattail, including the roots and rhizomes. So those are our 4 experimental treatments. We'll survey our metrics of interest before treatment, apply the treatments to our study wetlands, and then return to our wetlands for 3 years afterward to evaluate. With this setup, we could also return again in 5 years, 10 years post-treatment, as long as treatment impacts are discernible. But 3 years post-treatment is our first stage, and that's our ask here. Our metrics of treatment effectiveness that we'll measure include vegetation metrics that we'll look at with ground-based surveys and with aerial imagery collected using a drone. We'll also count duck breeding pairs to learn about changing waterfowl use. We'll use a drone with a thermal camera to see down among the cattail for accurate duck counts. We'll also learn what species of secretive marsh birds are using the wetlands using passive acoustic recorders. So comparing these treatment options will produce practical information for land managers to balance frequency of needed retreatment versus cost per treatment, again, maximizing the impact of conservation dollars. And this is going to benefit wetland wildlife viewers, waterfowl and rail hunters, and all Minnesotans who benefit from wetland ecosystem services. We'll share our results both through scientific publications and presentations directly to managers and to the public. This work will also provide skill building opportunities for numerous early career biologists, including a graduate student and DNR research technicians. I wanted to briefly mention in response to staff comments that we did consider applying through the invasive species centers. I wanted to give a thorough project description here within the time limit, but I'd be happy to explain our reasoning for applying directly to LCCMR if the commission members have questions. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions about that or any other aspect of the project.
All right, any question from members? Commissioner Faber?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things I was just discussing with Chair Hansen here is that I think about, I teach a class of wetland ecology is, yeah, I understand the invasive cattails can eliminate many of our native species. The flip side of that is I don't hear much discussion about when you get these invasive cattails, especially out in our prairie pothole areas. How is water holding capacity on the landscape affected? Is it positively affected or negatively impacted?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've seen a couple of research papers out there. What I have seen, not necessarily from prairie potholes, but I think it would be applicable, is wetlands tend to get shallower with invasive cattail coming in. You get a lot of this litter dying off and building up, and that tends to build up and raise the level of the landscape and reduce the amount of water. I think I haven't seen this borne out in studies, but I've heard hypotheses that cattail, having a lot of cattail like that, as opposed to more of a mixing cattail of open water, you may get a lot of transpiration, reducing water holding capacity. But that's what I know of from the research that's been done.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Faber.
I always mention, because we funded some studies on muskrats, because I mean, they're the ones, but they're also the ones, as when their population do increase, they're the ones that can be transporting across the landscape, because cattails are so integral to so many parts of their life history and stuff. So do you see any of that, anything with that in the work that you're proposing to do, or is it just about controlling? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. And I know that Steve Windels has been doing some excellent, really cool work up at Voyagers, and I'm aware that was ENRTF funded. A difference between that project and this one, I would say, is that we're focusing on these seasonal wetlands that are wet in the spring, but then they tend to dry out in the fall. So they're not good overwintering habitat for muskrats. I was actually talking to our fur bearer research scientist about this a little while ago. So that's a reason we're not looking specifically at something like muskrat transplants like Steve Windels did, because these wouldn't be good year-round homes for muskrats. I think it would be really cool and potentially useful to look at in more permanent water bodies in a different study. But that's why that wasn't a big focus of this project.
Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Fitzpatrick. A critical issue for our wetlands right now. I live by a wetland and it's no longer a wetland. The hybrid cattails have taken over. I was curious as to why they first used hybrid cattails. They seem to come in with canary reed grass. And if you are able to eliminate some of these hybrid cattails, can you restore them with native cattails?
Yeah,
Ms.
that's
Fitzpatrick.
sorry. Yes, I thank you for that question. Our hope is that that these treatment methods will allow native species to come in, possibly, hopefully including native cattail from the seed bank, and grow in and serve as something that competes and holds off hybrid cattail from recolonizing. The scraping treatment in particular is one that is going to tend to scrape out some accumulated sediment from the wetlands and help expose some of the native seeds underneath and hopefully help promote that germination. The disking treatment as well is a good candidate for helping to churn up some of those native seeds. And we hope that would include broadleaf cattail.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, just to my first question. What's the history of using hybrid cattails instead of the native?
Ms. Patrick.
Yes. Yeah, hybrid cattails they're a cross between narrow-leaved cattail, which is an invasive species that we believe from historical records came over from Europe and gradually kind of made its way across the United States from the East Coast, likely accompanying human travel routes. We know it grows a lot along roadsides now, and you might see it along railroads. So it's sort of been I guess, a natural spread, I would say, as opposed to necessarily a use issue. Unfortunately, it has what we call hybrid vigor, which is sort of a common thing you see in some hybrids across botany, where they tend to outcompete their parent plants like the native broadleaf. Is that getting at your question?
Chair Gibson.
Thank you. I watched some of the restoration of wetlands in my area, and they actually planted hybrid cattails, which infuriated me.
Oh,
And
golly.
I'm just wondering if there was some encouragement just to get cattails on the ground, whether they did use hybrid cattails on purpose.
Oh, I see. So I'm not aware of those specific projects. There are some contexts, I would say, where probably having even hybrid cattail is better than having nothing. So on lake shorelines, for example, when we're dealing with erosion, if there's already hybrid cattail there, I think that's probably something we would rather leave as opposed to having it replaced with, say, turf grass. But I would hope that restorations would be looking more at planting, if they're coming and planting in new plants, looking at other native forms of emergent vegetation. And I'm afraid I don't know about those particular projects, but to my knowledge, I don't think that's anything that DNR is promoting.
Okay, any question from members? Oh, we have Representative Heisman there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I support the project. I'm very glad you're working on this issue in my part of the state, central Minnesota. It's probably very similar to many of the areas you're looking at. Very prolific, in many cases, very destructive. So getting that out of the way, I'll ask a question that might not be completely relevant to the work you're doing, but I'm curious if you're tracking anybody else's work or data that shows potentially the difference in impact to sediment created because of the hybrids, very, as you said, hyper sort of approach to growth and such. I'm assuming that it contributes significantly more to sediment being created, and I'm not aware of any. I haven't Googled this, so I'm just assuming that you might have some sources that I could look at that you might consider to be credible, because I think it's an issue, but I haven't seen it confirmed.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just making a note here. I am not off the top of my head aware of any specific studies, and they may be out there that I'm just not aware of, looking at creation of sediment associated with hybrid cattail. I know that certainly wetlands that have hybrid cattail are often impacted in multiple ways, especially in these prairie wetlands. So they may be ones that are tending to receive a lot of sedimentation from uplands as well. But that's not getting at your question. I could imagine them trapping sediment, certainly just based on their physical characteristics of being very dense stems. But I'm afraid I don't know of anything off the top of my head, but that's certainly something I could look into.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Heisman.
Just to comment, Mr. Chair, I appreciate your considering what I might look at on that. And if you do find something, do pass it on to me. But I would just say, if there is somebody that's interested in working on this, I'd like to know. It kind of falls in line with an earlier question about the potential of holding more water. It potentially could be offset. I don't know if this is something that could be shown through research, but if there's more sediment there, does that potentially have a negative impact compared to the native species? And I'd like to hope somebody's either worked on it or will consider working on it. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Linkseth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it would be good to get a clarification on whether the DNR is promoting the planting of hybrid cattail and other projects. I think that we should know that just for just transparency and making sure we're using good use of funding, so we're not planting and digging up at the same time this plant. I guess my concern and question for you is regarding the use of glyphosate. It sounded like every single treatment that you brought up had glyphosate in it. And I guess my one question, it's a metal chelator, so it binds to micronutrients to leave the plant exposed to disease to die. So, obviously you're going to be using this in a wetland scenario, so it's going to be in water. My concern is, one, that it's going to be hitting that water and transporting across that water body, and what potential effects it has on the native plants that are in that area. I'd almost, I would like to see how you could actually make sure that in these treatments, the glyphosate is not actually hindering the growth of those natives. I don't know, if I would just appreciate any response to those concerns as well. Thank you.
Of course, thank you for that question. Yeah, as you say, we have herbicide in our toolbox of treatment methods, one of the tools, because cattail is such a highly aggressive species. But I'll address your question in two ways. So first, we are using glyphosate and surfactants that are specifically formulated for aquatic use. Glyphosate readily binds to soil particles, so it is one that has limited ability to move within the environment. And as I'm sure you could guess, our applicators are, of course, licensed by MDA and follow label instructions for how to carefully apply that pesticide. That being said, this is a great question. We always want to be selective in our use of herbicides, even aquatic approved ones. So for example, something that we do currently with our cattail treatments with glyphosate is apply that glyphosate at a specific time of year when the plants are actively pulling carbohydrates down into their rhizomes, so that maximizes the herbicide effectiveness and reduces the amount sprayed over time. But to get more specific to this study, so we're examining scraping, which does not involve glyphosate. That's a purely physical treatment, although it's the most expensive. And we're also looking at these combination physical chemical treatments that we hope will last longer than the chemical alone. So our goal is to find the most effective ways to treat cattail that last the longest, so that we can reduce the frequency with which we're applying herbicide, would be the hope of those combination treatments, or potentially eliminate it in the case of scraping. And this is consistent with DNR's, general integrated pest management strategy. We always want to be selective of when we apply herbicides, use the safest ones we can, and look for alternate options. With regard to native plants specifically, that's an excellent question. With this study, we are focusing on study wetlands that are essentially cattail monocultures, very cattail choked. If there were wetlands that included a substantial component of native vegetation, we would not be choosing it for this study. They would be more appropriate for a more physical disturbance in hopes of maintaining that native component. One last thing I'll briefly add is that we're spraying in this study using ground equipment, so we can be quite selective about where that herbicide is going. That was a long-winded response, but that is my answer to that question.
Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up.
Yes, followed by Commissioner Linkseth.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I missed the scraping one, so that helps. And just, the half-life on glyphosate is very long. So again, I would just kind of look to see, where the natives are responding best, and if there's any correlation at all to whether there was herbicide use in that treatment would be really interesting. Thank you for your time.
All right, Commissioner Linkseth, thank you for the question. Then I will just, oh, you have a question too? Okay, all right.
Sorry, I know time's
With
up.
this- Yeah. Okay.
Just curious, you were talking about native plants. What about amphibians? I'm always concerned about, they're so susceptible to some of these herbicides and pesticides and whatnot. If you could just say how that will address herbicides and some of the turtles that also spend time underwater during the winter.
So,
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, being that the time is out, your time expire. Let's have you put in writing, and then we could pass it to the members tomorrow. Okay, so we can stay on time. Yeah, so. All right, if you can submit it to Tom by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Tom Dietrich. And any question on that? But yeah, if you can provide your answer by report, submit to Tom Dietrich by 4 p.m. tomorrow. So we
Absolutely.
can pass it to other members. So thank you very much. We just move on to the next project here. Hey, it's University of Minnesota College of Food and Agriculture and Natural Resource, protecting cold water fish habitat in Minnesota lakes. The line number is 78, and project proposal is 49.
Okay, do I start?
And so, Ms. Henson, if you're on, good. Go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Gretchen Hansen. I'm an associate professor at the University of Minnesota's Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology. I'm here today to discuss our proposal, which aims to safeguard our state's vital cold water fish habitat amidst the challenges posed by extreme rain events, warming temperatures, and nutrient pollution. Fishing is a $5 billion industry in Minnesota. Our fisheries and our beautiful lakes support recreational activities, local businesses, and are integral to the traditions of Indigenous people. Minnesota's lakes contain cold water fish habitat, which supports species like lake trout, cisco, and walleye. These fish are not only crucial to our state's ecological balance, but also hold immense cultural and economic value. Cold water fish habitats are under significant threat from nutrient pollution, warming temperatures, and increased frequency of extreme rain events. Rising temperatures can make surface waters unsuitable for fish that require colder water, while runoff associated with extreme rain events can lead to oxygen loss in deep lake waters that might otherwise provide a cold water refuge, squeezing fish into increasingly small areas, causing fish kills and endangering these crucial habitats. The events of the past week have highlighted the negative consequences of so-called mega rain events, with devastating flooding affecting communities throughout Minnesota. These events also affect lakes and fish habitat, and our current plans for protecting cold water fish habitat do not take into account the impacts of big rain events like these. Heavy rains produce more water than the soil can hold, so the water runs off the landscape and into lakes and rivers. This runoff carries sediment and fertilizers with it, which can lead to loss of oxygen in critical cold water habitats in the deep waters of lakes, leading to fish kills and even local extinctions. Minnesota mega rain events are increasing in frequency. If we fail to design management strategies to account for these big rain events, we will fail to protect cold water fish habitat. Fortunately, we have the opportunity to actually move the needle on effective conservation of cold water fish habitat to reduce the negative impacts of extreme rain and heat waves. Minnesota is already a leader in watershed-based conservation to protect cold water fish habitat. We have state and federal agencies, nonprofits, local units of government, and individual landowners engaged in watershed protection as a means to conserving fish habitat in cold water refuge lakes. Thanks to the groundbreaking work here in Minnesota performed over a decade ago, Minnesota has been a true leader in implementing this innovative and interdisciplinary approach to conservation of critical habitats. We propose to advance this foundational work in a number of important ways to ensure that we are committing conservation resources to areas and activities most likely to yield the greatest benefits and incorporating the most up-to-date information on environmental conditions and lake habitats, including accounting for the impacts of big rain events. We will employ several approaches to evaluate the effectiveness of various watershed management practices in maintaining cold water fish habitat and to prioritize efforts throughout the state. First, we will develop lake-specific targets for watershed protection that take into account the impacts of heavy rain events, warming temperatures, and the variable nature of lakes in terms of their sensitivity, watershed characteristics, and land use practices. We will measure the efficacy of various watershed management approaches to buffering lakes against the potentially negative effects of extreme rain events and provide cold water habitat even in the heat of summer. We will also use high-resolution data collected on priority lakes to really understand diverse lake responses to extreme rain events. We know that lakes across our state are different, and a one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate for all of our lakes. Our partners have already committed over $100,000 to outfit 10 Minnesota lakes with sensors that measure oxygen and temperature continuously and have for the past 6 years. So this means we can examine the sensitivity of these lakes to extreme rain events that have happened in the past, including those that just occurred last week. We will also put additional loggers in priority lakes that we identify as especially resilient or especially sensitive to these kind of events. We will examine these lakes in detail in terms of their habitat, fish populations, and surrounding watershed practices. By digging deeper to understand the characteristics of these outlier lakes, we can understand specific management practices that do or don't work to develop better guidance for watershed protection going forward. Finally, we will engage with conservation practitioners in the state by facilitating workshops with groups engaged in watershed protection and restoration throughout the life of the project. By partnering with federal and state agencies and conservation groups like the Nature Conservancy and Northern Waters Land Trust, we will ensure that our work addresses critical information gaps and that our findings are integrated into existing conservation planning tools used by practitioners, thus directly benefiting conservation efforts and the efficient use of public resources. By funding this project, you will be supporting a scientifically rigorous and practically relevant effort to protect Minnesota's cold water fish habitats from the threats posed by warming temperatures and extreme weather events. Our research will not only enhance our understanding of these ecosystems, but also provide actionable solutions to safeguard them for future generations. This project represents a significant opportunity to proactively protect Minnesota lakes and the fisheries they support, even under extreme environmental conditions. The success of this endeavor relies heavily on collaboration between the university, state and local governments, nonprofit organizations, and watershed groups, highlighting the power of partnerships in employing science-based approaches to achieve our mutual conservation goals. Thank you very much for your consideration of this proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, any question from members? Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I'm certain you're going to say you're familiar with this, but I'm familiar with Bowser work, Board of Water and Soil Resource staff people looking at the percent of forest coverage around lakes in northern Minnesota, in particular in Crow Wing County and Cass County and some of those areas. And I'm just curious if that's part of the information that you're going to use and capture in order to provide understanding for this project. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Henson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Albright. Yeah, of course. So as I said, there are lots of groups throughout the state who are already engaged in this kind of work based on research done over a decade ago. And part of that research identified targets for percentage of forest coverage to protect cold water habitats, as you say. And so this work is really taking that to the next level. Those percentages don't account for the impacts or potential impacts of big rain events, and also are a bit out of date, and they don't account for differences among lakes, really. So recent research that we've been doing shows that different lakes might respond differently, and we might need lake-specific thresholds that will enable better and more effective conservation in lakes throughout Minnesota. So we are working with those folks and hope to kind of update that guidance and evaluate how well things have worked already in order to make the best plans going forward.
Okay, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hanson, last week, you're talking about extreme rain events. There was, I think, 15 to 17 manure pits that were compromised, and they are supposedly really hurt fish, at least everything we've read and studied. When you talk about these extreme events, are you including some of these runoffs from these manure pits? Thank you.
Ms. Hanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thanks for that question. So we are, when I talk about extreme events, we are talking about extreme mega rain events like what we've just experienced. And in terms of manure pits, specifically, I don't, haven't looked into that specific kind of runoff, but that is the kind of thing that we're interested in looking at in different watersheds and different lake types. What kind of land use could we employ to protect lakes from big runoff events that might not be things that happen with a sort of normal rain event, but only happen in these big rain events that can really negatively affect fish habitat. So that's the kind of like detailed watershed assessments and lake specific recommendations that we'd like to be able to pursue with this project.
Okay, Commissioner Lingseth. More. Did I see? Oh, more. Oh, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Herr. And thank you, Dr. Hanson. I recently saw some of your work on walleye recruitment relative to climate change for another funding commission that I serve on. It was very good. With this work and with cold water fish assemblages, we are going to see extirpations of cold water obligate fish assemblages in many lakes in northern Minnesota. And I'm curious, despite our efforts to protect cold water habitats, we're going to fail. As a consequence of climate change and increasing water temperatures in these lakes. In this work, are you planning to address assisted migration of other native fish assemblages for some of those cold water obligate systems, or following the resist adapt approach to climate change mitigation? Are you going to touch on that at all in this work?
Ms. Hanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Moore. Thank you for that question. Yeah, so I maybe bring a little more optimism to the idea of we're going to fail. We have indeed already seen extirpations of cold water fish throughout the Great Lakes region, but Minnesota is poised to really be in a position to slow that down or even stop it by engaging in watershed protection actions like what we're talking about here and what's already going on throughout the state through various partnerships and organizations. In terms of the Resist Adapt Direct framework for climate adaptation, this work falls solidly in the resist category of can we do things on the ground that maintain habitat for these cold water obligate species, no matter what is happening kind of outside of the control of us in the environment. And so we can actually move the needle on cold water habitat. We've seen that that's true already through the work that has happened in Minnesota over the past decade. And we want to advance that work using the best available science and make it even more effective going forward. So while we are likely to lose some cold water fish populations, part of what we want to do in this project is identify the priority places where success is most likely so that we can invest our resources in those places to maintain those populations. And your other question was, is there assisted migration as a part of this project? There is not involved in, there's no assisted migration ideas in this particular project.
Follow up by Commissioner Moore.
Thanks for that response. I do suggest thinking about the systems where we will see cold water obligate fish assemblages collapse. I think that Minnesota's population is not going to be tolerant of fishless lakes. I think that's just the reality that we're going to have to look at as natural resources managers. And so I think we need to think ahead about how we're going to deal with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comments. We're gonna go to Commissioner Pikel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't see in the proposal, but to what extent are you going to be assessing the groundwater input in the water budgets to really get at the lake or individual unit-based impact of sheet flow overwhelming the cold groundwater inputs?
Ms. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Pikel. Thanks for that question. So we are going to do pretty detailed watershed assessments, including soil types and how groundwater is flowing in our priority lakes that we see as kind of outliers and how they're responding. But I will add, so the overland flow, the runoff that comes with extreme rain events, the reason that that is a problem for cold water fish habitat is not that it's too warm. It's that it brings nutrients with it that reduce oxygen levels in the deep waters and cause that kind of squeeze on these populations where they can't access the cold water that's in the bottom. And so groundwater inflow into those lakes, while it is providing cold water into the bottom of the lakes, the fish can't use that cold water if there's no oxygen in it. And that's really the concern with the runoff, is the increased metabolic activity that reduces oxygen in those deep waters. So we will be doing those detailed watershed assessments, but just wanted to add that it's really an oxygen issue more than a cold water issue in the deep water lakes that happens with these big rain events.
Yes, hello, Commissioner Pikel.
So then from the other side, from the air, with the increase in wildfires depositing more and more ash and bringing more phosphorus and potassium into our lakes, even those that are remote and well forested according to DNR guidelines, how are you assessing the atmospheric inputs and deposition impact on the surface of the lake as well as in the watershed?
Ms. Hanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Pikel. That is such a great question. And we do have partners in the National Park Service and Fish and Wildlife Service who have been deeply involved in work on Isle Royale, for instance, where we have completely forested watersheds and lakes that are still experiencing algal blooms and loss of oxygen in the bottom waters, despite no development in the watershed. So those are the kinds of lakes that we're really interested in understanding what is happening in these kind of outlier systems, likely due to things like atmospheric deposition, that we can learn from to better design conservation strategies to protect cold water fish. So those lakes on Isle Royale have loggers in them. Fish and Wildlife staff and Park Service staff are already doing pretty intensive water quality and fish surveys that we're going to kind of partner on with as part of this project to bring everything together to understand what's going on.
Okay, right on the dot. Thank you, Ms. Hanson, for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. Pine Needles reveal past, present airborne PFAS. This is line number 80 and proposal ID is also 80. What a match. Yeah, and presenter is Summer Street. If you're online, we're anticipate you coming on screen. There you go. Okay. Go ahead with your presentation, Ms. Street.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Summer Streets. I'm a research scientist at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. I've been studying PFAS in the ambient environment since 2008. And I think many of you probably know that PFAS has become one of the most pressing environmental issues in Minnesota. Extensive monitoring of PFAS in surface water, groundwater, and fish is now part of our regular monitoring activities, which has led to advances in regulation and cleanup. However, we have done very little monitoring of PFAS in air, leaving a critical gap in our understanding of PFAS sources and exposure pathways. We have done so little PFAS air monitoring for a few reasons. First, air monitoring typically requires special locations that include a fenced-in area, electricity, and specialized equipment. Second, traditional air monitoring requires staff with special training to operate the samplers and manage the collections. And third, traditional air monitoring is very expensive, costing upwards of $1,000 per sample for PFAS analysis. But there's another option available to us that has been vetted in peer-reviewed studies in other parts of the country. The needles of pine and other conifers can be treated as passive air samplers and analyzed for PFAS. Pine needles are great passive air samplers because they have a waxy outer layer that attracts and binds airborne pollutants, including PFAS. Pine needles capture both long-range and local PFAS, giving a total picture of PFAS in ambient air. There are a number of advantages to using pine needles as passive samplers. Pine are present throughout the state, making it possible to get samples in even the most remote regions where we could never place a traditional sampler. The current year's growth can be identified and easily collected to ensure we're looking at current air conditions. And pine needles are relatively inexpensive to analyze compared to air samples collected using other methods. There are two components to this project. The first is to leverage Minnesota's extensive network of water monitoring volunteers to collect samples in every county in Minnesota. This will give us a sense for the first time of ambient PFAS air conditions in the whole state, including remote regions. Using the volunteer network will greatly reduce the cost of this type of project since we will avoid the high costs associated with hiring contractors. And in addition, engaging our volunteer network will improve public engagement and awareness of PFAS in the environment. The second component of this study is a retrospective analysis of archive needles held by the University of Minnesota Bell Museum Herbarium. This part of the project will focus on Washington, Ramsey, and Dakota counties in the vicinity of historic PFAS production. We'll do a decade-by-decade assessment of PFAS using non-targeted analytical techniques to give us a picture of how production and environmental presence of PFAS has changed over time. We'll also analyze needles collected long before the invention of PFAS to use as a control, and then do a decade-by-decade look to gain some insight into when PFAS first started to appear in Minnesota's environment. This study will help us assess current PFAS ambient air conditions statewide, identify potential hotspots that need further investigation and source identification, increase our understanding of PFAS presence in and movement through the environment, and estimate deposition to surface waters to help us understand fish contamination when no other source can be identified. The results of this study will support Minnesota's PFAS monitoring plan, and in particular, the study will help us identify areas of concern, gather data that galvanizes support for PFAS source reduction and pollution prevention, and gather Minnesota-specific information in order to craft effective policies that can be incorporated into MPCA programs. Mr. Chair and members, thank you so much for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take your questions.
Okay, any question from members? Commissioner Faber.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Dr. Streets, I'm curious, I worked with a program when I was doing my graduate studies in Sweden. They've been doing this type of stuff with monitoring environmental pollutants, I guess you'd say, for decades, actually. What other, if you're doing PFAS, you've already identified that as the toxin, of course, so we're interested right here. What other, toxins, carcinogens, whatever, are we able to find in these samples of pine needles that you have identified, or whatever, that could also be done while you're doing this, if it isn't too much more, if you can do the assays or whatever it is that allows you to do this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for that question. There are a number of other pollutants that can be associated with conifer needles or pine needles. For example, PCBs and mercury have been looked at in the past. There are probably some others as well. I think most of the hydrophobic organic contaminants would be likely to bind to that sort of waxy layer on the pine needles. However, within the budget of this project, we would really be specifically focused on PFAS. And if we wanted to add in other analyses, we would have to expand the budget to include the costs of that.
Okay, Commissioner Faber.
Yeah, then so my follow-up would be then, are you able to then say you don't have it in the budget now, but would you be able to reanalyze those same samples later on, to be looking at this history? Because it's as much about what has been, what is, and what will be moving forward. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members, thank you for that follow-up. Yes, I believe if we captured enough volume of the pine needle to begin with, that we could potentially go back and reanalyze the same samples for other contaminants. We would just need to keep those archived and frozen. And again, we would need enough volume because with each analysis, they're going to have to take a new portion of the sample that hasn't been already extracted and run it through the appropriate extraction and analytical methods for whatever contaminants they were looking at. So that would be different for PFAS and PCBs and mercury. They're all going to have a little bit different preparation and requirements before they go on there through analysis.
Again, Commissioner Faber.
And I just thought it would be interesting, and you may be familiar with this. So when I went back to Sweden on sabbatical last year, they have a network across the European Union of countries and laboratories and so on that have used similar collection of these samples. So when you look at the things that they seem to be well ahead of, when we look at neonics and any of these carcinogens, toxins, whatever, they have a whole network. And so then each of the land-grant institutions in all of the different countries, and there's about 30 countries in the union that are part of that, and looking at all of this suite of, so each National History Museum, I think, houses the samples and so on. And I just think it's something, it's just fascinating, that they're so far ahead of this. And I'm sure we have the samples, they just have to, but if you've got the samples, you're okay, because you can go back and look at them. So I just think, it's just a comment that this is just something, we should be getting into now. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or question? Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was very skeptical of many of the PFAS projects presented this year. This was actually one that I truly love and really appreciate because I sound like a broken record sometimes, but I'm always concerned about airborne contaminants from the broader airshed, especially with the higher intensity wildfires in west and northwest of us, bringing in all manner of contamination from other places that don't have an Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund, and then dropping it here. And I appreciate that your project includes the sampling of back to the 1940s, the Bell Museum's historic needles, to try to assess the transition or the intensity of PFAS contamination over time. So I really love the innovative way that you've approached using our natural environment as a passive air sampler. And I think I hope you are very successful with this. If you are successful, I think it could do a lot of good in terms of understanding the way that contaminants move through our environment in the larger airborne fluid of our atmosphere and find their way here. So I appreciate that. I wonder though, if you could speak to how wildfires in particular, with beetle kill driving the destruction of Western pines, how their resuspension of contaminants that they trap and bringing it here to Minnesota could be impacting the results of your project.
Ms. Streets.
Mr. Chair, members, thank you for that question. I don't think I have a great answer for the wildfire impact at this moment, but I think that's a really, really interesting question. And certainly I live on the Iron Range, and certainly we feel the impacts of wildfires up here a lot. And it is something that I've thought about just in general, as far as wildfire suspending those contaminants and moving them around. Now, whether we'll see a signal of that in the needles, I think has yet to be seen. And one way we could consider addressing that is to compare the current year samples, which is what we're planning on collecting. So when you have let's say a fir tree, for example, you can very clearly see which needles came on this year and which are older. And some of the needles on the tree could be 5, 6, 7 years old. And so those older needles have been collecting airborne contaminants for a lot longer. It might be possible to do a comparison of the current year needles and some of the older needles and see if we can tell any difference between maybe years where we knew there were wildfires. It's a very interesting question and something we could explore more.
Yes, Commissioner Peichel.
Yeah, I don't know if larch or tamarack have waxy coating as well, but I think all needle leaf trees could potentially be useful in determining that. So that's really exciting. Last question I have is, given your reliance on volunteer collection, is there a risk of contamination with PFAS in the volunteer collection and storage of those needles?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. That is a wonderful question. I'm really glad you raised it. So we have a really fantastic network of water monitoring volunteers that are very enthusiastic about getting engaged with this type of project. And so we have plans to develop both video and paper training that everyone who's going to collect these samples has to go through. And although there are some precautions with handling these samples, they're pretty straightforward and really anyone can learn them. And then in addition to that, we have a whole suite of QA samples that need to be collected. And so we'll have field blanks and trip blanks and duplicates at a rate of 10% of total samples, which is standard, so that we can verify that there hasn't been any contamination introduced into the materials. Thank you for that question.
Right. Well, thank you, Ms. Street, for a good presentation, and I'm glad that our LCCMR committee are composed not just legislators or community members, but also scientists too. So, you know, gain a lot of knowledge from that as well, and seeing many of you nodding head on hearing the answer come from many points, many good points. So thank you, Ms. Street, and hope to see you out there, out and about, or in committee at some point in the future.
Thank you.
Well, we're now at our lunchtime. Our lunchtime is set for noon, but right now we're just surpassed a little tidbit, like 5 minutes or to 12:05 now. So we're gonna just take a recess and then come back at 12:30 as planned. You know, we'll see, you know, whether people are on time or not, but we'll recess until 12:30. Enjoy your lunch. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear us now? Yes, okay, they're working now.
All right. So we now reconvene the LCCR committee. And now people are back again online and also here. The first item to start off is will be presented by Mr. John Lee from University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering. Title: Facilitate Transport Hybrid Membranes for CO2 Separation. This is line number 81 and proposal ID 257. Mr. Lee, are you ready?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Chair and the Commission members, my name is Jun Lee. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. It is my pleasure today to present our proposal. The proposal has two co-PIs, Professor Andreas Stan and Professor Trion Dumitrika. Reducing carbon dioxide emissions remains a major challenge to the world, including Minnesota. The detrimental effects of CO2 on the climate and the environment are well recognized. CO2 traps and radiates heat back to the Earth and is one of the major greenhouse gases. Furthermore, the accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere results in a lower pH of the upper oceans, as well as Minnesota's lakes, leading to an increased acidity level of those lakes and affecting their ecosystems. In our state, many industrial facilities are using oil and natural gas to heat and operate. According to the report, greenhouse gas emission in Minnesota 2005 to 2020, emissions from these sources had risen 14%, which was concerning. So there is an urgent need for us to develop carbon capture solutions. Capturing CO2 benefits our environment and has economic implications as well, as it creates a big market. The captured CO2 can be reused as a vital ingredient for various industrial products, such as CO2-derived fuels like methanol and methane, CO2-derived chemicals like urea and plastics, and CO2-derived building materials like CO2-cured concrete. Therefore, our endeavors hold promise for fostering economic growth in Minnesota. In this project, we will develop highly permeable and highly selective membranes named Facilitated Transport Hybrid Membranes, FTHMs. Basically, a hybrid membrane is a polymeric membrane with particles embedded in it. Usually, these particles help with the CO2 transport through the membrane. On top of that, we are using facilitated transport to further enhance the CO2 transport, as shown at the top of the screen. We will embed metal organic framework, abbreviated as MORPH, nanoparticles into the polymer matrix of the membrane. These MORPHs, working as CO2 carriers, can have reversible chemical reaction with CO2. They will react with CO2 on the feed side, then the reverse reaction will happen on the permeate side and release the CO2. Therefore, besides the diffusion mechanism of normal membranes, these CO2 carriers will further boost the CO2 transport by chemical reactions. That's why the mechanism has been named facilitated transport. Our university team has already started the research with the support of a 3M seed grant. We have successfully synthesized a baseline hybrid membrane and will finish building the test bench by the end of next month. Through our strategic partnership with 3M, we are uniquely positioned to spearhead this technology. Here is an overview of our proposed 3-year project. As shown on the left of the screen, throughout the project period, we will use high-performance molecular dynamics simulation to study the CO2 transport and provide guidance for material selection. In the first 2 years, we will develop MORPHs for optimal transport, facility transport, and design a robust fabrication method that can uniformly distribute the MORPH particles within the polymer. As shown on the right of the screen, through rigorous testing, we will compare the CO2 separation performance of our membrane to other state-of-the-art membranes. Starting from the second year, we will design and build membrane modules. We will then perform both lab scale tests and field tests to our membrane modules in the third year. We hope this project will have a great societal impact. The world emits about 60 gigatons of CO2 per year, and we need to reduce the CO2 from the atmosphere to reach net zero by 2050. Since some industries will not be able to fully decarbonize, it is projected that at least 10 gigatons per year must be removed from the atmosphere. Yet, achieving this ambitious goal requires both scientific progress and concerted industrial efforts. We believe that with our university team's expertise and the local alliance with 3M, we are in a distinctive position to place Minnesota at the center of innovation for carbon capture solutions. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to take any questions.
Okay, any question from members? Okay, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your presentation, though I only understood maybe 10%. I like the proposal and the idea. I'm wondering what the end state of the carbon dioxide once extracted through this membrane would be. What would we do with the carbon dioxide, and what condition is it in that we could perhaps bury it or put it to industrial use? Thanks.
Yes, and Chair and the Commission members, thank you for the question. That is a great question. Yes, indeed, as you mentioned, one of the major final destination for this CO2 after separation is to is underground. So basically, after the membrane module collected the CO2, we will have to first compress it, pressurize it, to transport it to some site suitable for underground injection. So normally they will dig a well couple of 100 meters down into the ground, and the CO2 once injected there, it can have a chemical reaction with the underground and permanently sealed there for according to research, millions of years. And of course, as I mentioned, this CO2 can also be transported to various industrial facilities. Like I mentioned, they can be used to make plastics, make urea, make CO2 cured concrete. They can even be used for the food and beverage industry because for sodas.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you for that clarification. I saw that there was also $45,000 in longer-lived equipment, including a GC analyzer. What is the what is the useful life for that equipment, and how will you continue to benefit the public with that investment after the project is complete?
Chair and the Commission members, thank you for the question. Yeah, we definitely definitely those GC analyzers, they can be used for years if maintained well. I would say like 10 years plus. The project we are proposing is only a 3-year project, but the GC analyzers and some other capital equipment will be left in my lab at the University of Minnesota. And we will utilize this facility to further apply to other federal fundings. And then those the results, the research results from those federal funded projects will be disclosed per the federal instruction and the regulations. So they will be continued. They will continue to be used for further research projects.
Any further question? Okay, Commissioner Linksa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Lee for the presentation. I know we met in St. Cloud and I was able to ask quite a lot of detailed questions. Not that I also fully understand the concept, but I am really excited to see where this goes. And I hope that we can hear back on how this progresses. I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Further question from any other members? Okay, Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Lee, for bringing your proposal forward. I also met you in St. Cloud at our listening session, so that was interesting. And I know that you're really focused on how can we affect change for our changing climate. And so my question is, you may have gone through it, but would you please help us remind us a bit, what is the application? Should this MOF membrane be successful, what would be the application for industry or other sources of CO2 that we could look forward to? And, you know, how might that really provide some opportunity for change in the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere? Thanks.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Chair and the Commission members. Thank you so much for this question. As I mentioned in my presentation and shown in this virtual background, for Minnesota, through this report, we will observe that for power generation, indeed, during these 15 years in the report, the carbon emission has reduced by almost by over half. Nonetheless, power generation it still is in the third place in carbon emissions in Minnesota, and those membrane modules will certainly be used for power plants for power generation. We are mainly thinking about post-combustion applications, as you see in the upper right corner as well. We are aiming to test the membrane at a really high temperature that is relevant for post-combustion gases. But what I specifically point out is this industrial plants. So those industry plants can be many different kinds of factories, or even like in mining sites. Like I remember magnesium casting, taconite mining. Those those mining sites also consist of the major a certain amounts of this category. And yeah, but we are thinking about post-combustion gases and separation. So this membrane module will mainly be used for the industry plants in Minnesota. We see from the report that a lot of the industry plants still need oil and natural gas to heat and operate, and there will be some fossil fuel combustion happening at those plants. So we are looking to install those modules potentially at those kind of plants.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Lee, for your presentation. Yeah, we now move on to the renewable energy conversion for farmed diesel and ammonia, also by the University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering. The line number is 82 and proposal ID is 290. Presenter is Paul Hoover. Yeah, so if you can correct me by pronouncing your name when you present, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm Paul Danhauer, Distinguished McKnight University Professor and MacArthur Fellow in Chemical Engineering and Material Science at the University of Minnesota. I'm also the co-founder of 4 companies, including Activated Research Company in Eden Prairie, Lacrol Technologies, Ceronics Renewables, and Carba, CO2 direct air capture Minnesota company. I'd like to tell you about our project, Renewable Energy Conversion for Farm Diesel and Ammonia. This work will be done with Professors Dan Frisbee, Chris Layton, and Chris Bartel in our engineering department at the Minneapolis University location. And I thank the LCCMR members and staff for this opportunity. This project focuses on one of the biggest current engineering challenges in agricultural processing and environmental energy policy: How do we utilize new opportunities in low-cost wind and solar power to drive rural agriculture with minimum environmental impact? Modern farming uses liquid hydrocarbon fuels for equipment, light hydrocarbons of methane or propane for heat, and fertilizers produced from natural gas, all of which add substantial cost in carbon emissions. While farmers currently have access to low-cost renewable power, the technology to convert it to usable, economically viable forms does not yet exist. The ability to use on-site wind and solar power for production of fuel, heat, and fertilizer, rather than purchasing from fossil fuel refiners, provides a significant opportunity to broadly implement carbon-neutral, local, and more sustainable energy in rural agriculture. Conversion of renewable electricity to fuels and fertilizers in distributed locations has been pursued for decades, with the ultimate goal of achieving transportation fuels for less than about $1 per kilogram. However, the economic analysis of the technology has repeatedly identified the cost of producing on-site reductants, such as hydrogen gas, that are the key ingredient in small-scale distributed fuel and fertilizer manufacturing, as the problem. The current best technology to produce hydrogen, called electrolysis, costs more than $6 to $7 per kilogram, so 6 or 7 times the target price. Because it's using precious metals such as platinum and iridium, the requirement for expensive membrane materials, and the necessity of high power consumption during operation. The technology in this project aims to solve the on-site hydrogen and fuel problem by developing the first non-membrane water-splitting catalyst technology without precious metals. It's called a charge swing catalytic condenser. This technology is engineered to absorb and split water before sending the hydrogen and oxygen in separate ways for separation. The benefit of a condenser technology to split water to make hydrogen is its low cost and simple application in small-scale distributed applications. Unlike conventional processing technology, which requires complex, highly integrated process and high capital costs, this new approach operates transiently such that complex device architecture can be eliminated. Moreover, the new technology would be simple to use with automated switching control and the ability to store and use energy as chemicals such as H2 fuels or ammonia. This allows a simple form factor that can be brought into any rural location that wants to use electricity independent of the electrical grid. The invention of small-scale ammonia fuel and fertilizer manufacturing has multiple environmental benefits for Minnesota. First, the replacement of conventional fuels and fertilizers derived from fossil fuels reduces carbon emissions of Minnesota businesses. Second, on-site production using electricity enables expanded installation of renewable power without the need to connect to the grid, as electrical energy would be stored locally as chemical energy. This reduces the challenge and cost of implementing renewable power in locations with substantial wind and solar potential, a lot of Minnesota, but they're expensive to integrate into the existing electrical system. The key insight into this technology is the ability to control the concentration and flow of electrons on surfaces beyond any current catalyst using nanometer metal and insulator films. Our work on these catalyst devices will occur in 3 parts. First, we'll fabricate multiple variations of nanometer film devices with different thicknesses and compositions. Second, these devices will undergo electronic and chemical testing to evaluate the relationship between design and performance. And finally, this technology will be designed and tested with characteristics that will enable large-scale manufacturing to allow for an economic assessment of hydrogen chemical production by this method. Our research tasks combine together engineering expertise in nanomaterial synthesis, catalytic chemistry, and computational surface design to optimize the most efficient and lowest cost hydrogen technology. Achieving performance targets with a small-scale device and the cost of about $1 per kilogram of hydrogen and efficiency over 80% will lead to the post-project commercialization process focused on manufacturing and business development outside the university. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Okay, online is Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom, are you there?
Yeah, Mr.
Okay, go ahead with your question.
Mr. Chair, to the presenter, just wanting to understand this a little bit more, two-part question. First of all, I know they've done some, I think out at West Central Research and Outreach Station in Western Minnesota. What connection to what they've done, or do you work with that location in your project? And then am I understanding right, you're going to be storing hydrogen after you split water into H2 and then O? Is that correct? If you can explain that process just a little more, I'd that'd be great.
Sure. Yeah, the site out in western Minnesota is one of the world's first small-scale ammonia manufacturing facilities in the world. And one of the key outcomes of that research was that the key economic driver of the ability to make fertilizer is the cost of hydrogen. And so the current approach that they're using is an off-the-shelf electrolyzer that they buy from a company. And that's really the sticking point for that technology, but also making other things like fuels or storing H2. The cost is always the hydrogen, which comes first before you make those other things. Now, what you could do once you make the hydrogen at low cost, you could combine it with nitrogen from the air and make ammonia. So it could build on that project right there. It could address one of the biggest cost problems with that project. But you could also do many things with hydrogen. You could store it as a compressed form. You could reduce CO2 to methanol to make dimethyl ether, which is an alternative diesel fuel that burns cleanly. Or like I said, you could just use it for heat when you need it. Agriculture and farms, they require a lot of propane and natural gas for heat. So the benefit is not any specific application. It's solving the core problem across all of these distributed technologies.
And Mr. Chair, to the presenter, so your process, I know you explained it, I'm in layman's terms, just how are you proposing that you'd split the hydrogen out of the water in a more cost-effective manner? And you mentioned $1 per kilogram. How does that relate to like a gallon of fuel or a measurement that we might equate it to?
Yeah, so the U.S. Department of Energy has selected, recently it was $2 per kilogram, which, and they've lowered it to $1 per kilogram. That a kilogram of hydrogen is about the same energy content as a gallon of gasoline. So that's how you can think of this. It's about $1 to $2 per gallon of gasoline equivalent. Was there another part to your question?
Just the process of splitting it. I didn't
yes.
fully follow up. Is there a more layman's way to kind of explain it briefly? How are you splitting the water into the hydrogen and oxygen?
So think of it, the current way that's expensive uses a proton membrane. And so what they're essentially doing is they're moving hydrogen atoms through a material continuously. And that requires the membrane, that requires the precious metal catalyst approach and the architecture around it, which is very expensive. Our approach uses a swing approach, so we don't have to use the membrane. So we were doing one chemistry at one moment in time and another chemistry at another moment in time. And that's only possible because of this technology, the basic research we've done on surface control at the University of Minnesota.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate your project, and
sure,
look forward to what uses we could come out of it with both fertilizer or fuels.
Okay. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Doctor. I think this was one of the most clear explanations of the challenges involved with dealing with these various sources of energy at the agricultural level. There is a huge amount of federal money, massive amounts of money with magical thinking. And I think the practical challenges that you've cited are real. If we could have localized, distributed production and use, which is actually the economic model that we used to have in agriculture. We used to have a very diversified, distributed model for energy, but also for production of crops and a diversified crop and systems that could stand alone, but now they're monocultural monopolies. And so if we create this, if we invest in you and you have this model for localized generation, distributed generation, is that in the public sector? Does it stay in the public domain? How do we keep that it could be used for a public purpose rather than having it bought up and into the machinery, again, that prevents it from helping out communities and people?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I touched on it a bit at the end about how this proceeds once we've developed the technology. So the LCCMR guidelines state that the percentage of the project that's funded to create intellectual property, like a patent, are owned by LCCMR. So that technology, if invented, just like the university owns the patents that are invented at the university, are owned by the university. In this case, it'd be owned by LCCMR. But to get that technology out into the public where it can do some good and generate economic value, it would be licensed. So one possible route here is that we then form a startup company that licenses that and pays royalty fees to LCCMR and to the university, depending on the balance of the patent portfolio. The second part of that is it just having the ability to create a commercial product that could be out there benefits Minnesotans and everybody that wants to use it, in the sense that it's now available as a technology. So it's both an opportunity benefit, but also an economic benefit in the way the project is and the guidelines are structured right now.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Danhauer.
Thank you.
Next on the item is City of St. Cloud, Fueling the Future, Decarbonized Regional Transportation Project. The line number is 84 and proposal number is 313. Presenter is Ms. Tracy Huddle. If you're online, do come forward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the Commission. My name is Tracy Hodel. I'm the Public Services Director for the City of St. Cloud.
And I'm Elizabeth Kramer. I'm the Sustainability Coordinator for St. Cloud. We are very excited for the opportunity to present our proposal this afternoon. We first wanted to thank the LCCMR for the Renewable Energy Demonstrations Grant funds that were awarded to the city from the Emerging Issues account in October of 2022. I stood before this commission in June of 2022 advocating for funds to demo a pilot scale hydrogen generation facility at our St. Cloud Nutrient Energy and Water Recovery Facility, aka our regional wastewater treatment facility. We were honored to be awarded those funds. These funds were used to complete technical evaluations to determine the applicability and the feasibility of integrating hydrogen generation into a resource recovery facility. We are very excited to share that those efforts have resulted in the City of St. Cloud moving towards the installation of a full-scale, permanent hydrogen generation system at the facility. The funds from the committee gave the city the ability to have the technical information to apply for a $3.75 million grant with the United States Department of Energy. We're thrilled to share with you all that St. Cloud has been awarded those funds, and those conditions were lifted on June 6th, just a couple weeks ago. We've already entered into an agreement with a solar developer to power the electrolyzer with low carbon, no carbon energy. And in addition, we'll be using the biogas that we're generating at our treatment facility. And we'll also be signing a purchase order in the next week or two on a 1.25 megawatt hydrogen generation system. This project, a resource recovery facility that's using all the end products electrolysis process, will be the first of its kind in the world. Because of the LCCMR funds awarded, we're able to move from just a small scale, short-term mini pilot project impacting just the St. Cloud facility to now being able to impact the nation and the world by being able to share lessons learned from the integration of hydrogen generation at that facility. We cannot thank you all enough for providing those funds that sparked the ability to grow the impact of this initiative. With the requested funds from this current round of funding, we now have the opportunity to expand the impact of this project even further. We are asking for funds to pay for industry experts to evaluate the many options of integrating hydrogen into our green energy economy on a regional and a statewide level, and to purchase equipment associated with that. Industry experts will be needed to help with the sizing and the selection of the equipment needed to safely compress, store, and transport hydrogen to various end users throughout the state. Elizabeth Kramer will tell us more about the potential benefits, public-private partnership opportunities that we have, and other impacts of this proposal. Yeah, thank you. I'm excited to be able to talk about this opportunity to reduce carbon emissions in the difficult to decarbonize transportation sector. In particular, we are working collaboratively with the St. Cloud Metropolitan Transit Commission, also known as Metrobus, in an effort to further decarbonize their fuel sources and keep transportation rates low for the entire community and the regional area that uses the Metrobus system. Affordable, equitable access to transportation enriches lives and enhances community health. Metrobus and St. Cloud share the commitment to creating this equitable system for our community, which includes a lot of underserved community groups who are disproportionately impacted by climate change. The decarbonization of public transportation through the use of alternate renewable fuels can extend multifold benefits, with reliable, affordable transportation not coming at the cost of climate impacts, vehicle emissions, and accompanying public health concerns. We're also looking into public-private partnerships. We have a history of successful partnerships that combine cost-effective energy benefits with growing the local economy. One of these is New Flyer of America, who plans to bring production of hydrogen fuel cell buses to the area. Another is working with a local gas distributor to transport hydrogen fuel to end users throughout our region and the entire state. This project will have a tremendous impact. We'll be able to provide opportunities for significant greenhouse gas emission reductions, job opportunities, affordable public transportation, public health benefits for the communities most impacted by climate and environmental changes, and an opportunity to show the world how innovative strategies can provide financial and environmental benefits in communities of any size. Thank you for letting us present today, and we look forward to answering any of your questions.
Question from member. Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have some major purchases. One is for hydrogen compression storage and transport equipment and vehicle conversion kits for 1.5 million, and another one for 2.3 million, the installation of filling equipment. That's a big price tag. How long does it last? What's your plan for it? I guess long-term plan.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair, members of the commission. Our long-term plan is to be able to use this equipment to get the hydrogen out into our community and into our state. It's been interesting now that people have been hearing that we are acquiring hydrogen generation equipment on site, and we'll be producing it as early as, hopefully it should be arriving in June, July of next year. And at that point, we'll be able to distribute it to multiple different end users throughout the state in our region. And we've gotten several people reaching out to us interested in purchasing and getting the hydrogen fuel. Right now, the closest entity that's producing hydrogen is in Chicago, Illinois. So even people that are looking at doing pilot projects using hydrogen fuel, they're having to get that from Chicago and further locations outside of the state. And we've been getting people even from public transits from different communities and different cities. Other cities have been calling, looking for, trying to find ways to decarbonize their own fleet. Industry, just as Elizabeth mentioned, as far as the New Flyer, they are announcing bringing hydrogen fuel because we are producing the hydrogen fuel for them, hydrogen fuel cell buses. So just a huge impact on the community for being able to use that. As far as your question on life cycle costs, I mean, hydrogen generation has been out there for a while. It's just the new part is really the green hydrogen piece. So being able to produce carbon-free hydrogen is kind of the newer part in what people are most interested in right now. And so, you know, what we've been hearing on the electrolyzer equipment is 20 plus years, and that's with minimal maintenance costs throughout those 20 plus years. And then typical to any sort of system, it's kind of like rebuilding. So we're looking at a membrane style electrolyzer. So it'd be kind of replacing just those membrane components, not the whole entire system. And that would be similar. Compression and storage, we use that all the time. So that could last up to 40, 50 years because we compress and store many different types of gases out there. And this is just another type of gas that's being used. Does that help answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at your project, the one thing I would like to comment is if we did fund it, I would like to see the ENRTF logo on those buses that are converted and all the vehicles that are converted, because that seems like it'd be a good opportunity to advertise who paid for that.
Absolutely. And we've been doing that with all of the presentations related to our project itself with the hydrogen generation, because the NRT funds were critical for us to be, we would not have been able to even look into this without those funds. So absolutely would be doing that.
And this is Elizabeth Kramer speaking. I just wanted to add that Metrobus actually has a long history of using their buses to advertise their renewable fuels that they use. So they have a lot of experience in that realm and a lot of willingness to use their buses to showcase that these are renewable fuels and that they're what's being used to move St. Cloud residents and community members around.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Herr, and thank you for your presentation. I enjoyed your presentation, I guess, 2 years ago, and I appreciate seeing that you're attempting to scale that upwards. My question is about capacity. I know how hard it is to land funding, but I also know how hard it is to spend funding once landed. And you just landed, it sounds like a $3 million federal grant, and you're seeking a $4 million grant from LCCMR. Can you explain how you'll have the capacity to get that on the ground and within the timeframes of the grant requirements?
That's a great question. Thank you for that question, Chair, members of the commission. Yes, we are very well aware of the challenges that come with getting grant funds. We have an incredible team here. We've been able to really do some innovative, interesting projects here at this facility and within our department. And I do think we have the resources. We have split the projects up as far as who's the lead in each of these grants. And we have project teams, and we have people to fill in when someone is off to fill all those requirements, because you're exactly right. There's a lot of reporting requirements. There's a lot of financial requirements associated with that. And honestly, all the work that we've done with all the grant applications have really helped us learn more about that process and be more efficient with it. I mean, it's a hard, like I would have to say our team probably spent close to 400 or 500 hours on the United States Department of Energy grant application. That is how many steps is involved. But moving forward from other recipients, they said, that's the hard part, is that negotiation phase with them. And then once you get through that, it's pretty laid out about what you have to do. And we've been recipients of the LCCMR, the ENRTF funds on a couple other projects. And so we're familiar with the process and the reporting process. And we do feel like we have the resources to make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, question, do you have any experience at the city with hydrogen buses? If you said that, I didn't catch that. Or what is your experience in New Flyer, which is a St. Cloud-based bus manufacturer, I believe. Would they be your supplier? Just can you talk to us just about general experience so far with hydrogen buses, and what would your plan be to move to majority of those or all of those down the road?
Sure. That's a great question. Thank you, Chair, members of the commission. So 2 parts there. So New Flyer of America is, I think, the second largest bus manufacturer in the world. And so they have gotten a huge increase in demand in folks that want to purchase the hydrogen fuel cell buses. Currently, they only have one facility in the United States, and it's in Alabama. And really the reason why they're coming to St. Cloud is because that manufacturing piece is because we have the hydrogen, and it reduces their costs to deliver that hydrogen to fuel their hydrogen fuel cell buses. So New Flyer of America is saying that their demand is just going tenfold, and they're having a hard time getting out the buses from their Alabama facility. So they want to expand that operation. And then looking in the public transit on the Metro bus, so the Metropolitan Council here in St. Cloud for the public transit, they have almost converted to 100% CNG buses. And so what we're hoping to do with them, since they already are converted to CNG, we're hoping to blend the hydrogen fuel with the CNG and then do those hydrogen conversion kits within those buses and then further decarb. So it'll be a blended. And that's one big area that there hasn't been a lot of research into, is that blending association and then using that into for the combustion in the CNG Metro bus for the public transit buses.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Senator Westrom.
So, do you have, it sounds like you could always go back to CNG if there's unforeseens with the hydrogen, but I haven't heard really too many concerns about that. Do you have any working electric buses, and what's your experience with them if you do? I've heard from some school districts and others that presents a real challenge in the Minnesota winters, especially keeping charge and not running out and keeping them warmed up. But do you have any experience with that? Compare and contrast these buses and just the pros and cons?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, because that is something that New Flyer has been hearing too, and other transit companies throughout the organizations throughout the state. They're saying that they want to go to EV and they purchased the EV buses, but you're exactly right. They're having some troubles with the colder winters here in Minnesota. And so that's where the hydrogen fuel cell buses offer that advantage, because you're not going to have those same difficulties in a combustion versus an EV and battery, because you have to warm that up, and sometimes there's troubles there. So that's why they're really interested. And even there's a further north transit company that has contacted us because they did purchase a lot of EV. And I think EV is great, and I think it's diversified. I think one of the members talked about, diversifying your local distributed energy production and your fuels. And I think that's what's important. And I think that's what hydrogen offers for this project. It offers another option for areas that might have difficulties with other renewable energy sources of fuel and or power.
Thank you.
Any question from members? Okay, well, thank you very much
Thank you so much
for your presentation. Okay, next on the agenda is University of Minnesota, WCROC, the agrivoltaic point 2, building a resilience e-farm. Building a resilient e-farm. Sorry, a little small print here too, a little hard to read. Line number 79 and proposal ID is 78. Mr. Hines, are you on board online?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Okay, anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I'm happy to present my proposal today. My name is Brad Hines. I'm a professor of animal science at the University of Minnesota, and I'm located at the West Central Research and Outreach Center in Morris, Minnesota. And our research institution really has a lot of experience in incorporating renewable energy technologies as well as dairy production systems. Really, through past investments of agrivoltaics, so through LCCMR, we've been funded through LCCMR in the past, and we thank the Commission for funding our projects. We're really looking at expanding our agrivoltaics research here. We are known actually all over the world for our grazing of cattle underneath solar panels. And it's garnered a lot of attention from a lot of consumers in Minnesota, as well as researchers and people around the world. Our project really is to develop new and emerging strategies for incorporating solar technology and agrivoltaics in production systems in the US. Our goal is to answer some of the new questions, or the questions that we're getting from farmers as well as consumers about solar on the landscape. We see a lot of solar installations going up in Minnesota. And here in Western Minnesota, we're getting a lot of questions about why those solar panels are taking away valuable land that could be used for other opportunities. So we are developing new solar technologies, new solar systems. We're going to be looking at vertical bifacial solar panels which are solar panels that are vertical. So we can actually drive a tractor through the solar system. We can graze cattle through the solar panels. We can also raise actually high value vegetable crops like strawberries, raspberries, and those things in the solar system. I think that will help answer a lot of questions that farmers are asking us, as well as consumers. We've been known for a lot of our cattle grazing, so we'll be exploring, obviously, cattle grazing. You know, that's a new concept we don't see very often in the United States. A lot of it is sheep grazing, but there's a lot of dairy cattle and beef cattle in Minnesota, and we're trying to put cattle at the forefront in an agrivoltaic system. Through our projects, we're also looking at outreach to farmers, to consumers. Actually, as we speak, our Midwest Farm Energy Conference is going on in Morris right now, where there's a lot of farmers, solar developers, and the public here looking at all of our renewable energy aspects. And today, agrivoltaics was showcased at our seminars, as well as our demonstrations outside by projects that were funded through LCCMR funding. So there's a lot of interest and excitement about agrivoltaics happening at our research center. A lot of the solar developers here are looking for us here at the West Central Research Center for answers on how to incorporate solar on the land, as well as provide dual use opportunities through cattle grazing, through cropping production systems, or through vegetable farming. So I think we're excited to present this project to LCCMR, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, Commissioner Linkseth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hines, for your presentation. I think with solar, it always comes down to the economics piece. So I'm just curious what the difference between these these taller solar panels and the typical ones we see out on the landscape. What's the cost difference there? And then I think, you know, there's a little bit of a rural resentment and suspicion around these projects because some of them are so large. The question is if it is a boom and bust, who's going to take care of the infrastructure that's left behind in these projects? Is it going to be the local community that has to pay for it? Granted, I know your project's not going to address that, but it'd be great if it could. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Dear Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. Yes, there is obviously could be some cost differences. You know, if we think about 7 years ago when we put our first installation up, there was no cost difference. Today, it's a different story. And I think that's why we're trying to explore some different alternatives in our project as far as how to design the solar system so it doesn't cost more for farmers or for developers to put up. That's probably the number one question that we get is what's the additional cost for solar designs or raising them up. Actually, through our research, I'm not sure that, you know, the picture in our background that we need to do that anymore is put them higher up. I think we can develop new methods to be able to, you know, keep the cost low for putting these solar installations up. Obviously, the infrastructure on the land, we don't know how long these solar panels will produce, 25 to 30 years. Some of us would tell you that. I think a lot of these designs are and opportunities to showcase different designs as what we're trying to do in our project will help answer those questions that maybe it will make it easier for people and the public in the future. You know, once the solar panels are spent or gone through their useful life, we can put new ones on there and not have to worry about, you know, digging all the poles out and ripping up all of the infrastructure to move somewhere else. So I think that's what our goal is here as well, is to have long-term projects with solar and agrivoltaics.
Okay, any further question?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping the presenter can address the difference with a bifacial solar system and how that is different from our typical photovoltaics.
Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for the question. Yes, bifacial means that you are able to collect sunlight on both sides of the panel. So there is an amount of reflectance that comes off the ground that will reflect back up on the underside of the panel. So you can actually produce energy from both sides of a solar panel instead of just what we see typically on the landscape is one-sided, where the sun just hits and it doesn't collect from both sides.
Okay, Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Hines, you talked about the solar panels maybe being more up and down so you could graze or run tractors between them more. Is that something that would be installed that way, or would they be movable during harvest and planting season or during cattle grazing season? And does that tie in with what your last answer was about a bi-directional panel, where they would also be conducive to collecting solar or energy from both sides? If you can kind of cover all that together.
Mr. Chair and members, yes, thanks for the question. So the solar panels would be vertical. So this is sort of a new concept design. You don't see it. I've seen it in one other installation out in New Jersey, actually. It's very common in Europe, where there's a lot of land not being used and shortage of land. So this would include, the panels would be vertical. So they would go up maybe 15 feet in a vertical manner. They would be bifacial, so you could collect sunlight on both sides of the panel, however the angle of the sun is. So they would get a lot more use. That's the goal of a bifacial, is to generate more power than a typical fixed tilt system. These vertical panels would not be movable. So they would be in a field. You could space them about 20 feet apart. We could space them, however farther apart they could be, actually, based on whatever, a tractor that we want to drive through, or a planter, or we put cows out there or plant grasses. So I think the benefit is we could space these however we wanted and be able to drive farm machinery through them and collect solar energy on both sides of the panel. I hope that answers your question.
And Mr. Chair, it does, Mr. Hines. So what I'm hearing from you and part of this project then would be to evaluate and help answer those questions, but also come up with a design that might be more might collect more energy, but if it also might work more harmoniously with traditional cropping systems or grazing. I think grazing wouldn't matter as much. The cattle or sheep will go wherever the unit or the structures aren't. But the more you tilt it, the more you have shade effect, and so that always affects growing grass or other crops. So I could see some benefit in that, and is that some of the reason they're looking at this? And then last, I'll just try to make it into one big question. Talk about that, and then talk about your application or connection to farmers, small or medium size, or what farmers would be benefiting from this down the road potentially.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. Yes, the vertical bifacial panels would work for grazing, but they would also be more suitable for cropping systems. So you wouldn't have to raise the panels, over 20 feet to fit a large combine through them. So they could be applicable to cropping systems as well. I think looking at these designs, these new designs, there's a lot of interest out there because a lot of developers and municipalities, you name it, are getting pushback on a lot of
solar going on the land. So I think this is a way to help alleviate some of the issues that people have by having them vertical. We can still use the land in multiple ways. I showed a concept of this design to a solar developer here yesterday at our energy conference, and he thought that was quite an interesting idea that they had really never thought of before. So I think there's a lot of interest in looking at ways to help alleviate that. As far as what type of farmers this could help, I think it would help small farmers, medium farmers. You could help, with large farmers as well, depending on the size of and scale of the solar panels. Obviously, our research center here is more of a smaller type livestock unit, so we're able to help those farmers as well. I think it's sort of size neutral. I think these can be scaled up in many different ways. We're working with a lot of farmers around the state. Actually, we had a farmer present here today at our solar energy conference that's actually growing soybeans underneath their solar panels right now, based on some of the research that we've been working with them on. So it'll be exciting to see how their cropping system does this year. We're monitoring their cropping yields and solar energy. So we work with a lot of farmers that are interested in taking these aspects to Minnesota.
Thank you.
Any further question? All right, 1 minute, Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I'm really struggling with visualizing this in my head. So I would imagine that these panels would have to be oriented north-south if they're vertically deployed. To what extent would the intense wind found in that part of the state impact the safety and reliability of this system?
Mr. Hikes.
Mr. Chair and members, yes, thank you for the question. I think you are probably correct. They could be orientated north-south, depending on how much solar energy would be produced. We would obviously angle those according to maximum solar energy use. I think the question about wind is warranted. I think, based on our previous research, we've had 98-mile-an-hour winds out here in Morris, in the western part of the state, and our solar installations haven't been bothered by any wind issues at all. So I think I'm very confident that our solar design will not be impacted by any wind issues at all.
Okay. Any further question from members? All right, thank you, Mr. Hine, for your presentation.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We'll go to another University of Minnesota project, landscape algorithm, Minnesota Plant Watch, community scientists conserving rare plants. And this is line 86, project number 7. If David up for presentation, do come forward.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. State your name for the record.
Okay. My name is David Ramakal, and I am with the Plant Conservation Program at the University of Minnesota Landscape Program.
Mr. Ramakal,
sorry.
Can you speak louder or get closer to the mic?
Oh, sure. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
We can hear, but not everybody can hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me
Shout
see
to the mic, yeah.
Let me see if I can adjust the volume on my audio.
You just go ahead with the presentation. I suppose if we have hard time, well.
Okay, I'll turn up my speaker
fine.
a little bit. Okay, there we go.
All right.
All right. Sorry about that.
Just go normal on your side. We will crank up the volume on our side.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. My name is David Ramakal. I'm with the University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum and part of the Minnesota Plant Watch team. I would like to thank the committee chairs and members for giving me the opportunity to present our project. Minnesota has 1,900 plant species, and 20% of those are considered rare, meaning they're listed or watched by the state. The Minnesota DNR's Natural Heritage Database has over 11,000 populations they're tracking, with limited funding and staffing. At the University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum, we have about 500 populations banked in the state rare plant long-term seed bank. Keeping these two database and bank resources up to date is a monumental task, and with pressures on native species, of supreme importance. It's taken decades for the DNR to accumulate those thousands of records, and given climate and landscape changes, there is a need to keep these records updated. Without up-to-date population records, it is difficult or impossible to make effective decisions on how to prioritize and preserve our rare native resources. At the same rate, populations of rare plants are disappearing, and there is a need to anticipate and bank these populations before they do disappear so they can potentially be recovered. And this is where Minnesota Plant Watch has come in. Minnesota Plant Watch is an LCCMR-funded initiative to bring Minnesota community scientists into this effort. It was started to accomplish a few things. First and foremost, to greatly increase the data and seed collection capabilities of the DNR and the Landscape Arboretum around Minnesota's rare native plants with minimal staff investment. Second, to harness the enthusiasm that we know is out there among professional and amateur botanists and naturalists to find our native treasures, and therefore get Minnesotans connected to their natural resources, more invested in their natives. This initiative so far has been a growing success. We've already found that we cannot keep up with the number of volunteers that want to be part of the program, and that they can be extremely productive and enthusiastically supportive. We've worked with the Minnesota Native Plant Society and the Minnesota Master Naturalists for our first rounds of volunteers and found them really to be a joy to work with. The productivity of this group is potentially enormous. We think we can manage a large number of volunteers, including the training and scheduling of them all, if we're able to develop a stronger online portal for volunteers to communicate, schedule, submit data, and find resources. We also hope to develop additional mentors within the volunteer group to help disperse knowledge and share experiences to a wider diversity of volunteers. With very little additional staff investment, we've been able to update vital outdated rare plant data and bank high priority population genetics. We think that in this upcoming stage, as we mature this project, the benefits to the state and the plants themselves will continue to grow as we're able to get to more and more populations. And as important to me, who is always pushing for education and outreach as part of the Arboretum, we will get more Minnesotans involved and invested in their state. In 2023, our first full field season, our volunteers contributed over 550 hours of survey work and drove over 6,000 miles to accomplish these surveys. And that does include 16 nights where they're spending away from home. On top of our volunteers from last year, this year we have almost 100 program applicants and over twice as many waitlisted. In the young 2024 field season, we have already trained 38 recruits, and as of a couple weeks ago, they've completed more than 13 surveys. To reach all these objectives in this upcoming phase of Minnesota Plant Watch, we intend to update at least 60 priority records annually, to preserve seed from at least 20 priority populations annually, to increase volunteer capacity and support by implementing a digital platform that better connects and coordinates staff and volunteers, and to support 50 to 75 at least community scientists annually, and increase project outreach towards newer volunteers from diverse backgrounds and underserved communities, leaning on our more experienced volunteers as mentors. We've tapped into an enthusiasm and resource that we thought was there, but just really hadn't been leveraged. We're excited to continue this program, and we think it fits LCCMR's objectives in many ways, including protecting threatened natural resources and engaging the public statewide. Thank you for supporting our project and other groups' worthy projects, and for considering our proposal. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, any question from members? Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Dr. Remical. I've got a question about the, when you have your citizen volunteers, and being, a native plant guy myself, and especially some of these rare scenes, especially, our 48 orchid species and stuff. Do you have a set list? You said there's 1,900 plant species in Minnesota. Did you say there was 20% that are rare concerns, something like that? When you're going to send these people out, you have to have some idea where they might want to concentrate their efforts as far as finding some of these buggers, because they're going to be difficult to find on the landscape for a lot of different reasons. Do you have lists and or maps, some of the old Bell Museum records and so on, where the plants, those go back I think 100 years probably, because I've used those myself when I'm looking for certain, some of our orchid species as examples. Thank you.
Right. Commission and members, thank you for the question. It's a fantastic question. Yeah, there's a lot of information out there, as you mentioned, a lot of different possible sources. We are trying to tap into all of them, including iNaturalist, the Bell Herbarium, but the NHIS is kind of the start and stop of where we look for our data. They do have 11,000 records, and of those 11,000 records, I forget what the percentage is, but a very high percentage of those haven't been visited in over 20 years. And so really what we've been trying to do is we've been trying to figure out for these first couple of years, what are reasonable starting locations to send people out to from those records that are old, are plants that are maybe not too hard to try and identify as we're getting people trained up, and not in locations that are too hard to get to. So that's kind of our standard. We sometimes the plants that we send them out to, or the populations that we send them out to, haven't been seen in 20 years. There is, we kind of had one success story from this past year that's fun to tell. There was a wild grape that we sent somebody out to look for. And the last time it had been seen was in 1918, 105, 106 years ago now. And that actually was refound. So that was pretty exciting. And that's actually a pretty fun story for a lot of these volunteers, is that in the course of doing this, just last year, there were 6 new populations, new records that had been found sort of in the course of looking for other records. And that's a fun, exciting moment for both for us and for the volunteers. It's kind of very rewarding, and it's a good hook. It gets people really interested and wanting to come back, because it's kind of a rush finding those new populations.
Yep. Commissioner Faber.
Yeah, I can imagine finding a lost, basically an extirpated species got to be just the most rewarding. I was just going to say, just kind of blowing our own plug here at the LCCMR, we have supported the Minnesota Wildflower on-site site, which I use all the time. And then, of course, we've been a long time supporter of the Minnesota Biological Survey, which I think you might be able to find a lot of more recent records of those things. The Wildflower site is nice because people can go on there and put, so you're going to have some information from just people, if you will, people out looking for these things, which is kind of neat to see where they're found. So I'm sure you were aware of them, but I thought I'd throw a plug in there. So thanks for your efforts.
Oh, of course. I will also plug that, the Wildflower, Minnesota Wildflower website. I love that site. I love their app. Their app is absolutely fantastic. It's been, in my opinion, one of the most sort of personally applicable things that the LCCMR has funded. It's great. I recommend it to pretty much everybody that I talk with, and everybody that loves it. There's lots of folks out of state that I talk with and show the app, and they use it even though it's not part of their state, because it can be applicable, and it's such a good resource, such a fantastic resource.
Okay. Commissioner Gibson, Chair Gibson.
Thanks, Commissioner Faber. You stole one of my comments. I was just I'll reiterate, the County Biological Survey is an invaluable tool. I have to say, one of my favorite trips was always going out with somebody from that staff who would get down on their knees and look and show us these little plants that were very rare. I was with her once when she discovered one. So I highly recommend that you tap into that data and talk to some of their staff. They're quite knowledgeable. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's a great comment. We actually work just about hand in glove with the Biological Survey. That's pretty much all the data that we are working off of. As mentioned, for the Natural Heritage Information System, they do fantastic work. There are just only a few of them. So this project is really part of what it's intended to do, is just magnify their work, take what they've done, help them sort of reconnect to all those populations. Yeah, they're a fantastic group of people. Absolutely.
Okay. Commissioner Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your work and your connection with citizen science here. It's really fantastic. I still have yet to visit my ball cactus, though. That's on my list. So I recognize that you're connecting and educating a lot of volunteers. To what extent are you planning to connect with commercial nurseries and organizations that supply Minnesotans with plant material so that they could learn to perhaps make these plants less rare?
Mr. Rumacall.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner, Chair, and members. That is a good question. I think it's a little harder to speak to that, not being part of the DNR, but I can speak to what we're doing at the Arboretum, and that we do try and encourage the use of native plants. Our native plant sale every year is expanding, and we use that as really as a form of outreach. We also recommend in a lot of ways a lot of the nurseries that sell native plants. We see that as a growing industry, and very supportive of it. I'm not a horticulturist myself, so my focus really is on native. So I really do want to support all those groups. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I do. Yeah, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but let me know if you want me to redirect.
Thank you. That's pretty close. The challenge is just the availability of native plants was kind of my concern, and the awareness in the private businesses that supply plants to maybe focus on native material, locally sourced material that's adapted. And perhaps one day there won't be a need to do rare plant surveys because it's just a plant survey.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of nurseries that are selling native plants, and I think that it's kind of a building sort of conglomeration of or nexus of supply and demand that I think they're like, for example, the plant sale that we've had at the Arboretum, it's been growing. We're going to be, the plan is from last year to next year to have it double in size at this point. There's just an increasing awareness in people looking for plants. And there is an increasing number of nurseries that are dealing in native plants, even some of the larger commercial nurseries dealing in native plants as well. And so I think both the desire and the supply is kind of out there, and it's just a matter of connecting that and publicizing it in a lot of ways. I think just sort of making people aware that, and when we get people that come to like our plant sale and we sell a lot of plants, we can tell them, all right, these are the nurseries you want to go to. They've got great resources. So I think that information is there. I do agree. I think that we need to increase it. But I think one of the things we've got to do as part of our outreach is just show people what's there already, connect them to what they need, really. Oh, and one last thing, sorry, about the ball cactus. We've got some really great updates on that. It's not part of this project, so I won't waste time on it. But it's look at some of our updates. We're really excited about that. Super excited about that. Go out and visit them for sure.
Okay, Chair Gibson.
Just a quick comment. I have a large native wildflower garden that Commissioner Faber knows all about. Any rate, I have found out that this year lawns and legumes that we funded is so popular that they're having a hard time getting some of these native plants. So I just think that's been a great investment for LCCMR that we're seeing these native plants in use.
Thank you for the comment. I agree. I think that is also a fantastic program. That we've had some comments at our plant sale as well that we're kind of looking into starting to sell more plants that could be specifically geared towards lawns. I mean, a lot of our native plants are good in general, but yeah, I think that's a program that we would love to support for sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rumacall, for your presentation right on time. Next is Bass Tech Fishing and Outdoors. Their project is adult outdoors education for Minnesota's underrepresented communities. The evaluation line is 128 and proposal ID is 135. Mr. Ray Ruse, are you online right now?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, go ahead with your presentation.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. First and foremost, I'd like to just thank everyone for the opportunity to present today. Me and my team are really, really excited. So thank you for the opportunity. Let me start by asking everyone a question here. Have you ever been in a situation where you found yourself not understanding what is being said, or you meet someone that needs help and you can't properly communicate with them and you can't properly help them? Well, communication is a huge barrier for communities of color when trying to participate in outdoor activities like fishing and hunting. Allow me to explain. Problem. Let's identify the problem. In recent years, we have seen a decline in both fishing and hunting participation here in Minnesota and nationally. As a former fishing and hunting liaison for the Minnesota DNR and currently working directly with underserved communities, I understand this problem firsthand. Historically, underserved communities have not had the same fishing and hunting opportunities as other folks. And you ask, well, why is that? Well, because of communication barriers, expense barriers, and accessibility barriers, just to name a few. So how do we, Bass Tech Fishing Outdoors, how do we plan? What are we doing about it? Well, we, Bass Tech Fishing Outdoors, plans to create an adult BIPOC fishing and hunting cohort of 10 to 20 individuals participating in a 2-year cohort. The purpose of this cohort is to create a community within the cohorts, build lasting relationships, and really importantly, foster leadership of the participants to go on so they can share their knowledge in their own communities based on what they've learned. Throughout our cohort structure, we will provide a series of fishing and hunting opportunities for underserved and underrepresented communities. We'll provide all, and I mean all, the necessary equipment to make this happen, with your help, of course, and support. Now, one of the critical components to this is community liaisons. Okay, you need boots on the ground. Professional instructors from the same community, instructors that speak the same language as participants, and instructors that share the same cultural values, very important, as community members, critical to this work. Now, what are they going to learn? What are these participants going to learn? Let's get to the nuts and bolts of that, this is a lot of fun to explain here. Let's start with the fishing portion. So you'll learn, participants will learn proper casting methodology, knot tying proficiency, rules and regulations, which is very, very important, possession limits, fish identification. What kind of fish did I just catch? Fish biology, fish consumption, and how to handle a fish, because a lot of times people are afraid of fish, they flop around. So knowing how to handle a fish is really important, and know how to manage a fish. That's really, really important. On the hunting side of things, hunters education, hunters ed is very important, as well as firearm safety. We want to show folks hunting best practices. We want to take folks out to shooting ranges. We want to take them to trap shooting, learn about WMAs and how they work and operate, wildlife biology, hunting and wildlife etiquette, which is really important when you're out there. Field dressing a deer if you harvest one, how to process wild game and wild game consumption. Now, what's really important is measurables. Well, Ray, how are you going to measure this? Well, our team, we will be conducting pre and post-event surveys. These surveys will be used to measure participation. We're also going to use the surveys to measure purchases of both fishing and hunting licenses. Because again, going back to the beginning, those have been in a decline, not only at the state level, but on the national level. A really important data for the DNR. And the other thing that I think is critical is using and implementing feedback from participants' surveys. This will help enhance programs for future participation. And lastly, our proposal strives to remove as many of these barriers as possible and create a more dynamic and inclusive hunting and fishing community for the future. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. Gracias.
Hey, any question from members? Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I found this application to be really resonant as a Latino who doesn't know how to hunt. I know how to shoot, I know how to fish, but I've never actually been hunting and I don't even know where to get started. So something like this where someone familiar opens the door instead of having to just sort of go from zero to I have a dead deer on my hands. You know, that's a big leap for somebody that doesn't have that experience. So I really appreciate this work you're doing to broaden access and welcoming or inclusive nature of these very profound activities that really build that connection to our natural world. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much for the comments. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hurd, and thank you for your presentation. I think you did a fantastic job, and I'm hugely supportive of your intent. My question may not sound that way. You know, I'm looking at the budget and the fact that you're hoping for a cohort of, 20 to 24 people, and that seems at a fairly high cost per capita. And I just wondered if you could comment on that. It sounds like Jeremy's going to be the first guy to sign up in your cohort.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. I appreciate it. And that's a great question. One thing I've learned being a professional angler and and hunting professionally is it's expensive. It's not cheap. And especially when you don't know where to start, it's even more expensive because it costs you your time. Time is very valuable for all of us, right? And what we try to do is we try to break those barriers of cost. Try to have everything in house where when a participant comes to one of our events, we call it consumer confidence. They don't really have to, they just show up and they can try it. Like you go to a golf simulator, someone gives you like an expensive golf club or a cheap one, and you can tell the difference, or you can practice with it in real time and you don't have to invest money. This is very, very important. And when it comes to hunting or fishing, either one, it's incredibly expensive, and we want to educate folks on that. And yes, I would agree. The budget, it is expensive, but it's done intentionally because we know the cost of the instructors. Just someone who speaks 2 languages, hiring someone to teach this is incredibly expensive. We have staff that are bilingual and trilingual, and their time is incredibly valuable, as well as materials and equipment and ammo and all kinds of stuff. So decoys. So yes, we wanted to be a realistic, Commissioner. When we put this together, we wanted to a sobering budget where it made sense for us. So thank you so much for the question.
I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I guess my question is pretty simple. I am curious how you are going to choose the people in the cohort, because you're right, 20 to 24 people is not a lot. And I'm sure there's like much more demand than that out there. So yeah, how do you select those individuals?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a great question. We are going to have an application process, and we're going to divide it into a few criterias. One of them being economically, to ask people, hey, can you actually can you afford to do this? And that's one of the biggest barriers. That's why the Commissioner asked a question, and that was a great question, because we know how expensive this is. So identifying folks in the community that have economical struggles is going to be a big one. Obviously, folks from the BIPOC community would be another criteria. So for now, those are the biggest criterias, and literally people in the community in like Minneapolis and St. Paul. That's another one. So locally, We're not going to be getting folks from, we're not going to not look at everyone, but we want to make sure we keep it close to home, close to the cities, because that's where we do a lot of our work already. We do it in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Matter of fact, I'm over at Dakota County. I'm at a library. As soon as I'm done here, I'm actually teaching I believe there's with Clues, there's some organization that we partner with that will be doing a class today. So yeah, so it'll be folks from the local community. That's again another criteria. So thank you for the question.
Okay. Chair Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is a question that's going to come up on a couple of other projects too. So it's not just specific to yours, but Ms. Nash, do we have a policy on purchase of firearms or purchase of ammunition? Do we have a policy that says if ammunition is purchased, it would be non-toxic? And it's not so much for the proposer, but just across the board here. If I think we have other applicants that are coming, and do we have any such policy if we have these proposals now and in the future?
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair, members, we do not have any policy at this time.
And then,
Chair Henson.
Mr. Chair, and then to the proposer, would the purchase of ammunition, would it be non-toxic ammunition?
Yes, sir. It is. Thank you for the question. It is. We, even on the fishing side, we use mostly tungsten weights, that for a lot of reasons. That's all we use. On the hunting side, we will be using, there's been a big trend for non-toxic, non-lead ammo. That's huge for us because conservation is incredibly important, stewardship and conservation. So we are going to be using a lot of bronze, copper, a lot of copper ammunition, and that's something that I believe is in our proposal when we put it together. So,
Chair Henson.
And then finally, are there any firearms purchased, and if so, what is the disposition of the firearms at the end of the project?
Mr. Ruiz.
Great. Yeah, it's a great question. So the disposition is we want to hold on to these firearms, obviously, in a safe and only use them at events or at the shooting ranges and whatnot. So these firearms will be used throughout the cohort through those 2 years, and the organization will have possession at all times of the firearms.
Okay. Any Chair Gibson.
Thank you. And this is really more of a question for staff. I noticed when you're talking, you had a lot of X's by the capital expenditures, the shotguns, rifles, crossbows, the trailer. I am just wondering, as LCCMR, how do we address that project, those capital expenditures? Are you with me on that?
I'm sorry, is it any of them or just?
You have capital expenditures and there are X's.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how we as commission members address some of those concerns.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, so in the online system, when somebody enters a capital expenditure, it is considered sort of a generally eligible expense because all capital expenditures are subject specifically to LCCMR approval. So it's not like a blanket approval. You can acquire capital equipment. It has to be specifically listed and approved by LCCMR. So that's what those X's are. Oh, it looks like, sorry, I'm getting a note here too, that for purposes of the online system, or for purposes of LCCMR, these only should be listed as capital expenditures if they are if they individually cost $10,000 or more. So those actually could be moved into the non-capital expenditures.
Okay.
And then I think there's not a concern, unless you are raising the concern specifically about the nature of the.
No, my question is, I think we're treading new water here, and I'm just trying to figure out how if they're listed as capital, do we have to put something in the language excluding or including, or how do we do this as commission members? Because I understand this is under, it's 200, I can't remember how much it is, but it's under 250,000. And I'm just, this is new. How do we write this into language or something like that? Maybe this is more for the legislators.
Mr. Chair and members, for capital equipment, unless it's something that has caused some sort of consternation among members that we feel like we need to list it out in appropriation language, we typically wouldn't. The approval comes at the work plan stage. And if it's a big enough concern, if anybody would have concern about capital equipment, this is the time to bring it up, I think. And if you are going to make a recommendation and you wanted to make it conditioned on, you know, removal of something or express approval of something, that would be the time to do it at your July 31st meeting. And if you had any questions to the applicant about would your project still be viable, for example, if you removed some capital equipment, you know, that would be the time to question it.
And then my second question, insurance. Have we paid for insurance for some of these other projects? No.
No, Madam Chair, insurance is actually on our, I want to double check this, but I think it's on the not eligible list. We do not pay for insurance except for title insurance related to land acquisition. So we would, in that case, we would have to ask the applicant to remove that cost.
Okay. Thank you.
Further question? Okay. Thank you. Chair Hansen.
I think, and it's not just this proposal, there are other proposals that have firearms purchases, which I think is a new river that we have yet to cross. And I think we should think about that and maybe develop some policy. I think it's the question of what happens with the firearm after the grant is done and when it's purchased with constitutional money. And I don't have an answer off the top of my head on that. I think the question of ammunition, of using non-toxic ammunition and non-toxic fishing, I think that's a policy decision that a recommendation from the commission is helpful as a rider. We are an environmental commission and I'm fully encouraged doing that. And I don't know if that needs to be, I don't think it needs to be today, but I think some of these issues are, there's a difference between I think a fishing pole and a sinker and a firearm and ammunition. And so this isn't related specifically to your project. You know, it's a bit, we have other projects that are coming forward this year. And I think it's when we appropriate, we set the policy, or we're setting the precedent. And so I think we should just think about it beforehand. And I'd ask all members to kind of think about that in the next couple of weeks.
Well, good conclusion there, Chair Hansen. We'll think about it in the next couple of weeks as we put our evaluation together. And so thank you, Mr. Roos, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And good luck and good
Thank you,
luck
Mr.
on your recruitment of diverse sportsmen to empower our communities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Appreciate it.
Next, yeah. Oh, okay. Representative Hollins, do you have a question for the previous testifier?
I'm sorry, no, I asked my question. My hand I forgot to lower it.
Okay. All right. Okay, next is Superior Hiking Trail Association. The project is SHT Bridge, Boardwalk and Trailhead Renewal. The line number is 88 and the proposal ID is 116. Is Ms. Lucata online right now? Ready to go?
Yes, I am. I am here.
Okay, go ahead. go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about the great need to renew Superior Hiking Trails bridges, boardwalks, and trailheads. My name is Lisa Locola. I am the Executive Director of the Superior Hiking Trail Association. The association manages and maintains this nationally recognized 300-mile footpath that traverses the rocky ridgeline along the north shore of Lake Superior. The nonprofit coordinates land access and easements with over 200 landowners. We publish maps and guides of our trail and provide education and outreach on leave no trace principles and coordinate 460 volunteers annually. That makes up over 8,000 hours of service on the trail each year. I will note that is an increase of over 1,000 hours since the last time I presented to you 2 years ago. For the first time ever, we have data on how many people visit and benefit from the Superior Hiking Trail. The trail saw over 400,000 user visits between May and November in 2023. The popularity of the trail continues to grow, and now, thanks to our recently completed master plan, we have inventoried the condition of 85% of our assets on the trail, and that data will only further inform our investment priorities. Bridges are by far the most complex infrastructure on our trail. Add in the remote locations and higher safety standards and expensive materials, these bridge projects can be very challenging to complete. When a bridge is compromised or experiences full failure, it can cause major reroute challenges and safety concerns as users traverse the trail corridor. For example, the removal of the compromised Split Rock River Bridge in 2016, which has yet to be reinstated. And recent storm and flooding events have shown that SHTA's bridges, particularly those built at a time with lesser design standards, can be very susceptible to failure. Water crossings are not only over moving bodies of water, often on the Superior Hiking Trail, they're on more placid ponds created by the North Shore's original architect, the beaver. In these cases, a boardwalk is necessary to provide safe passage for our users. We use a Wickcraft boardwalk product, which is made of galvanized steel frame and is guaranteed for over 100 years. So that's what we're replacing things with these days. One area identified through our public feedback of our master plan was the need to improve our trailheads along our corridor. We have over 50 trailheads in our system, and these locations are really truly the welcome mat to the Superior Hiking Trail's front door. They are in various states of decay. A trailhead is most typically just made up of a simple parking lot, signage, and a spur trail connecting to our main trail. In some cases, the trailheads simply need some additional gravel and grading and some new signage to refresh its function and appearance. But there are trailheads in the system that are in need of expansion or even relocation to offer a better and safer experience. We are proposing to address these issues in order of priority, working with our land managers and guided by completed bridge assessments. We've identified the 4 water crossings along our corridor of greatest concern, and we will prioritize the replacement and installation of bridges at critical water crossings in high-use areas along the trail near steep and challenging terrain. Each bridge will range in length from 35 to 55 feet, using modern, sustainable bridge design and materials, along with engaging our volunteers who will donate over 4,000 hours of labor to support the bridge installations. The need to renew and reset the lifespan of this critical infrastructure is not only important to the health and well-being of the land and water, but also intrinsically tied to the economic and community vitality of the North Shore. We pursue this work in partnership and oversight with our local land managers and uphold their permitting and approval processes. And I think their letters of support for this project further illustrate our strong working relationship. The Environmental and Natural Resource Trust Funds is one of the very few funding sources available to the Superior Hiking Trail Association to make these large-scale renewal projects possible. In total, this project will renew 4 bridges, 5 trailheads, and one major 420-foot boardwalk. The Superior Hiking Trail offers unparalleled access to the natural world on the North Shore, and we play a tremendous role in connecting citizens to public land and facilitate education, awareness, and stewardship. This critical connection that we provide between people and public land is well worth your investment. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the presentation. Any question from members? Representative Heinzman.
More of a comment, Mr. Chair. If we can't build bridges, what's the point? I think this is an easy sell. I think people want this. And anytime we can support a project that provides infrastructure for access to public land, it just makes sense.
Okay. Thank you. Any other members? Chair Gibson.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I've been up there a lot and I really enjoy your trails. Did I hear you mention a parking lot with your proposal? And if so, if you could give me a little data on that.
Okay, Ms. Lucada.
Madam Chair, yes, the proposal is for what we refer to or is pretty much synonymous with the parking lot. Trailheads are essentially small parking lots. We have over 50 within our system. Some are managed, maintained directly by us, the association, and some of them are managed and maintained by, for instance, the state parks, depending on the location.
Follow up.
Chair Gibson.
What materials do you use for your parking lot?
Ms. Lucada.
Chair Gibson, we use gravel primarily for our parking lots.
Okay. Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the least fun question ever. I am interested in knowing what the plan is for the upkeep on these renovations if they're done and when they're done, because I assume that it's just a constant struggle, man against nature sort of situation. So yeah, it'd be great if you can get the funding, but also what's the plan for making sure that you don't have to keep coming back?
Commissioner Hollins, we have we have a donation of over 4,000 volunteer hours annually to the annual maintenance of the trail. One of the reasons why we pursued completing our very first ever master plan was to inventory the trail and better understand the condition of what's out there. And so we are able to create a ranking system and prioritization of replacement. Of course, there's things like that happened last week where we have a storm or something that unbeknownst affects something that we didn't expect to time out of its lifespan. But I think now more than ever, we're better poised to address the replacement costs and understanding our role in funding that. So for those who don't know, we are a member-based organization. Our membership and donations cover over half of our organization's budget annually. That's donations from Minnesotans giving back on top of and supplement to these wonderful grants that we can get through our state and federal agencies.
Okay. Representative Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is what the funds are supposed to be used for. We're talking about trails, we're talking about bridge, we've heard several proposals, so it's more of a statement. We've heard several proposals of taking kids outside, which is a good idea. This is a project that is what this committee should do. It makes sense. It gets hopefully people in the metro area up there, even us in West Central Minnesota, where we're all flat and enjoy another part of the state. So kudos, this is what we should be funding. Thank you. This is my opinion, one of the best projects we've heard in the last week. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I too am supportive of this. I do have a question, however, given that we're seeing extreme weather with a greater frequency, and we are likely to see damage to the bridges and the existing infrastructure, are you planning for that as you design repairs to the ones that break down? Is there some way of anticipating and scaling upwards for this extreme weather that we're going to see so that we don't have to do the same repairs repeatedly?
Commissioner Moore, one of the ways that we do that is by the use of various new materials. On the back of my screen here, we have an example of a replacement project that the Environmental Natural Resource Trust Fund supported in a few years ago, Spruce Creek Bridge, where you can see we went from using wood, primarily wood for abutments, and decking to a new, it's called FRP, it's a fiberglass bridge that has, again, 100-year lifespan. So these are ways that we can really ensure that the lifespan of the products that we're putting in will last a lot longer, more resilient, and have greater strength. The other piece of this is working more closely with our land managers, identifying and citing locations for trail reroutes and infrastructure. Better placement can really make or break us during these storms, literally. So a lot of that, again, engagement with Minnesota DNR Parks and Trails and the Forest Service as well, to identify good locations and use their expertise in engineering and hydrology to make good choices moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, thank you, Mr. Licata, and good luck on this proposal. It's very sounded and makes sense. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Chair. Have a good rest of your day.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair, we're hearing out there from the peanut gallery that they're having a hard time hearing us in the room. So just want to make sure that if you're asking a question and you're in the room, speak directly into the microphone, please. Thank you.
And if
Thank you, Executive Nash.
And if you have soft-spoken voice like me, just stay very close to the microphone. Most of the picture of me always has a microphone next to my mouth, pretty much. Okay, next we have the Three River Park District, Mississippi Gateway Shoreline Stabilization and Fishing Improvements. This is line number 89 and project proposal ID 118. Presenter is Mr. Brian Wild. So if you're online, go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members, for your time and attention this afternoon. Again, my name is Brian Vlock. I am the Senior Manager of Water Resources for Three Rivers Park District. And I'm here today to support the proposal of 2025-118 Mississippi Gateway Shoreline Stabilization and Fishing Improvements. A little bit about the Park District here. Three Rivers Park District manages over 27,000 acres and serves over 14 million visitors every year. The mission of the Park District is to promote environmental stewardship through education and recreation in a natural resources-based park system. The Water Resources section that I oversee works collaboratively with other agency partners to preserve and protect ecological and recreational quality of lakes, streams, and wetlands within the Park District boundaries. but also working outside of the park district boundaries on several projects as well. The proposed project will improve water quality and shoreline fishing access through the stabilization of the Mississippi River shoreline and within the Mississippi Gateway Regional Park System, which is located in Brooklyn Park area. The Mississippi Gateway Regional Park, it has 1.5 miles of natural shoreline within the Mississippi River Corridor Critical Shoreline Area, where there's an emphasis to preserve and protect the biological and ecological significance of the river itself. This portion of the river corridor is experiencing severe erosion and significant erosion where there's been a loss of riparian habitat as well as water quality impacts that have ultimately affected the entire aquatic ecosystem. A feasibility study was completed in 2021 to assess the river corridor system, and we have identified several priority areas for restoration of natural vegetation, erosion prevention, bank slope stabilization, and fish and wildlife habitat improvement. It was estimated from this feasibility study that we're seeing about 500 tons of sediment being delivered to the Mississippi River on an annual basis. And the Mississippi River and the South Metro and Lake Pepin areas downstream are considered impaired for high turbidity levels. The high sediment loading has impacts to spawning and refuge habitat of the fish community, as well as the native mussels that inhabit the upper Mississippi River. The South Metro Mississippi River turbidity TMDL is requiring a load reduction of turbidity levels by 20% from the upper Mississippi River down to Lake Pepin. And the Lake Pepin TMDL is requiring non-point source pollution reduction to estimated background levels. And this project will significantly contribute to the overall load reductions that are identified in both of those TMDLs. In addition to the ecological significance of this project, Three Rivers Park District also recognizes the importance of river access and shoreline fishing opportunities for park visitors, especially the underrepresented community groups. Surveys have shown that we've done in the past that Mississippi Gateway, one of their top recreational activities that individuals like to do is shoreline fishing. We see about 10,500 annual visits per summer, which represents about 95 per day of individuals interested in fishing at this particular park. So consequently, we need to promote the shoreline fishing by providing improved facilities. And this proposed project is designed in a manner that will support both shoreline stabilization and fishing improvements. The LCCMR funding will directly support stabilization of 5 priority sites within Mississippi Gateway Regional Park through bioengineering best management practices that will be implemented, such as grading and resloping of shoreline banks, vegetated riprap, rock deflectors, and towwood, as well as native plantings and seeding that will further benefit wildlife species and pollinator species. The LCCMR grant will also support improved river access and shoreline fishing through construction of ADA accessible aggregate trails and fishing platforms at 2 of these locations. The construction of the fishing platforms will further complement these stabilization practices while improving fish habitat. So in conclusion, the Mississippi Gateway Regional Park, it's become a popular destination. It receives 472 annual visitors a year. And a lot of these are unrepresented community groups providing, the park provides a lot of inclusive, equitable access to outdoor recreational programs and activities. The park is currently undergoing major renovations that have been identified in our master plan, such as new visitor center, an elevated treetop trail, mini Mississippi water play area, and scenic overlooks. This project will further complement those new amenities by improving shoreline fishing opportunities through the construction of fish habitat and fishing access platforms. With park visitation expected to increase due to the new renovations within the park, there's an urgency to address the priority shoreline erosion sites in a manner that also will complement and create opportunities for river access and shoreline fishing. So with that, I want to thank you for your consideration of this project, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any question from members? Commissioner Moore.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a similar question that I had for the last one, which is, how are you anticipating these developments to be climate resilient?
Yes,
Mr. Vala.
Thank you for the question. Very good question. We take the climate change into consideration with regards to our modeling efforts. A lot of our stabilization practices that are selected are based on hydrologic modeling, 100-year storm events. So the best management practices used at each one of these 5 sites does take into the different flow regimes that we would expect for a 100-year storm event. In addition to that, we have a maintenance plan in place that will do inspections on after significant storm events, but also inspections will occur at the end of each year, and they'll be compared to as-built surveys that will be done as the project is completed. Any sort of deviations from the as-builts that we have that would indicate significant erosion, then we'll have to take some corrective action, which the Park District would be responsible for through our maintenance program that we have in place. So with that, we're taking a lot of that into consideration with regards to any future changes in climate conditions and currently what we're also experiencing now too.
Follow-up question from Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. I understand your approach. I would suggest maybe expanding that horizon a little bit longer than a 100-year flood event. We're seeing 100-year flood events every 2 or 3 years now. I think it's not sufficient, and I'd maybe consider expanding that out to 250 or greater even.
Mr. Balak.
I'm sorry? Yes, so in response to that, I feel like the Park District on a lot of these projects that we've done before in the past used an adaptive management approach. And when we are with our long-term maintenance plans that we have in place with regards to that, any sort of corrected action that needs to be taken when we do have significant storm events will be implemented at that time. Storm events are occurring as frequently as you mentioned, more than 100-year events. And our designs that we are building certainly do take that into consideration.
Any other question? Okay, Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I'm always interested in a project that will help restore and enhance the Mississippi River. Just a couple questions. One is, in your budget, you don't really separate out, I see you're going to build 2 fishing piers at 2 stabilization areas. And I'm just curious if you have any sense of how the budget would break down if you were to break out the fishing piers as opposed to the work in the stabilization areas with the woody tow wood and riprap and the vegetated riprap. Thanks.
Yeah, so the shoreline, thank you for the question. Shoreline stabilization areas, we have budgeted for around $660,000. The fishing platforms around $297,000 is what we have budgeted. We do have other partners on this project. So LCCMR funding would be used for the construction of both stabilization and shoreline fishing platforms, but we also have the National Park Service that is contributing $150,000 towards construction of this project, as well as the West Mississippi Upper Watershed Commission as well will be contributing $75,000 towards this project as well for construction purposes.
Thank you. And I did want to call that out. Kudos to you for providing $380,000 in matching funds. We love to see projects that leverage state dollars, and this is one of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, Mr. Balak, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for your time today. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go next to the City of Shakopee. Project name is Minnesota Riverbank Protection and Parks Improvements.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commission members. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you just fine. So it's line 992 and proposal ID 228. And
thank you very much.
welcome.
Appreciate it. My name is Alex Jordan. I'm the city engineer for the City of Shakopee. I'm speaking to you today about the city's Minnesota Riverbank Protection and Parks Integration Project. The goal of our project is to stabilize the eroding Minnesota riverbank through downtown Shakopee, which is necessary for protecting cultural resources, river corridor fish and wildlife habitat, critical public infrastructure, and reconnecting park users to the river. The Minnesota River is a critical element of Shakopee's past, present, and future. Streambank erosion is damaging the river corridor habitat, cultural resources, parks, and sanitary sewer infrastructure. The near bank area throughout much of the downstream-most sections of the river are enduring severe erosion, which is actively impacting the area's human cultural resources, river habitat, regional park system, and critical public sanitary sewer utilities. In fact, the city and the lower Minnesota River Watershed District estimate that the riverbank has widened nearly 50 feet on either side of the river near the historic Home Street Bridge piers and within downtown Shakopee. Much of this movement has been documented in the last 10 to 20 years. If the rate of erosion is not reduced, it is estimated that an additional 50 feet of riverbank could be lost by 2060. In total, the Minnesota River Watershed is 17,000 square miles, 98% of which is upstream of Shakopee. Based on recorded climate changes in the last decade, it is anticipated that the river's energy will grow and higher impact storms will become more frequent. The need to address the streambank erosion is highly significant to irreplaceable cultural and historical resources, vegetation within the riverbank and adjoining floodplain forest, and public welfare. This area holds great significance for the Shakopee, Minnewacan Sioux community, the Dakota, and other indigenous tribal nations. This includes dozens of burial mounds near areas of original Dakota settlements. Protection of these areas is imperative to the protection of cultures that define Shakopee, its natural resources, and its people. The area was first settled thousands of years ago and has been continuously occupied by various Native American communities until the present. In fact, the largest Minnewacan Dakota village at the time of the first Euro-American contact was located within modern downtown Shakopee and falls within the project area. Needless to say, this project area encapsulates some of the area's most critical cultural resources. A proactive approach to preserving these areas from erosion and flood damages is necessary to maintain their place in the region's history. Options to provide a stabilized riverbank with integrated parks improvements and infrastructure protection were recently developed through a feasibility study. Additionally, the city's recent efforts in parks master planning and cultural resources education is critical in guiding riverbank protection and restoration opportunities for long-lasting stability. The Minnesota Riverbank Protection and Parks Improvements Project will develop preliminary and final designs of locations and methods for riverbank stabilization and habitat restoration, parkland protection, strategies for protecting trunk sanitary sewer facilities, and saving cultural resources. Shakopee has secured $16.5 million in federal, state, and local funds to complete the riverbank protection, Huber Park, and historic marina master plan improvements. The proposed improvements will include significant riverbank protection, which is required to provide lasting bank stability against more frequent and higher intensity flooding. This will likely include a combination of structural and bioengineered solutions, including retaining walls, large diameter, and vegetated riprap. Construction will include tree removal and grading of the riverbank to stabilize the near vertical bank area. Once stable, hard armoring and establishment of native and resilient vegetation will provide lasting riverbank stability and provide a welcoming and accessible interface between the park and the river for all users. Native vegetation establishment will be completed to complement the Minnesota River Valley and Huber Park. The project includes approximately 3,600 linear feet of riverbank restoration and will restore approximately 5.5 acres of riparian and upland area. The time to stabilize the riverbank and protect our resources is now. This spring and early summer, the Minnesota River and its tributaries have experienced record flooding on the heels of record drought. These extreme changes in rainfall have a significant impact on the evolution of the riverbed and the riverbanks and further threaten our resources. As we speak, the river has breached its banks, flooded the adjacent parks, and has inundated our sanitary sewer system. The Minnesota River is projected to crest in Shakopee on Saturday morning, less than a foot below the 1965 historic flood elevation. Once these improvements are completed, the project will provide a stable riverbank and fish and wildlife habitat corridor, protect human cultural resources, provide stability for parks infrastructure, allow people to reconnect to the river, improve recreation and river access, and provide protection of important sanitary sewer infrastructure. The city is requesting $1.4 million of LCCMR funding for the construction of the project components specific to the protection of the Minnesota Riverbank. Thank you very much for your time and for your consideration of these important improvements.
Okay, any question to Mr. Jordan? Okay, Chair Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to get a grasp on your financing. You got money from bonding. What is it?
8.26. Yep.
8.26. And you're getting funding from the federal government, correct? And then
That's
you're
correct.
asking us to fill that void, I guess is one way to put it. I'm going to ask Commissioner Moore's question. You're experiencing flooding right now, serious flooding. What is this all going to do to prevent that in the next flood?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We are flooding right now. This is historic flooding that's happening in the city of Shakopee. We won't know the true extent of this flood until the floodwaters recede next week. We do know that we are getting infiltration into our sanitary sewer systems, and our lift stations are pumping excess water. We will see the effects of the riverbank as the water recedes as well, and determining how much of that bank has eroded downstream. This funding will go to protecting the riverbank as the waters rise. So right now, our bank is basically a one-to-one vertical cut. That's essentially all the turf has been completely eroded away. We don't have any vegetation to hold that bank together. So as this project will pull that bank back with slope grading and stabilize it with hard armoring, hopefully we'll see that the river will cease to erode. But we know that we'll have to protect our sanitary sewer systems. Through this project, we'll be elevating those sewer manholes and realigning some of our sewers that are in the lowest areas through our park in downtown Shakopee. So this project will help resolve some of those issues. Specifically, we're requesting this funding as it relates to the riverbank erosion itself.
Okay, follow-up, Chair Gibson.
Thank you. Did you mention how many people visit this park every year?
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Huber Park in downtown Shakopee has thousands of visitors every year. Weekly, we hold annual music in the park, which we had to cancel last night because which is the picture right behind me. That's our stage that's currently underwater at a 50-year flood elevation. We have art in the park. We have active adult entertainment in the park as well, and we just recently completely redone our playground equipment. We had over 300 people at our park opening last summer. So it is one of our community parks throughout the city.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Herr. And this comment is not just to the presenter, but also to the commission. I really think as we evaluate projects like this, we need to think carefully about how we plan for these. I think many of us have seen habitat improvements that have cost a great deal of money wash away within sometimes a year or 2 years after implementation. And we've just had 3 projects in a row dealing with flooding issues and potentially planning to address those with habitat improvements. And I feel like we're just going to throw a whole bunch of money back down the Mississippi if we don't really think carefully about how we want to plan for these things and what level of flood stage planning that we're incorporating. So thank you.
Commissioner Moore, I certainly appreciate those comments as well. And as we design these improvements, we need to right size the infrastructure for the velocity and the flow that comes down the Minnesota River. Not only the water, but we see log jams that continuously come down the river as well. And what we need to prioritize with our project and design is something that can last long and also be maintained. As the Minnesota River floods, it is a sediment-laden water that will leave mud, dirt, and debris within our parks and along the riverbanks as well, knowing that any plantings that we do plant along the river corridor more than likely will not survive if they're inundated by that silt. So we are looking at different stages of flood protection at different levels of the river, knowing that in certain areas, it'll just be hard armoring that will have to be right sized and we won't have vegetation at that point. So as a city, we are fiscally responsible. We need to ensure that the dollars we spend for our community go to the right locations and we're not throwing those dollars away. So I certainly appreciate the sentiment and the thought. I can assure you the dollars, if they are allocated to this project, will not be wasteful.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this presentation. Historically, as you have said, the Minnesota River is channelized as it cuts through those silty soils and carries a lot of sediment downstream. And it is a difficult river to try and alter that channelization and those vertical one-to-one edges that it currently has. So this opportunity to do something I think is really smart. And the fact that you went to the legislature and got bonding for the construction part of this, which we love. And so what we like to do is provide funding to repair, sustain, enhance the natural resource, which is of course the shoreline and the river. And so I appreciate that. I also recognize that, your infrastructure there with being close to the river and the challenge of having your sewer, inundated with floodwaters and monitoring those lift stations all night long during this flooding time is a challenge for you. So thanks for that. Making sure that you're not having discharge into the river. We all appreciate that as well. So I like the idea that you're going to what you call hard armor the river, and the project that you're showing in your attachment on your project proposal is going to be just a stunning keystone park in the region, and look forward to visiting it in the future. So thanks for this presentation, and thanks for going the route of getting your capital investment money from the bonding bill, which I appreciate a lot. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your presentation. We'll go next. We go to
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, as Commissioner Pike.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to agree with almost everything Commissioner Albright said. I have a higher threshold for hard armoring since to me, it seems like you would just be exporting that energy downstream to the refuge and Bedote and other points further downriver, further north, upriver, downriver. Anyway, directionally challenged. So with the Minnesota River, I know that there's more than just the surface erosion. There's also rotational bluff failure. To what extent are you going to be sinking these armoring improvements to ensure that the bluff doesn't slough off underneath the erosion that you're armoring against?
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. The area of our project isn't technically bluff adjacent to this portion of the river. However, there are other portions of the Minnesota River that have that characteristic. I will say that we will be placing the block at a location that will be above kind of the normal water level. So in a typical year, I mean, we had a drought earlier this year where we had very little water in the river. That hard armoring would be above that standpoint, and it would be placed deep enough into the soil that it wouldn't erode downstream and heavy enough and sized appropriately such that velocities of the river wouldn't carry that further downstream as well. I do appreciate your concerns regarding increasing velocities with the hard armoring. This is the first phase of our project. We are going to continue as years go to look downstream and continue to protect those areas as well. In certain areas where we aren't experiencing as much erosion, maybe we don't choose the route of hard armoring. It's just in these critical areas where we have a lot of velocities just downstream of our bridges that we'd be looking at right sizing that infrastructure.
Okay, follow up. Just a quick comment. I would encourage you to reach out, if you haven't already, to the refuge and make sure that they're aware of your plans and can make appropriate adjustments in their planning.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment.
All right. Now we're gonna thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your presentation. Next we'll go to the University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Science. Their project is tree protection for Minnesota tamarack against large beetle. They're not here?
This is the corrected version.
Okay.
So there's somebody missing that he didn't mention who's been moved to Friday.
Director Nash. Yes.
We've taken it out already.
Okay. I should make an announcement first that only I have to correct the list, and all of you just follow my guide in terms of the sequence. Trust the chair on the sequence here. So, all right, I'm just gonna go to say line 93 and then line 95 and project proposal number 283. And if Mr. Brian Kima is online, do come forward.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Alkema. I'm professor of forest insect science at the University of Minnesota. I'm going to start by inviting you to inhale like you are smelling a flower. I have a project that smells, and I am excited to share it with you. First, let me describe the scope of the problem affecting tamarack or eastern larch. Tamarack, as you may know, is a critical part of our northern and lowland conifer forests, mixing with black spruce in our bogs and peatlands. Minnesota has 1.2 million acres of tamarack forests, and since 2001, an unprecedented and ongoing outbreak of eastern larch beetle has ravaged trees over 80% of this area. There are two things that I would like you to know about eastern larch beetle. First, it is a native insect, a kissing cousin to the destructive mountain pine beetle. As a native insect, it is not eligible for consideration from the Minnesota Invasive Terrestrial Plant and Pest Center. Second, this outbreak is unprecedented. Don't tell the insect that I said this, but it is typically a wimp, flaring for 3 or 4 years after some environmental stress, but never 20 plus. The current ongoing outbreak appears to be a consequence of longer growing seasons that now allow 2 generations of insects per summer instead of 1 along the southern margin of tamarack's range, which runs right through our state. Now, my area of expertise is management of insects that kill trees. For any given forest insect challenge, there are always 2 management options: manage the tree or manage the insect. From the tree side, my colleague, Dr. Marcella Windmuller-Campione, and others continue to do great work focusing on forest restoration following large beetle outbreaks, and some of this is supported by LCCMR. This project focuses on the insect side and builds on successes in Project 2020-047 that finishes next June. I have 2 objectives. The first is to find a natural insect-produced deterrent that may have operational use in tree protection using an idea that literally stinks if you're a beetle. Let me explain. Eastern larch beetles are tiny, about the size of a mouse dropping. When they attack a large, healthy tree, they chew through the bark and emit flatulence, tiny beetle farts that contain pheromones. Pheromones are beetle-produced chemicals that communicate messages to other bark beetles. Primarily, they invite other large beetles to join the attack. Trees produce resin to seal their wounds. Resin is generally toxic to insects, but large beetles can turn ingested resin into more pheromones. With hundreds of beetles tunneling into a tree and laying their young, a tree's rapid demise can be described as death by 1,000 paper cuts. As the tree fills with bark beetles, they begin to alter the pheromone blend. The messages change to stay away. This tree is mine. My kids need enough to eat. It's an astounding and intricate game of natural chemical warfare, imperceptible to the human nose, but incredibly impactful to bark beetles. In our current LCCMR project, I've been working with global specialist Dr. Brian Sullivan. We have to date painstakingly identified 16 different compounds in the pheromone blend of eastern larch beetle. Now comes the fun part, deciphering the code and exploiting the specific pheromone components responsible for repulsion that we can then use for tree protection. Anti-aggregation pheromone components have been identified and used successfully for other species of bark beetles, so proofs of concept do exist. I would also like to stress that these are insect-produced compounds, not conventional insecticides, so environmentally friendly. My second project objective is to take the data that we have developed and forecast conditions under which this outbreak may continue or end. The beetle continues to surprise us. In fact, we found evidence last summer that there may be instances of 3 generations in a growing season instead of 1. In short, the problem is not going away. Our prior work has leveraged investments from state and federal agencies. I would attempt to do that again here for this project, tackling a problem that has reached 1 million acres and counting. Thank you for your time, and I will do my best to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, any question from members? Commissioner Albright.
Thank you. As a Dr. Akama, thanks for your presentation. I'm from Cooch County, and we have experienced, I don't live there now, but that's where I grew up, and the tamarack there has been devastated. There's just huge swaths of acre upon acre of dead tamarack standing on the stump because of the large beetles. So our forest industry really needs to have a solution to this. I'm curious how this, if you were to find that these pheromones work to deter the larch beetle, how would this remedy be deployed? As you said, there's 1 billion acres of tamarack, and your map that you have an attachment here is a very, it's like a scattershot of the northern half of the state, in particular Lake of the Woods, Cooch, and some of those counties. How would you deploy this sort of weapon against larch beetle?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Member Albrecht, that's a great question. Typically, if we look at what's used for other species of bark beetles, these are synthesized in little tiny pouches, and you can use it for anything like individual tree protection. So before a flight of beetles, you can staple a little tiny pouch. It's about half the size of a credit card onto the tree, and that simply then diffuses that pheromone away from the tree, and it protects an individual tree. That sort of thing can be used, for example, on a small scale, either for perhaps a cabin owner or something wanting to protect their individual trees on their properties, or after a harvest operation if seed trees are left. When I came to the University of Minnesota 15 years ago, the Department of Natural Resources was asking me for, do we have any solutions on the horizon to maintain some of the seed trees, the living trees that are left? And at that point in time, unfortunately, the answer was always no. The beetles were just going through and killing everything. There are some compounds that are used against other species of bark beetles where you can think of it more in how spongy moth is managed in taking a biodegradable flake and impregnating that flake with a compound and then spreading that from the air over large areas. And it kind of acts as a mate confusion sort of product. And that's been tried with some bark beetle species as well. But I would say at this stage, we're looking at small scale compounds, individual or small group of tree protection. We're not to the stage where I feel confident saying that we can broadcast this over large areas, especially when the outbreak is 1.1 million acres and counting.
Commissioner Albright.
Thanks for that, because that's what I was thinking. You know, do overhead spraying or something. But you know, even the stapling the little thing on the tree kind of reminds me of bud capping white pine in order to keep the deer from eating them, or building in exclosures and that kind of thing around plantations. But it's a big issue, but it will help to really understand the potential for, because once you get to one step, then you can take the next step to figure out how to use your information to really make a difference in the challenges that we're seeing. So thank you for your presentation.
Okay, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What eats large beetles?
Good question. Mr. Alcama.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, member Chair Gibson, can you repeat your question? Sorry, did you ask what is large beetle?
No, I said what eats? What's the predator of large beetle?
Thank you. Sorry, I misheard your question. What eats eastern large beetle? So we have thought a lot about biological control in our current proposal. And as you may know, in Project 2020-047, we've been canvassing the natural enemy complex of eastern large beetle. There are vertebrate predators like woodpeckers. Woodpeckers love eastern large beetle, but unfortunately, there are just so many beetles that biological control for a forest insect that is typically spending most of its life underneath the bark, biological control is a very difficult proposition. It's parts of a control solution. That's why we call it integrated pest management, but it will never be a be-all and end-all. There are several different species of insects that will also eat eastern large beetle. And in fact, I can share that as we've been canvassing different species of natural enemies, one of my graduate students working on this project actually recently discovered a species that we think is new, that has not been named, at least in Western science. It's a little tiny species of parasitoid wasp that appears to smell these pheromones, come in, and then attack the beetle that is trying to attract mates. We've been working with the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. to describe and then hopefully name this new species of wasp. But yeah, there are a variety of different insects and vertebrates such as birds, especially woodpeckers, that will eat eastern large beetles.
Well,
Follow-up?
thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there's an opportunity to get an insect named after you. Also, so some of these treatments that you're talking about, I'm assuming they're not going to harm any of those woodpeckers and other insects that are trying to do their job up there?
Madam Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, great question. No, these compounds are produced by the insects. They're basically repellents. They're not toxic. So, they're completely non-toxic to non-target insects. It's a fascinating system to study the beetle trying to attract the tree, attract mates so that it can get into these trees. And meanwhile, there are other insects like the specialist wasp that smell that and they go, hey, there's a free lunch here. And then they come in. They depend on some of these aggregation compounds for their survival. That's what they're using to find their prey. The anti-aggregation pheromones from everything we've seen in other systems, appear to be 100% non-toxic, because they're just basically it's like a big flashing sign to the insects that this tree is full. Stay out of it.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Alcom, then my question would be, thinking about these compounds that you've discovered, they're obviously easy to reproduce or replicate, in a lab or whatever, right? Because you're gonna have to scale up to produce, even if you're gonna produce these little pouches of them or whatever, it has to be easy to blend together whatever the chemical compounds it would take to do that. I assume that regards, because you said you had discovered 12 or 16, and you wanted to find out which specific one was going to be the one that would attract other beetles, which then could be used. Is that correct?
Yeah, Member Faber, thank you for that question. So we have identified 16 different compounds in that pheromone blend. Now, the nice thing is Eastern larch beetle is related to other species of bark beetles where they have successfully used some of those anti-aggregation pheromones. So we're not going to use the aggregation components to enhance biological control, calling more in. We want to really zero in on those anti-aggregation compounds. And by studying some of the other species, we already have some hints of what those might be. Fortunately, some of these that Eastern larch beetle produces are already used for other insects, and they're available commercially. So what we're going to be doing is, making sure that we can, concretely identify those, understand the ratios, how they change through time. It's quite a chess game, and I have to tell you, we are working with the best person in the world, Dr. Brian Sullivan. He's absolutely incredible at deciphering these codes. And then, there are companies that are already invested in producing some of these compounds. And so, yeah, we just have to figure out exactly how to, dial that in. And then I think we can use it operationally. I'm very excited about this.
I can tell. Great. Thanks, Brian.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alcama, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next is University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineer. It should be 3, according to my schedule here, it should be 3 o'clock, so we're already late by 7 minutes. So, yeah. All right, students. College of Science and Engineer, and improving Minnesota forest health way post-stuff burning soil analysis. And that's line 91. Proposal ID is 219. May the presenter begin the presentation. Biswa, Mr. Biswa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me well?
Just fine. Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Shayan Biswas. I'm an assistant professor of mechanical engineering at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities and principal investigator of this project. The title of our project is Improving Minnesota Forest Health via Post-Duff Burning Soil Analysis. Minnesota treasures its forest. We love it, right? Which covers nearly 34% or about 1/3 of our state. While forest fires can seem destructive, they're essential for our forest ecosystem. Fire helps recycle nutrients, control invasive plants, create diverse habitats. Duff burning is the controlled burning of organic material lying on the forest floor. Dry leaves, pine cones, twigs, it's a key part of the fire management system. However, climate change, erratic weather, invasive earthworms are making fire behavior very much unpredictable. So we must study the duff burning behavior under these challenging conditions to improve the fire management strategies. To look at some statistics, if you look at between 2018 to 2022, Minnesota experienced nearly 6,000 fires. In 2023 alone, it cost over $23 million. In the fire management. changing climate and environment. This is making the winter drier and more unpredictable. That makes wildfire more frequent and more severe. Our project is vital for refining techniques to better handle the invasive shrubs, soil nutrient, and overall forest health. Right now, we don't have a cost-effective way to study duff burning in a controlled environment. So our plan is to create a lab facility to simulate forest floor fires. This will help us understand how changes in weather and earthworm activity that affect duff burning and its impact on soil. We will look at how weather and earthworm affect duff fire behavior and study the impact of soil, including nutrient cycle, seed beds for tree regeneration, root system, and the spread of invasive shrubs like buckthorn and honeysuckle. Our study will reveal how fire and soil interact with each other, help us improve fire management, refine controlled burning strategies, and better predict how our forest will respond to fires. So here is our research plan. We will build a state-of-the-art duff burning facility, as you can see the photo, the background photo, that mimics forest floor fires. We will recreate duff layers from pine and oak or maple forest, like coniferous versus deciduous, and simulate fire that is typical in fall and spring. Advanced measurement techniques such as camera imaging, gas sampling, humidity sensor, we are going to use to monitor soil temperature, soil moisture level, and the duff combustion burning, the behavior of the combustion through these burns. We will characterize key soil properties before and after burn to understand the impact of fire thoroughly. After these lab trials, we are going to extend our research to field conditions for a more comprehensive analysis. Our research will help answer some of these questions, like can we create optimal conditions for pine and oak forest regeneration and suppress weedy shrubs? Does duff burning increase or decrease soil heterogeneity that provide diverse conditions for seedlings? How does duff burning affect post-fire nutrients like sodium, potassium, calcium, and carbon sequestration? Can we mitigate post-fire soil hydrophobicity, right, to reduce runoff and erosion and prevent flood? By answering this question, we will give fire managers better tool to predict and manage fire impacts on soil. We have an amazing multidisciplinary team from University of Minnesota. We have engineers and scientists from mechanical engineering, the Department of Forest Resources, the Department of Soil, Water, and Climate, and St. Anthony Falls Lab. I'm going to lead and manage the project. I have expertise in combustion and fire sciences. 4 of my colleagues from St. Anthony Falls Lab, Chris Feist, Ben Erickson, Eric Noren, and Eric Steen, they're going to help build a duff burning facility. Professor Lee Frelich, he's a director of the UMN Center of Forest Ecology and a top expert in fire ecology and earthworm invasion. He's going to guide us on the post-fire forest ecology part. Professor Kyung-Soo Yu, soil scientist, he's going to bring his expertise in soil genesis and erosion to perform detailed post-fire soil testing. Our ultimate goal for this project is going to empower fire managers to anticipate soil responses to fires, help writing more precise burn prescriptions, and enhancing forest management practices. With that, thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any question from members? Chair Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with burning the duff, I mean, different soils are going to react to that high heat temperature. So some forest soils are going to essentially bake. So how, I mean, are you looking at soils that would be in conifers and in hardwoods and kind of different urban or parkland versus say a traditional forest?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Mr. Chair. So our plan is to create a layer of forest bed. So on the top, right, we will have all different leaves, the organic matter, and then we will have, pine cones, twigs, like, just to kind of have a representative, the duff layer. And beneath that, we will have 30 centimeter, like deep of different soil. And these soils will be, infected by earthworms, like, there will be with and without earthworms, to see how that does affect. And we are going to take representative soil from the forest, like, looking at the last 10 or 20 years of like the fire behavior, like, the location, we are going to mimic those in the soil as well. So there'll be soil, and as you pointed out rightly, like where the tendency of fire is more, we're going to mimic that soil characteristics. And then we are going to have like a layer of organic matter and other things, like, on the forest floor, and then you're going to have fire on that. Our idea is that we should have enough thickness of the soil layer, so that heat, like, we're going to measure temperature of the soil at different location, right, using thermocouple. We want to make sure that we are capturing the full physics of the problem. So we will have enough thickness so that the effect of fire can, go deep down, and even like we will kind of stop at that length or depth where the fire effect are fully captured.
Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to make sure I understand this correctly. Is there any data that said this will help in the prevention of fires? I mean, we're seeing more and more fires. Does your research relate to that at all?
Mr. Biswa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, member of the commission. That's a very good question. So just to give a quick background, that there has been studies that has shown that in order to understand the fire and soil dynamics, we need to study it very well. But the challenge is that like if you have a drier winter versus like a regular winter, then the compactness of the forest fire, the forest layer, right, the duff layer, that is very different. So in order to understand the soil dynamics, you have to understand both. There has been correlation, and that has been used widely, many of them used by insurance companies, to predict the kind of devastation done by the fire. Those are there are correlation that has existed to kind of mitigate and understand how this is going to help the soil dynamics. But the full length of duff burning on the soil dynamics, the nutrient cycle, the seedbed regeneration has not fully understood. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Biswa, you still okay?
Sorry.
Yeah. Any other question? Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I saw that there was intellectual property potentially derived from this project, and I was confused where that actually comes into play. Could you explain what component of the project would actually lead potentially to a patent?
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Pickle. Excellent question. So we are going to create different weather conditions. We will have radiant heater inside the these chambers. So these are 4 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet. The combustion chamber to mimic the forest bed, and different humidity condition leading to different the fire ecology. So the correlations developed in this project will help us understand that how the prescription need to be done. And second is that, like, the prevention strategies, like where we plan to build some sort of a knowledge base based on which we plan to build some sort of a, the hardware that could help us mitigate some of these things. That part, like where we have a mitigation strategy, we will probably come up with from our physics and understanding that mitigation strategy, where there is a hardware build part. If that is involved, that is where there is a chance of getting an IP.
Okay, so it's not the practice itself, it's the components that go along with the testing and examination.
Yes. Yes, yes, Commissioner Pickle.
Okay, any other question? Okay, thank you, Mr. Biswa, for your presentation.
Oh, thank you everyone for your time.
Okay, next is University of Thomas. promoting polluters on corporate campuses. Oh, polluter. I was like, what a little, I need glass. I need glasses. I need glass. Promoting pollinators, my faux pas, especially to Chair Hansen, pollinators, at corporate campuses. And this is line 94. Proposal ID is 266. Mr. Adam K., are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right. Tell us about your project.
I don't seem to be able to start my video. There we go. Hello. Hi, Mr. Chair and Commission members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we heard you just fine.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Adam Kay, and I'm a biology professor at the University of St. Thomas. So I'm generally a pretty positive, optimistic person, but I have to be honest, I'm worried about the state of the environment globally and in Minnesota specifically. One aspect of environmental decline that's really tangible for me and many other Minnesotans is a threat that our pollinators are facing. There are estimates that we may have lost more than a quarter of our pollinators over the past few decades, and these declines are driven by us, by how we're changing the climate and transforming the landscape. The most important landscape change for pollinators are the shifts from native ecosystems to agricultural spaces and urban areas. But there are ways in which there are ways in which we can make these spaces not only less bad, but even good for pollinators. Like, think about cities. About maybe 25 to 35% of cities is made up of lawns. It's a lot. About 2% of our US lands consist of green grass lawns. And lawns, if you put all that together, it take up about 2/3 of the state of Minnesota. Lawns have been described as biological deserts because they don't support many plant and animal species, but it doesn't have to be this way. Lawns can be transformed into landscapes that are good for nature and good for people. And Minnesota is leading the way in helping to encourage such a transformation because of support through the legislature with a statewide Lawns to Legumes program that help homeowners transform their lawns to pollinator-friendly habitat. These are also known as bee lawns. This program has been highly effective, but we need to keep moving forward and we need to move fast because the problem is urgent. So I represent a team from University of St. Thomas, University of Minnesota, Board of Water and Soil Resources, and a couple of federal agencies. Together, we have a lot of experience devising, organizing, and evaluating bee lawn programs from a programmatic perspective and from a socio-environmental perspective. Some of us are connected to the MSP Long-Term Ecological Research Program funded by the National Science Foundation, in which we're evaluating the effectiveness of bee lawns in private yards in the Twin Cities. So here we're focusing our research on corporate offices or campuses. So these corporate campuses have a lot of manicured lawn space that's primarily for decorative purposes, and it's often very visible. A survey we did found that just within the Twin Cities region, there's about 25,000 acres of lawn on corporate campuses. And we're thinking if we can encourage corporations to adopt bee-friendly lawn management practices, it could not only result in a significant increase in new pollinator habitat across the state, but it could also signal to the public that bee lawns are now in the mainstream and that they should consider making bee-friendly changes on their own properties. So specifically, we're proposing to do 3 things in this project. First, we'll test different bee lawn seed mixes on 8 corporate campuses. So 4 of them will be in the metro and 4 will be in greater Minnesota. The Board of Water and Soil Resources team has 3 new seed mixes that they're considering for an updated Lawns to Legume program, but they don't know much about their ecological impact or cost efficiency. So second, we'll assess the potential ecological and economic impact of corporate campus lawn transformation across Minnesota. We want to learn how much corporate campus lawn space there is across the state, how much benefit pollinators would get if these lawns were made into bee lawns, what other ecological benefits could arise, such as carbon storage and climate resiliency from such a transformation, and what would be the maintenance and impact costs for the corporations themselves. We'll then use these data to try to nudge corporate campuses to change their landscaping practices. Finally, third, we'll conduct survey work at our experimental corporate campuses and at others to assess what people think about pollinators and hopefully identify potential barriers that keep them from implementing bee lawns at their homes. And then we'll use these responses from these surveys to create an array of outreach materials. So there'll be a lot of great benefits coming out of this project. First, we'll learn more about how to better design lawns for bees. Creating and testing more effective seed mixes will increase the ecological impact of the lawns to legume project with potentially substantial benefits for our state's pollinators. Second, we'll work with corporate campuses to help them reimagine campus landscapes. This reimagination could result in the creation of a lot of new pollinator habitat throughout the state, but also because these campuses are often visible to the public, they can inspire many residents to make similar changes. Finally, our survey work will allow us to learn whether corporate campus lawn transformations positively impact their employees and ideally inspire them and others to make bee lawns on their own properties. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have questions? All right, Commissioner Moore was first.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you for your presentation. I'm interested in this area. I'm curious, though, I have more of a biological question for you. Is it habitat that is limiting pollinators, or is it other things like funguses and mites that are actually limiting the pollinators? And thus, my bigger question is, adding habitat to corporate campuses, will it actually be a meaningful impact to pollinators?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Commissioner. So it's really yes, and there are multiple factors that are influencing pollinator success. Lots of different environmental factors, but habitat transformation is massive. It's a massive impact. Agricultural landscapes have real large impacts, but urbanization is in the changes of transformation towards paved areas and lawn areas that are having also a major effect. So really it's one part of a more general solution to help pollinators.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Peichel. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was struck walking into the Capitol this morning by the magnificent Minnesota's front lawn. Could seat 8,000 people from what I see on the website. And I wonder, how much pollinator habitat we could generate with just a portion of that promenade. But I saw this kind of project be very successful in St. Louis and in the communities in Northwest Indiana. So there are plenty of good examples of how these corporate campuses, even a portion of it being rededicated to pollinator habitat, could be beneficial. And so I appreciate your outreach to folks that own and probably don't want to mow all of the lawn that they have.
That's
right.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you for Commissioner Peichel for that comment. Totally agree. And one of the reasons we chose to focus on corporate campuses is because sometimes, like the state capitol lawn, I mean, I've been to events on that lawn myself. There's a lot of other uses for those spaces, and we can think about the potential trade-offs that might be associated with some kind of bee lawn transformation. But on corporate campuses, almost all of them are for decorative purposes, for display. They aren't generally used for any sort of other purpose. And so because of the lack of trade-off there, they seem like an excellent area of focus.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Dr. K. I would argue I'm as strong a proponent of bee lawns. That was new terms for me for some odd reason, because when you say lawn, people are thinking of, we're playing a PGA golf tournament out here, that kind of stuff. And it's brutal. But and I've been working on my lawn for exactly this purpose. And one of the things I think when you start talking to people and you show what these look like when you mow them, because there's all the different shades of green and stuff. I mean, they're just, for me, it's exciting to see that that's what something should look like. Now, my colleague over here, and I might disagree, some of the things that I use are not necessarily all native, but they're probably good for bees, like using clover and stuff. And I don't think we can split hairs that way. But if you start getting to people, the other thing too that I suggest when you think about your outreach is when I tell many of my friends that most of the native bees we have don't sting. Because when you say bee, people think of bees that sting, okay? And I have allergies to that too. But these sorts of things, when you're thinking about the outreach you can do, you know, to get people to understand that when you have these different waves, and many of the things that we suggest to plant, they don't need much water. They don't need to be fertilized. You probably don't have to rake them. They bloom, they're efficient with water use, all of these different things, which make them, you know, much, much low, if any, care to those things. And I think I'm understanding it. So I just get fired up about this stuff because we need to get people to get away from this, and don't bag your lawnmower stuff, you know, let it go back so you don't have to fertilize again. It drives me crazy. But all right, I've gone off enough, so I'll stop there. Thank you for your work. I support this project wholeheartedly.
Okay, good.
Commissioner Faber, thank you so much for those words. I love your passion. I love your enthusiasm. And part of our project, a big part of our project is really to try to bring that same information to corporate campuses to show them that this isn't necessarily a sacrifice for you all. This actually might be something that could provide multiple benefits to you, including economic benefits, because it may just indeed reduce your maintenance costs. So you could think of a suite of environmental benefits that are going to emerge from this. It might reduce your maintenance costs, and who knows, it might inspire your employees and all of your visitors to these corporate campuses to think that your environment is your corporate campus is a really beautiful, special place to be.
Yep. Follow up.
And what I wanted to add was, when I think about, I'm a college instructor. College campuses are a great place, because if you can convince the young people, they will convince the administration. So we've done that at our campus where I teach. They've gone to about half the lawn is now native prairie, because the maintenance guys love it, because they don't have to do anything out there. And we go out and try and do a burn with our natural resource students once every 3 to 4 years. So we use in that sense. But, you know, if you get, you know, one person tells two and two tells four. So college campuses, I think, are a great place to work if you consider them amongst your corporate campuses, because they have huge areas of grass. So thanks again.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. K. We have one more. Right, we do. Okay. Chair Gibson.
Thank you. You can see that we're pretty enthusiastic about these options for our lawns. I just want to be sure, I also have a bee lawn with clover. I know it's not all native, but I do have other ones. I just want to make sure that they understand that these plants take a couple years. It's the old sleep, creep, and leap plan, and that they are understanding of that. And that they have a great opportunity. I know a lot of these corporations want to greenwash some of their products, but this is a great thing to do it on campus. And I just hope that you are successful, and I'm hoping the legislators in this room will encourage our capital, state capital, to add some native plants. So thank you very much for your proposal.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Dr. K, and point well taken. All right, so next is the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. Title, Developing Markets for CLC Crops.
Yes.
Line number is 97 and proposal ID is 317. Margaret Wagner, welcome.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Wagner, and I'm a manager at the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. I'm presenting on the proposal titled Developing Markets for Continuous Living Cover Crops. This is a continuation of a successful effort in which LCCMR provided initial funding through Project 2022-305 and supported an agency's small grant program. The goal is to develop supply chains and markets for continuous living cover crops and cropping systems in the early stages of commercial development. Continuous living cover refers to perennial biomass crops, perennial forages, perennial grains, winter annual grains and oilseeds, and agroforestry that have market value as harvested or grazed commodities. Increasing acres of these crops have direct environmental benefits, some of which include reducing soil erosion and nitrate leaching, building soil quality, requiring less fertilizer, storing carbon in the soil, and creating pollinator habitat. This proposal focuses on those in early stages of commercialization. So think about crops like kernza or intermediate wheatgrass, hazelnuts, or annual winter crops like camelina, winter rye, hybrid winter rye, pennycress, or that complement or fit within an annual cropping system. Investments in the development of supply chains and markets for new crops is essential in increasing acreage and realizing environmental benefits. The crop development research is also critical and needs to be complemented by market support to move these crops from the lab into the marketplace. With new crops, it's often hard for farmers to grow them until they know who will buy them, and hard for companies to test and create demand for new products if supply is not available. This proposal helps to close the gap by investing in the market and supply chains for new crops. Initial funding that the Minnesota Department of Agriculture received was critical to establish this type of small grant program. In a competitive request for proposals, the agency received 25 proposals and supported 6. That was a total of $1.8 million in requested funds, and we supported $279,000 in projects. Department of Agriculture has an open request for proposals soliciting additional projects, and that RFP closes on July 15th. So through our proposal that you have in front of you, we're really asking to continue to develop this program and build on the success that has been started. Initial funding supported a variety of projects across different crops, including kernza, elderberry, and hazelnuts. Other proposals received included winter camelina and cover crops. Overall, this program area is essential to scale up adoption. For example, one grant is supporting the Perennial Promise Growers Cooperative, which provides a co-op model for new crops. This allows them to enhance capacity and work directly with interested buyers. Another grant supports the Perennial Pantry to operationalize a processing plant dedicated to the production of continuous living cover-based products, such as pasta, crackers, and other snack foods. With your funding, we also supported the design, building, and testing or prototyping of new equipment for scaling up. This included greenhouse operations, seed cleaners, and destemmers, which all have accelerated the supply chain. So overall, the Minnesota Department of Agriculture received and supported applications from both small and large organizations, and a lot of direct feedback about how important these grants were to really start and accelerate markets. They're creating a springboard for additional opportunities for these crops to really enter into the marketplace. So thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any question for Ms. Wagner? Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner, for your presentation. You say words like market, supply chain, demand, and I'm trying to figure out with the Environmental Trust Fund, we talk about restore, enhance, and preserve. And I'm trying to build that gap there. I read this and I keep thinking this is a marketing proposal that either ought to go to deed or over the Department of Ag should be financing this. I'm having a difficult time. I know and I understand the benefits of cover crops. I just don't understand why we need to market those cover crops as the Environmental Trust Fund. If you could help me with that, I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. So at the heart of this proposal and this small grant program, it is really about accelerating opportunities to get additional perennials, winter annuals, and cover crops on the landscape. And one of the initial challenges we see with new crops being integrated into farm acres is that there is not an open market or ability to sell those crops. So as we know, farmers are small business owners, and the challenge to displace annual crop production is that there's not a lot of economic opportunities for those additional crops. So really the focus here is how do we create opportunities for additional acres of crops that are protective of Minnesota resources? And through years of both research and, direct experience, one of those challenges is really about establishing those markets and ability to grow and, more importantly, sell those crops. So we can't, often we hear that farmers should be growing different crops or putting more perennials, but without a market to sell them into, we know that is not a very, it's a very hard proposal for Minnesota farmers to grow something that they don't have a market for. That's really risky. And as small business owners, they aren't really have an appetite for that. So what this proposal does, it's focused on the crops and the environmental benefits of those crops. And we think one of the limitations is developing the market so that farmers can actually grow them and sell them for economic revenue. So it's not marketing as much as it's providing the seeds and initial funding for those companies to be started here in Minnesota. And that's what we've seen with advancements in scaling up a lot of that production. That's what it's going to take to bring new crops into the marketplace.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask you a couple questions about your proposed activities that you have. Under Activity 1, you have a small group of external partners that will be reviewing these applications. I'd like to know what organizations you're considering for that small group. And then under Activity 4, I believe it was, there was a request to waive the requirements. No, not Activity 4. Something about waiving the requirements of 116P10, the patent and intellectual property. I wonder if you could address the need for that as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for those questions. So as far as the evaluation committee, bringing in external reviewers is consistent with some of our other research panels. We want to make sure that we get a variety of perspectives as we evaluate grants and award those grants. We want to make sure that we build in opportunities for diversity within that panel. So while those have not been determined in the past, we've worked with community partners, individuals. We've looked to the Emerging Farmers Work Group to represent different aspects of agriculture. So we've had members of the emerging farmers or small farmers participate in that evaluation. We've had people from or members of like the regenerative agricultural community. We've had individuals from nonprofits like Friends of the Mississippi River has expressed interest in being part of that review panel, although they have not necessarily been selected. And then AURI, the Agricultural Utilization and Research Institute, is another partner of ours that brings in a lot of perspective about market readiness for a lot of these new crops. So are there products that could be derived from new crops? And how ready are we so that we're making investments in early commercialization? So those are a few examples of who we would bring in to kind of complement some agency staff that would be reviewing those proposals. And the second part of your question was just an exemption from 116P. So we did pursue that during this legislative session, and we're granted an exemption for this proposal for 116PA, and that had to do with payback for any revenue that was generated from this grant. And specifically, that request came from feedback that we received as a small grant program that is supporting emerging businesses. They really wanted this to be a grant and not a loan. And so as they looked at accelerating business and building economic capacity within their organizations, they wanted to be able to reinvest that within their companies and continue to grow, as opposed to having to be paying it back, because there is an intention here to build markets and supply chains. So they are looking to build their business. And so the request is coming that if we could waive that requirement or have that conversation and further explore that opportunity, that's to really support the smaller businesses that often, or organizations rather, they're not all businesses, the organizations, some of them will come to us as nonprofits to kind of protect their right to say, hey, this is an opportunity for me to grow this. I really want to sell more and build this business so it's more viable and not have the restriction of having to pay that back.
Okay, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my concern with the program income piece especially is that the trust fund in putting that money in has sends along an obligation to use those funds effectively for the public benefit, I think. And at least for me, I can't speak for the rest of the commission. It would be important to see those funds reinvested in more of the same program. I understand the desire to bring it back into the company, but those dollars wouldn't necessarily be the company's or the organization's money. That's the trust fund's dollars then being paid forward. So thank you.
Thanks for that comment.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair, members, and thank you for asking the question, because that's what I was going to chime in to say, is that we did work on their prior appropriation. We did work with Ms. Wagner and some of their staff there and try to think through how we would even do that, given that it's the small grants and all these different producers all over across the state, because our statute says that the commission may relinquish the income if a plan is approved for reinvestment of the income. But even tracking that and figuring out over what period of time are we going to track that just seemed like a logistical kind of. So yeah, very, very challenging. So so what we opted to do was just a straight out exemption. So I think the options would be, if you wanted to proceed with this, it would have to be an exemption to that requirement and not have any control over how the money is reinvested, because there's just really no viable way to track those funds if it's being given out to multiple producers across the state for determining net income within a project. Within what period? Is it, within 3 years? Is it within 5 years, within 10 years that they're getting net income from that investment? So that was what we opted to do.
Thank you for that. And I will just add, I'd like to clarify that as we opened up this opportunity as a small grant program, it was eligible to any organization in Minnesota. So it is not only businesses, it's also growers cooperatives, as well as small nonprofits. And so the Regenerative Ag Alliance, again, which is a cooperative growers group, the hazelnut growers. And so these are smaller organizations. So there are instances of businesses here in Minnesota looking to add additional capacity, but many of the proposals that we received are kind of at that startup stage or actually established nonprofit organizations that are looking to accelerate this and work directly with their growers and farmers for additional acres of these crops.
Okay, Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wagner, for bringing this proposal before us. I'm curious, I have two questions. The first one is, I know that MDA has worked hard to encourage farmers to provide continuous living cover crops in order to reduce soil, increase nitrogen, and a number of other benefits. Can you share those benefits briefly? I see we only have a minute left and I have one more question, but we've always been told that this is the benefit of cover crops and that farmers really see the benefit of that. And so the idea that we have to sell the turnips or radishes or whatever the cover crop is surprising to me. So can you just share what are the benefits of having a cover crop?
Yeah, so more broadly, and really the focus of this program is thinking about how do we create more perennial vegetation and then those winter annual crops that bridge that period where there is no cover on the soil between an annual cropping system. And so in addition to cover crops, I think it's even enhanced on top of that when we're talking about perennials and winter annual or cash cover crops. I think the biggest challenge just generally for cover crops is it's about $40 an acre to grow cover crops. And so that immediate return back in or the cash flow at the farm level is not realized on an annual basis. There are instances where those cover crops are used as a forage, I think most directly, and that's where we see that. But to get widespread adoption, we need to really think about where we see some economic value for those farmers.
Thank you. And then briefly, I see that I think you mentioned that you received funding from ENRTF in 2022, 500,000, and it had the same name as today's application, which is the Developing Markets for Continuous Living Cover Crops. And did you say that you're still in the process of granting those funds out? They're not all granted out yet?
Yes, we had 2 years to award those grants. And so we went through the first RFP and awarded the grant to 6 projects. And now we're into that second year of funding. So we're really building out this program and I think observing a lot of interest in this and incredible proposals that really are innovative and really think about how do we go from voluntary conservation, which is based on cost share, to accelerating conservation that's based on market-driven economics. And I guess I can't emphasize that enough, that's really behind this, is saying it's going beyond a cost share model and saying, farmers are doing this because there's a market that's demanding it. And we're seeing that in little bits through the Forever Green program. And we're really making that link between new crop development and the commercialization and then the markets. And we think that's a really good model for more sustained production of these crops.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner, for your presentation. Next on our agenda is University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Science. The title is Green Heron as an Indicator of Wetland Dependent Species. This project's line number is 19 and proposal ID is 127. Presenter is Elena West. If she's online, please come forward.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Thank
Welcome.
you. You can hear me okay, great. Thank you, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Elena West, and I'm a faculty member in the Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology at the University of Minnesota. It's been really fun today to listen to some of the other proposals on wetland-related projects, so it seems like we have a little bit of a theme here. I and our team are proposing a project that will address a critical knowledge gap in our understanding of how a very unique and very understudied type of wetland habitat supports green heron and other of Minnesota's wetland-dependent bird species. And here I'm talking specifically about forested or woody wetlands. Although we've really made some strides toward no net loss of wetlands in Minnesota, and we've gained some seasonal wetland acreage in recent years, there's a lot of pressure on these ecosystems from various sources, and we lack really specific information on how forested or woody wetlands support birds for their annual cycle needs like for breeding, for foraging habitat, and for migratory stopover sites. These species tend to be pretty difficult to study due to their cryptic and often solitary nature, and really the kind of associated challenges of trying to find them and access their habitats. And because of that, we have very little information or data to support management and conservation efforts. Many of these species are also in decline, including green heron, and also including, but not limited to, belted kingfishers, yellow-billed cuckoos, and golden-winged warblers. And for all of these, there's very little information, with the exception of golden-winged warblers. So we're targeting green heron here, not only because they're in decline, but also because among the many other secretive wetland birds in these habitats, they're actually much easier to capture. They're quite docile and slightly less cryptic than some of the other species that depend on these wooded wetlands. During pilot work last year, our collaborators, Dr. Mike Wells from the Fish and Wildlife Service and Dr. David Anderson from the Minnesota Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit, and I captured 4 green heron with very little effort. So I think we have pretty strong proof of concept that our sampling methods will work across a larger sample of birds at a larger scale throughout the state. So our main goal here is to capture and mark with satellite tags green herons across Minnesota to understand how they use these wooded wetland habitats throughout their annual cycle. And then we're going to deploy acoustic recording units at each of these sampling locations to collect data on other species that depend on these wetlands, but are much harder to detect using traditional survey methods. Our approach here is unique in terms of combining this kind of fine scale movement data from green heron with acoustic data from other wetland species that can then guide conservation and management efforts for a really understudied and unique ecosystem. So often in wildlife conservation and management, we're sort of reacting, we're acting reactively to population declines and trying to manage species or populations that have sort of gone through significant declines already after that's already happened. But what we're proposing here is to be proactive so that we have the data that we need to guide management efforts and conservation strategies that benefit multiple migratory wetland dependent species ahead of the game and through a more cost-effective and efficient conservation strategy. We also see this as a great opportunity for a graduate student to get the kinds of cutting edge skills that are increasingly relevant for future biologists and managers working to address species management in a pretty dynamic landscape from a career perspective. From a cost perspective, the cost of capture and equipping birds and getting data for this project is pretty low. And much of that remaining cost is in grad education and training. I also wanted to just mention that my co-PI on this proposal, Dr. John Feeberg, also has an extensive experience in swan and crane movement ecology, and myself, Dr. Anderson, and Dr. Wells all have successfully demonstrated addressing similar issues that the Commission has funded. And so with that, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chair, and members for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Question, Ms. West, Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Dr. West. I had a question for staff because I was thinking about, Becca, did we not fund a study about 5 years ago on secretive marsh bird surveying through Audubon, Minnesota? Was that for the Breeding Bird Atlas? Am I not mistaken?
For sure, we did the Breeding Bird Atlas.
Yeah.
But there has been
But not specifically the green heron. I don't look me with a little smirk on your face there, Dr. West. I am a great green heron geek. I'm just going to tell you, I love these guys. So, and you used to work on a red-headed woodpecker project, correct?
I do. I still do. Yeah.
You still do? Okay. Well, I've been putting money in for that for years from my college I work at. Anyways, about green herons. So I was intrigued. You're going to put satellite transmitters. How big are the satellite? Where do those go on those buggers? Are they going on? Are they a backpack or what are they?
Dr. West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission member. These are, so green heron, their body size is, they look bigger, but they're about the size of an avocado. It's kind of interesting.
So they're like a great gray owl, all feathers.
They're pretty much all wing and all feathers, all neck, for that hunting that they do. So these satellite tags are pretty small, and that's one of the nice things here too, is that this technology has gotten increasingly better where we're able to put these devices on smaller birds. Kind of every few years, we can get their smaller devices that are pretty accurate. These devices, I would say, are about the size of maybe like your thumb for this species in particular, and they wear them like a backpack. So we have a harness technology, and they just go kind of under the legs, and they wear them like a backpack. And I've put hundreds of tags on multiple species. So,
okay.
But thank you for that question.
Yeah. Well, I could be asking all the questions here, but I don't want to monopolize all the time. But you said that they're on the decline. Now, anecdotally, I've been watching green herons. I've seen as many green herons this year. I live up in central Minnesota. I've been seeing them, I can't say I've seen fewer, so I'm curious, where are we getting some of that? Where are you getting some of that information from?
Yeah, so the decline is sort of throughout their range, which is not just Minnesota, obviously, but what we kind of lack is information on whether the decline we're seeing is a statistical artifact of lack of sampling, a sort of a bias against because they're hard to sample, or if it's a true decline. We are seeing statistically significant declines throughout other parts of their range. And so there is an interesting question here of whether perhaps we're doing better here in Minnesota. Perhaps some of the increases in wetland acreage that we've seen in recent years, perhaps that is providing more habitat for this species. So that's part of why we think this could be proactive in really getting a handle on understanding not just what they're doing during the breeding season, but also in other parts of their annual cycle. And yes, that might be outside of Minnesota, but it's important to know that so that we can understand what's actually happening here in Minnesota.
Thank you. Follow-up, Mr. Chair.
yeah,
I'll just a
Commissioner
quick
Faber.
follow-up, Dr. West. Can you tell your co-PI, specifically Dr. Anderson and Dr. Feiberg, I know where the green herons are up around my place. So when you guys are looking to, we get you funded and you're looking to transplant or to put out some of these satellite transmitters, I could get a whole crew of students to come along and help you guys out with that. Just saying. So you tell the fellas that for me. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Member Faber, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Dr. Anderson has a green heron in his backyard. So they are here in Minnesota. They're not entirely, in decline. So that's really great to know. So thank you for that. We'll certainly get in touch.
I was a little selfish. I have one in my backyard. I know where the nest is, just saying.
All right.
So tell David that. Thank you.
I will.
Commissioner Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that we had discussion before with one of your co-PIs, and I saw that you mentioned Move Bank on there. So I recognize that this will contribute to the global awareness of movement of birds. Your Argos satellite trackers, I think, does that interact with the MODIS network? I'm not a wildlife person, so I don't know, but we talked about, increasing that invisible fence. So would these birds then be tracked as they cross those tower lines?
Dr. West.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. That's a great one. The Argos satellite system does not interact with MODIS. They're separate systems. With MODIS is really, you put radio transmitters on them and on birds, and then as they pass by a MODIS tower, it picks that signal up. Whereas a Argos satellite tracker, these trackers are large enough where they can actually send data to a satellite, and then we pay to download that data from the satellite.
Okay, any other questions for Dr. West? Okay. Well, this is it's a good learning subject here. Another skeleton out of my closet here. I saw Dr. West here, and I just didn't want to put her on the spot, but I used to work for Minnesota Council nonprofit as an IT manager. Do we cross paths before, Dr. West? Okay. All right.
We did.
Sounds
That was one of my first jobs out of college, way
Okay.
back then when I thought
right.
maybe I'd go into the policy arena, but then I stuck with
That was 20
research.
years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Nice
So
to see you
congratulations,
again,
Dr.
Mr. Chair.
West.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. All right. So thank you for your presentation, Dr. West, and good luck on this project. And we're gonna move on to the next item. Is from Doc Unlimited. The title is Native Forage, Growing Drought and Climate Resiliency. This one is line number 87. And the proposal ID is 69. So presenter is Sabrina Clays, if she's online right now.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Just fine, just fine.
Hey, great.
Whenever you're ready.
Fantastic. Well, hello, members of the commission, and I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Sabrina Clays. I am a grazing biologist for Ducks Unlimited in Thief River Falls, Minnesota. So today I'll be presenting on our proposal, native forages, growing drought, and climate resiliency. So in the past few years, I think we've all experienced some pretty extreme weather happening here in Minnesota. Specifically, we've experienced both ends of the weather spectrum. We've experienced drought over the past couple years. We're experiencing some really extreme drought this year, or extreme flooding, I should say, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, these dramatic weather events are becoming more and more common due to climate change. And farmers and ranchers specifically here in Minnesota are looking for an innovative and sustainable solution to improve the resiliency of their operations as we face the increase of weather volatility. So this is a very urgent issue that really can't be ignored, and ideally we'd like to be proactive to these extreme weather events as they become more common before it's too late. So integrating diverse native forages into their operation is the climate-smart solution to deal with these extreme weather events. So native forages, some of you may know them as prairie grasses, prairie wildflowers. They're the ones with long, deep-rooted systems that have multiple ecosystem benefits that really can't compare to our common human-introduced cool season grass pastures that we're used to seeing on the landscape. So native forages sequester substantial amounts of carbon. They're actively green and growing in times of drought. They improve water quality in nearby streams and wetlands, and they provide excellent pollinator and monarch habitat as well as other wildlife habitat for us. These forages are not only drought resistant, but flood resistant too. So I'll have all of you think a little bit about your lawn grasses that you have at your house today. So in times of heavy rain, a large majority of that rain actually runs off into the streets. Now, a small portion of it obviously goes into the ground, but most of it goes into the streets. Natives, however, can infiltrate water much faster and a lot more of it very quickly due to their long root systems in the ground. And then on the flip side of things, we're still thinking about lawn grasses here, but from a drought perspective, in the summer, they're constantly waiting on rain, or maybe your sprinkler systems at home as well. So they're constantly waiting for rain from above to sink into the ground, whereas our deep-rooted native systems are able to pull water from the ground and not need to rely on water coming from above. So additionally, to wrap up native forages in general, is livestock are the perfect management tool to maintain these biodiverse areas once they're established. So through the proposed funds, we would like to integrate diverse mixes of native grasses and wildflowers back into portions of livestock operations. And under a long-term Ducks Unlimited agreement with a livestock producer, these areas that were previously introduced cool season pastures or cropland would be site prepped, they would be seeded, and then they would be rested to ensure proper establishment before they would be grazed and maintained with livestock. So Ducks Unlimited grazing biologists would provide that technical assistance and that advice to the livestock producer on how to manage these lands properly. And ultimately, incorporating and managing native forages is a very new concept to livestock producers. So sometimes they need a little bit of some hand-holding and guidance as they learn how to properly manage these grasses. So also within this project, we're very excited to partner with Monarch Joint Venture to help us collect necessary data on the innovative approach we're looking at, which will help us show that the work we're doing is obviously successful and improving that climate resiliency we're talking about today. Additionally, the information we'll be able to collect will help inform other producers that are wanting to learn more about native forages and incorporating them into their operations. So just to wrap this all up, in the background behind me, you see these lovely, healthy cows here. And we're very excited to see them. They're healthy. They're grazing off native forages. It's belly-high grass, if you can't see that. And like I said earlier, it provides multiple benefits benefits as these native forages do. So you see some milkweed right behind me. So that's providing resources for monarch butterflies and pollinators, and also for the livestock behind there as well. Ultimately, this is providing a win-win climate resilient solution for livestock producers and for conservation here in Minnesota. And I thank you for your time again, and I'll take any questions.
All right, questions coming up from Commissioner Langseth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Clays, for your presentation. I was supportive of this proposal because it's just like you said, we really need to adapt our grazing systems for climate change and really look to our native plants, rely on our native plants to help us out in these extreme weather events. That being said, we will only be able to maintain those plants if we're managing the livestock correctly. So I guess I'm wondering, could you talk a little bit more about what the expectation will be for the landowners with their grazing practices, because continuous grazing won't do it. And then my other thought too is, it'd be good to reach out to Audubon Society, because they are working with grazers as well to improve the habitat for birds. And I think that would be a really nice partnership between the two of you. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, on the order here is Commissioner Gibson. No, Commissioner Chair Gibson first.
I'm both.
Oh, can I?
Yeah.
Sorry, can I answer Commissioner Langseth's question real quick? Sorry, I was waiting for my name to be called. So thank you for those questions, Commissioner Langseth. And I'd like to say, yes, we absolutely do not want these pastures to be continuously grazed. We want them to be incorporated into a rotationally grazed system. So we want those producers to be able to utilize, temporary fencing to be able to, either strip graze or rotationally graze. And again, we would provide that guided assistance to be able to kind of facilitate moving that rotational system within it. We do kind of hope that some of the producers have already adopted rotational grazing, and that this is just an additive step to their operation. And again, it just provides that operational flexibility for them as we see this changing climate. And I do see that Dale's on the call and is giving a presentation next with Minnesota Audubon Society. And we have a fantastic relationship with them, and we really do look forward to working with them more frequently. Their conservation ranching program is something to really be jealous of, and we're very excited to partner with them in the future. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. So Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm reading over your proposal again. And you mentioned, as stewards of the land, the livestock producers will convert their marginal land. What sort of assurances do we have as to how long they will convert their land? So for example, if they sell their land, and why wouldn't they just go ahead and get CRP money?
Ms. Clay.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. So we would want them to be in a Ducks Unlimited agreement for 10 years. And we obviously really help and we will encourage and build that relationship with that producer. So after this is established and after we see these benefits, we hope that their cattle see the benefits, their land sees the benefits. We want them to keep these forages around forever. We don't ever want them to give them up, and we want them to see the benefits of that. But at very minimum, we would like them to stay within that 10-year Ducks Unlimited agreement. So if they were to sell the land, that agreement would then pass to that producer. And to your second question, why they wouldn't just go with CRP? I think a lot of these grazers and a lot of these livestock producers like to use their cattle, and CRP does have some restrictions on using livestock on CRP. So it's not a great program in the eyes of livestock producers, where they are developing more livestock friendly programs for that. But ultimately, people want to have their own their own land and not have too many restrictions other than the fact that we shouldn't be grazing too low. And so they'd much rather take their own payment into their own hands, if that makes sense. So thank you for that question.
Okay, follow up, Chair Gibson.
Thank you. So, you're asking for a lot of money. And I'm just trying to figure out, you're saying 2,500 acres. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So how, are you going to visit this land and maintain it and, enforce any, problems that they might be having to correct them?
Yes, that's absolutely a great question. And we would, right? So part of the reason that we have 2 people on staff and are proposing for another one is that we're meeting with those producers right at the farm gate. We're writing that prescribed grazing plan and we're helping facilitate, any kind of questions they have. Like I said, this is a new learning experience for a lot of these producers. And so being able to facilitate those questions as they move along through this process is really important. And yes, we want to build that trust with those producers, but we will be making checks out on those properties to make sure that it is staying in the grass that we intend to plant it to.
Okay, Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Sabrina, I was going to say what Shona had said, because Dale Gentry, I think the reason he's here in Minnesota now is I've heard him speak twice this spring about I think they're going to be certifying grazing lands to benefit grassland birds. It's a program that National Audubon is spreading out now across some good parts of the United States. And if I'm not mistaken, Dale is overseeing that. So, I mean, these kind of go like hand in a glove here when I'm thinking about what you guys are doing and what they're trying to do, because they would probably want to work with the same producers to get them certified according to this new program. Is that not the way I think I'm reading it?
Yes, that's correct. Absolutely. And Audubon actually did provide a great letter of support from us. I think our missions really align here between their conservation ranching program and what we're trying to accomplish. And I think we would be able to work with their biologists to like you said, find those producers that are wanting to do good on their land, but also needing a little bit of help and facilitation, and getting some new natives back on their properties, because likely they are still in introduce cool season pastures. And so we want to be able to help provide that bird friendliness to Audubon as well. So yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
Follow up, yeah. Sabrina, I'm going to say this might be something somewhat new for you too. I've been with Ducks Unlimited for 20 years as a member and so on, and this is kind of new to what DU does. And then I think about, you think about NRCS practices in silvopasture, which this organization has founded, and how that benefits birds with grazing, rotational grazing on pasture lands and stuff. And again, fits right into the programming that you're talking about, because that's what silvopastures. It's just that there's trees, some hopefully bur oaks back in the background and stuff, so we can get some oak savanna. But there's a lot of this stuff going out on the landscape. So I'm just hoping there's coordination, because there's so many good things I think that critters out on the landscape that could benefit. So thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Langseth.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add in, one of the reasons why I think this is important is, one, our government agencies that have money to support these sort of practices are so backed up right now, and there's lacking on technical service. In order for us to actually see more grazing on the landscape and conversion back into grasslands, we're going to need these nonprofits to really be picking up a lot of the heavy lifting. And then 2, on the CRP front that Commissioner Gibson had brought up, you actually have to have a cropping history in order to enroll in CRP. So a lot of those marginal lands, I don't know what it would be for the grassland CRP, but I know just for regular CRP for the higher payment, it has to have recent cropping history. And then like what Ms. Clay says, that they really don't like having cattle out there grazing. That's not one of their management tools, unfortunately. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point, Commissioner Langseth, and I appreciate that comment a lot. Our Ducks Unlimited is really been active in the working land system, and we have really close relationships with those federal organizations you're talking about, NRCS, and we do really hope that this project kind of gets that ball rolling so that we can see more folks do that on the landscape and be able to actually utilize those dollars through NRCS to really do more of this on the landscape. So I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Pikel. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go quick here. I recognize that the staff-heavy proposal that you have here will lead to a lot of undocumented federal match just through the implementation of those conservation plans as you get them on the ground, and just having the technical assistance out there in the field is going to make a big difference. I saw 3 different timelines throughout your proposal or that you mentioned in your discussion here. 3 years was the rental payment, from what I understand. 10 years was the contract with DU for the maintaining the native grassland. And then I was just confused about how that all works together and why there wasn't just a conservation easement placed on the land, since we typically only invest in restoration on public lands or permanently protected lands, not usually private lands.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair and committee members. So we recognized that I know that LCCMR and the trust fund prefers for things to be on permanently protected lands, and we did want to really push for, like I mentioned, that 10-year agreement. It's a big ask for livestock producers to put things into easements. And we think that with this 10-year agreement with these producers, this would at least kind of, again, get the ball rolling to be able to get some more native forages out on the landscape, to really have other producers see the good work that this is doing. And we wanted it to be more of that kind of functionality of it. So the timeline within the project, however, is, we're going to site prep, we're going to let things rest for 2 years. And that would be, part of that agreement is that we're really doing management for, 5 years or so, maybe, depending on when they would, quote, sign up for this program or this project with us. But we want them to keep, obviously, that grassland for at least an additional 5 years, or again, even longer. And if that producer does choose to go into an easement project, we would love to facilitate that for them, and find that perfect easement opportunity for them moving forward. Does that answer your question, sir?
The answer is, yeah, it's been answered. The question has been answered. Thank you very much, Ms. Clay, for your presentation. We'll move on to the next one, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
The next one on our agenda is the Audubon, Minnesota. The title is Surveying Minnesota Secretive Marsh Birds. And that's line number 16. Proposal ID. That's line number 16. 92. Proposal ID is 92. Thank you for the echo. Thank you for the echo.
Oh, sorry.
So, is it mine?
No, sorry. That might be on my end.
Mr. Gentry, if you're online now, do turn your camera on and go ahead with your presentation. Hopefully we can mute the echo by then.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Committee, for this opportunity to present our project. My name is Dr. Dale Gentry, and I am the Director of Conservation for Audubon Upper Mississippi River. For clarity, Audubon Upper Mississippi River is the same great organization that's been working in Minnesota for decades, but our office recently changed its name to indicate a larger footprint of our work. I want to start with a little bit of bad news and some good news. The bad news is that Minnesota has lost about half of its wetlands since 1850. Now that's problematic because wetlands provide many beneficial services to our society. They store carbon and filter water, reduce the impacts of floods and droughts, and they can harbor abundant biodiversity. Now, not only have we lost wetlands, but wetland quality is also changing as some of the are affected by pollution, invasive species, and increasingly dynamic weather patterns. Now, the good news is that a 2023 Minnesota DNR report shows that we've stopped losing wetlands in Minnesota, and we've even shown some minor gains in the past 15 years. Now, these wetlands, the old and the new, contain a suite of secretive marsh birds that are accurate indicators of the health of marsh conditions, and many are declining and listed as species of greatest conservation need in Minnesota's Wildlife Action Plan. Now, unfortunately, they are also very challenging to accurately monitor. Now, as mentioned earlier in this meeting, Audubon surveyed these secretive marsh birds in 2016 and 2017, almost 10 years ago, and we are proposing to revisit that study. We're partnering now with the Minnesota DNR non-game program, who are very excited to hear that we are proposing to rerun these surveys. We will also work with a team of numerous Minnesotan volunteers. The first survey almost 10 years ago was a tremendous success. It included over 1,500 volunteer hours across the state, and it led to a peer-reviewed publication on Minnesota's marsh birds and their habitat needs. But it needs to be repeated to identify trends in bird populations and wetland conditions. Knowing what's there and if a population and conditions are changing, which this study will reveal, is a critical step to determining which marsh habitats need more conservation attention and ultimately protecting these special birds and their environments. Now, typical bird surveys involve visiting an area and counting all the birds that we see and hear. However, those methods don't work for marsh birds because they rarely even fly and almost never leave the marsh, and so they're very difficult to see, and they don't call as regularly as songbirds, so assuming they're absent because we don't hear them is often incorrect. So we resolve this problem by playing the songs of species we're interested in, and which reliably elicits a vocal response from the birds. So we will be surveying for Virginia rail and Sora. These are over my right shoulder. These species are slightly less picky about habitat conditions, so they set an effective baseline telling us if a marsh is at least healthy enough to be able to support their needs. Let's listen to what a Sora sounds like. And here's a Virginia rail. I think I heard a Sora in the background of that one too. We'll also survey for two bittern species, American bittern, over my left shoulder, American bittern and the least bittern. Now, our last survey showed that these declining species are very sensitive to wetland quality and the health of surrounding environments. I want to play for you the sound of the American bittern. This was described by my first ornithology professor as a cow with its foot stuck in the mud. Let's see if you think it sounds like that too. In addition to these four species, we'll also be surveying for pied-billed grebe and the yellow rail and conduct regular point counts to document what other birds are present. Now, this project will produce an assessment of bird populations and trends, an assessment of wetland conditions, and an online data and information hub for use by other conservation partners and birders. Audubon and our suite of volunteer partners are committed to the conservation of these delightful and precious birds. And this project will not only inform conservation action, but also connect Minnesotans to their lands and waters. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of this project, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, question from members. Should we do a roll call? Should we do a roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back to something you said in the beginning. Is Sora an indicator of a healthy wetland?
A SORA is an indicator of I'll say a marginal wetland. They can tolerate conditions that that a least bittern or an American bittern might not use. And it's important when doing these sorts of surveys that we pay close attention to both some of the slightly more common birds and the less common birds. If we survey only for one or the other, then we really miss the ability to make a comparison and have an apples to apples approach to what we're seeing. So
Come to my house because they have the SOAR for the last 2 years and are degraded marsh.
Yep. Yeah, I appreciate the question and the comment. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. They can tolerate different conditions, in moderate habitats.
Okay, Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dale. We're having some sound issues.
Dale, do you happen to have YouTube going on in the background?
I don't think so. So I turned my live performance audio off so that I could play those bird songs. I now turned it back on. I'm hoping that would address the echo concerns. Are you having an echo still?
We're hearing an echo. I'm not connected to audio. I'm not connected to audio.
Okay. Is this better? Sorry, that live performance audio is off now. I apologize for that. I making that adjustment.
The feedback is from here, but now it's taken care of. I did say earlier that my background was IT.
Oh, and you're Senator. Can I ask the question now?
Yes, you may ask the question.
Dale, I've got a couple of quick points. So I was wondering when I saw this proposal, so this is going to be a repeat of what we had supported, for 10 years. I think that's fantastic. So one question is, how widespread was that? How big an area? I mean, you obviously have some select wetlands, and you're probably going to repeat this so that then it's consistency over the survey periods to compare apples to apples. How big an area or whatever was that back 2016 and 17?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Commissioner, for that question. We attempted to survey basically the entire state. Obviously, we can't survey every wetland in the state.
Nope.
We used a statistical approach to take a selection of different wetland types across the state, which covered most of the state with the exception of the far northeast, because we are not as interested in swampy, boggy wetlands. We're more interested in what you would think of as marsh habitats. So we are across the entire state. And I believe if you reference the one-page handout that we included in the original proposal, it shows a map of where those sites are. So we'll revisit those same sites that are still marshes if we return and find that some of them are not Actually, we're going to do some prep leading up to the surveys. And if our preparation reveals that some of those marshes have been drained, then we will add a few new sites, and we're hoping to add some new marshes that have been created through the work probably of Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund and the Outdoor Heritage Fund to survey how those new marsh habitats are functioning for these marshland birds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up.
Follow-up, Commissioner Faber.
Thanks, Dale. You mentioned that there was a publication from that work. I hadn't heard about that, and could you just give me a quick thing? Where was that? Because I'd like to take a look at it.
Sure. Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up here very quickly so I can get the name correct. The publication was in the journal The Condor, which is a widely respected ornithology journal.
Yep.
It was titled, co-authored with a collection of Audubon authors and DNR, Multi-Scale Effects of Wetland Availability and Matrix Composition on Wetland Breeding Birds in Minnesota, USA. It was published in 2019.
Okay, if not, I'll send you an email if I can't find it myself. So appreciate that much. Thanks.
I'd be happy to send you a copy.
Okay.
Okay, any questions from members? All right, Mr. Mr. Gentry, yeah. Any last comment? Well,
No,
good presentation, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so next on our agenda is Minnesota DNR Ecological and Water Resources Division. The project name is Scientific and Natural Area SNA Biodiversity Protection. The line number is 104 and project ID is 197. Ms. Judy Ebert, are you online right now for presentation?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Just fine.
All
So
right.
you may go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, as noted, I'm Judy Elbert. I am the Minnesota DNR Scientific and Natural Areas Unit Supervisor. Here to talk to you today about Proposal 197. It's 1.2 million for scientific and natural area biodiversity protection. Since it's the end of the day, and I know you have listened to many presentations, I thought I would add some videos to my background of SNAs that ENRTF has helped acquire over the years. This includes additions to Blanket Flower SNA, Crystal Springs SNA, and most recently, Corey Park SNA. I also included the Lost 40 SNA, though ENRTF did not help acquire the Lost 40, it did recently help us enhance it by adding new interpretive panels. As we are all aware of the many pressures the world and Minnesota face to do more with less, to provide multiple uses and to evolve to meet demands. But we also need to make sure we are leaving behind some of the amazing natural features that have always made Minnesota a phenomenal place to live. As most of you know, that is the role of scientific and natural areas, or SNAs. SNAs are part of the state outdoor recreation system with a unique and indispensable role as stated in statute, to protect and perpetuate in an undisturbed natural state those natural features which possess exceptional scientific and educational value. We protect and manage sites with the greatest biodiversity. SNAs also contain significant populations of rare plant and animals, along with geologic features of state and national importance. Many of these features do not exist anywhere else. Through this proposal, the unique and vital role of SNAs will be increased through strategic acquisition. Our goal will be to acquire and designate about 100 acres as state SNAs, which will protect and buffer the most important Minnesota Biological Survey recommended sites of biodiversity significance. Most acquisition will be of fee title, but if more appropriate, acquisition could be an SNA administered conservation easement with SNA designation. We have several SNA acquisitions in the hopper and really need this funding in order to pursue them. Many of you may be wondering where the habitat management and outreach is in this proposal that you normally see come from us. We currently have enough in hand for these activities and have opted to only apply for acquisition this year. SNA is at a turning point in its long 55+ year history. We have been able to protect a suite of lands that have extremely important natural value, and we need to grow our staffing and equipment to match. Over the past 10 years, we have averaged 20 full-time equivalent staff that manage 250,000 acres of land. Last year, I spoke about the workforce planning effort that was underway within SNA to increase our staffing and equipment. This effort currently aims to almost double the SNA staffing from 20 full-time equivalents to 37. In the last 6 months to a year, we've progressed on hiring 10 of these 17 new positions, along with refilling several others that were vacant post-state hiring freeze. Additionally, there are many hurdles that come with finding office space and shop space and purchasing the necessary equipment for these additional staffers. It all takes time. This effort and related hurdles has led us to be behind on project implementation, so you will see some extension requests coming in from us for the ML22 appropriations. I sincerely apologize for this, but please know that we are taking the time needed to do this planning and grow the program in the most strategic ways possible. We want to utilize any dollars received now and into the future in the most effective and efficient ways. In closing, I want to thank you each for your time and ask for your support of this proposal and the SNA program in general, so we can continue to preserve Minnesota's finest natural features and rare species for future generations. And with that, I'll take any questions that you have.
Any question, members? Chair Gibson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at your map here, and you have 8 little red dots on the map. Are those can you acquire those properties with the funds you're asking for today?
No, we wouldn't acquire all of those with the funding asked today. Those are acquisitions that are currently in the hopper, and it would just be kind of depending on where they land coming in when this money's coming in. We also have some RIM funding available that we would use to acquire some of the other ones as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peichel? Oh, did you raise it? Okay. All right. Commissioner Faber?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Judy, I questioned more about the program as it's been running. You know, I know one of the things that came into being kind of around the time you took over was the SNA notes that you send out via email. And I know one of the things that you've had, you know, that's been, what shall we say, maybe problematic, is getting the land stewards for each of your individual properties. Have you seen that you've gotten more people to get, you know, active in doing that for these, because they're literally all 4 corners of the state? I would hope that that's happened. That was part of the reason for the outreach, yes?
Yes. Sorry, Commissioner. We're holding steady on our site steward numbers, around 130 to 140 site stewards. Not some sites have 2, others we're still lacking them on a few sites. We did recently hire a site volunteer specialist. She starts actually August 5th. And we are hoping that they're with a dedicated staffer. So we've been running our site volunteer specialists through, we have an outreach coordinator, but we have Conservation Corps of Minnesota individual placements that have been taking lead because we just didn't have the staffing. And they did wonderful, but the problem is that we only get them for a year or 2 years tops. And so by the time our site volunteers get to know them, they're like turning over again. And so we're hoping with this permanent position that the volunteers will have a very steady contact within our program at all times. And our regional specialists are always tied to them too. So they do have a steady contact, but this way we have a dedicated staffer to growing the volunteer side of the SNA program. So we're hoping that that'll really increase our volunteer side.
Commissioner, follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Judy, but when I look at the map of where some of these are at, I don't know that you could probably find a donkey or something else to be a site steward, because I mean, they're hidden. There's some hidden jewels. I understand that, but I think some of them probably, it's just going to be hard to find someone that wants to go out there on a regular basis and check things out.
Yeah, you're correct. Some of them we might not ever be able to get site stewards for, and that'll be up to our staff to be doing that, right? Like they are now. But I do think we can increase where we do have more volunteers. We can have more volunteer events and be pulling more volunteers together where we have a bigger following.
Great, thank you.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, I guess, to clarification on some stuff as well. But you're looking to purchase more acres. I think I heard you say 100 acres, and I don't have the paper in front of me, although I did go through it earlier. And there is really no specific spot where you're going. As if I remember this one correctly, there's just different places you may want to try to buy the land. But have you given any thought to just taking some of the many acres Minnesota already owns and just enhancing those instead of buying more?
Ms. Eber.
So we have a lot of discussion in SNA about secondary designation. And that is where we can put an SNA designation on other protected lands. And we've had more and more discussions internally on doing secondary designations. A lot of what you're seeing on our acquisition list are additions to our current sites, building onto our, kind of habitat corridors that we have. So, in a way, buffering and adding on and protecting the rare species that are already protected, which is kind of one of our main focuses. But ultimately, the acquisition goals of SNA are to protect representative samples of all our native plant communities, our rare species in the state. And we might be able to do some of that through secondary designations, and then some of it has to be done through new fee titles. So we're trying to we're working on redoing, like updating our acquisition planning and strategic plans, and trying to reevaluate all of that of where we're at, where we need to go to really follow through with our statute and what we were sent to do.
Sure.
Yep, Senator Green.
Yeah, that doesn't really make a lot of sense because if you're going to continue to build out a buffer and build out a buffer, you're just going to grow existing land. And from the looks of it, you don't have enough people to manage and take care of the land you got because you're looking for more FTEs. And if I heard you right, you want to go from 20 to 37. That's quite a few. And if you're that short, I don't know how far the 1.2 million or how many years that's going to go to fund that extra. But the one thing that I did want to ask you, and I think I know the answer, but I want to clarify it. You said you had to hire volunteer, but are you talking about someone to manage the volunteers, or do you pay your volunteers?
Ms. Eber.
Senator Green, we hired someone to manage our volunteers. So we do not pay our volunteers.
Okay. Mr. Chair, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify it. But then the last question then, so from the 20 to the 37, you're looking to increase by 17 on staff or volunteers?
Ms. Eber.
Senator Green, that's on staff.
So that, Mr. Chair, that raises another question then. You've got the 1.2 million then, and I assume that is including what you got to pay those 17 people. But what about into the future? Where is the funding source coming? Because that's not going to last forever, especially if you're going to be buying acreage with it as well.
Ms. Eber.
Senator Green, this proposal actually only includes $60,000 for staffing. We are not funding all our staffing through this proposal. This is simply enough staffing to work through this proposal itself. We have other dollars available for the staffing.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Ebert, for your presentation. And good luck as our members will put in our evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, next on our agenda is Dakota County Cannon River Preservation and Access. The line number is 99 and project ID is 55. Presenter is Ms. Lisa West.
Thank you, Commissioners and Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to present today. I am Lisa West. I'm Senior Project Manager in the Dakota County Parks Department. I'm also the Grant Project Manager for 2 of the recent ENRTF Emerging Issues grants that we just received earlier this year. Also here with me are Al Singer, Real Estate Manager, and Lil Leatham, Senior Planner. Dakota County has a successful history of conservation leadership that was initiated with an ENRTF grant in 1998. That helped launch the Farmland and Natural Areas program in 2003. Since that time, the county has protected over 12,000 acres outside its parks and greenway system, including acquisition of 128 conservation easements, including 2 just closed today using those ENRTF Emerging Issues grants. and 30 other land protection projects that include working with the DNR to establish new aquatic management areas, scientific and natural areas, and wildlife management areas in the county. This project is at the literal and figurative intersection of the Milltown State Trail and the Wild and Scenic Cannon River State Water Trail. The Milltown State Trail was authorized by the Minnesota Legislature in 2000 as a 25-mile-long segment between the Sakata Singing Hills State Trail, west of Faribault, and the Cannon Valley Trail in Cannon Falls. The national and state recognized 1909 Waterford Bridge as a critical link for this trail. Previous phase 1 work on the bridge consisted of reconstruction of the 2 abutments and replacement of the truss bearings. This project would include phase 2, repairing the structural gusset plates, and phase 3, replacing the bridge deck and installing a temporary railing to make the bridge safe and usable by the public. A final phase would include repainting the bridge, which is not included in this proposal. The Cannon River was added to the Minnesota Wild and Scenic Rivers program in 1980 and includes the stretch from Faribault to the confluence with the Mississippi River. 11 miles of the Cannon River flows through Dakota County, and that doesn't include the 4.5-mile-long Lake Billsby Reservoir. From this point on the Cannon River, there is no public river access to the west below the dam in Northfield, and there is no public river access to the east until you reach the newly created access below the Billsby Dam in the east portion of Lake Billsby Regional Park. This project includes a new public river access that would open up 10 miles of the Cannon River for recreational paddling. The combination of 950 acres of county conservation easements, a small county park conservation area, Lake Billsby Regional Park, and Meesville Ravine Park Reserve has resulted in the protection of 9 or so of the 11 miles of river shoreline. This project would reduce the remaining 2+ miles or so of unprotected shoreline by about 1/3 or about 0.85 miles. And it would facilitate the initial restoration of over 82 acres of cropland and floodplain. But perhaps the most importantly, this project, when combined with the cities of Faribault and Northfield, Carlton Arboretum, which was the first protected natural area in Dakota County in 1908, Lake Billsby Regional Park, which includes the refurbished 1910 Billsby Dam, Cannon Falls, Meesville Ravine Park Reserve, and the city of Redwood, along with the natural beauty and recreational opportunities to bike and hike and paddle, will increasingly elevate this area as a Midwestern tourist destination. That concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer your questions.
Members, any question? Okay, Commissioner Albright.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I'm just looking at your budget here and I see that you're leveraging $1 million of additional funding, and some of that came from a Minnesota Historical Culture and Heritage Grant for the bridge. Is the Waterford Bridge on the National Register of Historic Places?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, right, because usually you can't get that historical cultural grant unless you are on the National Register. So this is definitely a feature that is worth preserving in the Cannon River area. So that's the only question I had. Thanks.
Okay. Any further question? All right, well, thank you very much, Ms. West, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for having us here.
Okay, next, and this, yay, we're at the last presentation. Save the best for last. Yeah, so 20-minute long, okay. All right. So this one is Ramsey Washington Recycling and Energy Board. The project is called Innovative Solution to Renewable Energy from Food Waste. The line number is 83 and proposal ID is 306. We have 2 presenter, Ramsey County Commissioner Victoria Reinhardt and Commissioner Washington County Commissioner Franz Myron. What? Myron Franz, a chair. Friend Myron. So welcome to LCCMR committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you stated, I am Ramsey County Commissioner Victoria Reinhardt, and joining me today is Washington County Commissioner and Recycling and Energy Board Chair Fran Murin. We are pleased today to present proposal number 2025-306, an innovative solution to renewable energy from food waste. This project is the exciting next step in a multi-year effort to get organics out of our landfills and move up the waste management hierarchy. The Recycling and Energy Board is a joint powers board of Ramsey and Washington counties. We recently launched an innovative food scraps pickup program to ensure that all households in all of the 2 counties have the option to recycle their food scraps easily from home. Food scraps make up over 20% of collected trash. It is imperative that we get this material out of the trash to move the needle on Minnesota's recycling and clean energy goals and reduce the greenhouse gases generated by landfills. A key limiting factor in our state is having enough capacity to turn organics into beneficial products. Composting is the traditional method, but anaerobic digestion has the added benefit of producing renewable energy.
The Recycling and Energy Board entered into a 20-year contract agreement to provide organics to DEMCON for processing by anaerobic digestion and a biochar process. We are committed to this next level of solid waste management and renewable energy production for Minnesota. The Minnesota Pollution Control Agency has determined that the digester is not a solid waste facility. The project takes food waste and recycles it into value-added products. Funding this project will make way for 75,000 tons per year of new organics processing capacity for Minnesota, and will also produce enough renewable natural gas to heat approximately 4,500 homes annually. This will result in a significant reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, about 30,000 metric tons of carbon emissions annually, as compared to if food waste went to a landfill. This is equivalent to the emissions of 7,600 cars taken off the road every year. Without grant funding, the residents of Ramsey and Washington counties would bear 100% of the cost to develop this renewable energy process, placing an unjust burden on residents. Without investment from federal and state funding, residents would need to support a tipping fee of $200 per ton to create renewable energy, which makes it unaffordable. However, with the help of LCCMR funding, the processing fee would be about $115 per ton, which is more economically competitive and allows the project to move forward. This approach leverages LCCMR funds for the maximum benefit of citizens throughout the state. The LCCMR funds would supplement federal and state dollars that are being sought to support this project. No existing funding streams are being supplanted by this request. This project has statewide benefit, and already there are other counties, including Hennepin and Olmsted, who have expressed interest in using anaerobic digestion to manage their own organic waste. In addition, this project has a long list of supporters, including the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, the Shakopee Midwotkin Sioux community, Centerpoint Energy, Excel Energy, Conservation Minnesota, the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 49, the St. Paul Chamber of Commerce, Home Laborers International Union of North America, Clean Energy Economy Minnesota, Blue Green Alliance, the Partnership on Waste and Energy, and the Minnesota House and Senate.
The time is now for Minnesota to add new technologies to manage our organic waste, create renewable natural gas, and move the needle on meeting the state's recycling goals. For the state to receive the 25 million in federal funds for this project, it needs to move forward before the end of the year. The only thing holding this project back is securing the necessary funding. We appreciate the committee's support for this exciting and innovative project and are open for questions.
Any questions, Senator Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. You're talking 25 million from the feds and 10 million from the state. Is there any other funding besides those?
Yes, we have, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Not sure who I'm talking to, so thank you.
Either commissioner, but I think your name tag there are misplaced switch. So yeah.
Okay, we'll try that.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, there's several state and federal opportunities or applications that we've put in as we did receive through the renewable, now I forgot what it's called. The
renewable development account.
Thank you.
Their fund account.
We did receive 5 million there. The MPCA through its climate pollution reduction program has submitted a $10 million request to EPA. DEED, Minnesota Moving Forward Fund. We've asked for funds there. And then of course the Inflation Reduction Act, we've asked for money there as well. So we are trying to secure funds from a number of different places, but this is trying to fill the gap that is there.
Okay. Mr. Follow up, Senator.
Yes, a couple of more questions, Mr. Chair. So you're apparently well over 50 million, plus you're going to have to do a dumping fee of 110 per ton, if I heard you right. And if you didn't get this money, the dumping fee would be, did you say 300?
Yeah, the actual reduction would be to approximately $115 per ton. The actual cost without this would be about $200 per ton for a tipping fee. And that's the operational costs for Ramsey and Washington counties.
And I'd like to add also, I didn't say this before and I should have, the DEMCON, the partner that we have, the private partner that we have, is covering all of the capital costs, estimated to be about 40 million. So all of the money that we're talking about here is for operations.
Senator Greens.
So then the question would be, if all this is for operation, then what happens when the money runs out? You have to raise those tipping fees anyway. And I'm just gonna ask a couple more questions because I'm sure everybody else has questions and they want to move on. So I'll just ask them, and if you can't remember them, I'll try to remember them again. But so you've got 50 million, actually 100 million basically, or maybe a little more in operating costs for this. One question would be, what do you do to recycle it? I think if I remember reading it, but just to clarify, what is the recycling process going to be? What is it going to be compared to the landfill costs that you have as far as penciling this out? And then again, how long before your dumping fee, once this money's gone, is going to be jumping up to $200 or more for dumping fee, unless you intend on continuing to come back every year?
Our current landfilling costs are about $50 per ton. And so that gives you an example of the additional cost, even with this funding, that residents of Washington and Ramsey County are going to be carrying. So there is a significant cost burden, if you will, to adopt this technology, but we're committed to moving in that direction. The costs that we've identified as a tipping fee have been calculated through the contract that we have with DEMCON, and that's a multi-year contract. So assuming that we're able to generate the operational costs that we're requesting here, that is our cost during that period of our contract with DEMCON.
It is a 20-year contract. And so the funds that we're asking for here, the 10 million, is an annualized cost.
Followed by Senator Green.
Well, so an annualized cost, was that, I'm hoping that doesn't mean well, it would mean that you're gonna have to, it's gonna cost you that much every year. Or is it penciled out over the life of the contract?
It's penciled, thank you for that clarification. It's penciled out over the 20 years of the contract.
Okay.
That's what I meant by annualized. Maybe I used the
Okay.
wrong word. I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might,
Green.
so then is the money gonna be put into an account and be dispersed a little at a time, or what's gonna happen? Because you're asking for all the money at once. And then again, and I won't ask any more after this, but then again, to clarify, what does the recycling consist of? Where is it going to go to be recycled? What's gonna happen to it?
County Commissioners.
If I can try to answer that. The money will be utilized over the period of that contract, but it is necessary for us to obtain that money in order for DEMCON to then secure additional funding for their project, and they're seeking some federal funding and tax credits. But we need to have the money up front to make that commitment so that DEMCON can follow through and seek out those other funds.
And as far as the recycling and turning this into renewable natural gas, that is where the organics that come out, and they get picked out by a robotic system. That is all delivered to DEMCON, and it goes into, once the facility is built, first it's going to go to composting, but then the anaerobic digester will be built and it will be put through that process. It's pyrolysis that turns it into the natural gas. And it also eliminates PFAS, as far as everything we can tell, it eliminates PFAS. And the biochar is something that can be used as land cover. So there's nothing actually that comes out of that ends up going into a landfill.
Mr.
Follow
Chair. Then it raises another question then. So if the money's gonna go into an account, sounds like the other folks will be using that money as collateral to borrow more money perhaps? And if it isn't an account, what is the interest rate and on that? And that would bring up the question of, can LCCMR funds be used for that? So.
Well, my understanding is that in order to, I guess it's like any other thing where you can't come into a new business and say, I'll make sure I've got funding for the first year and not expect to get other funding, because they're putting in about DEMCON is putting in about 40 million for the actual construction. And so they need to know that contract is going to be covered through that period. And that's important, obviously, for Ramsey and Washington counties also, to reduce that tipping fee. And I think one other thing to keep in mind here is that we're the first, and there is a premium that's paid for that. And so we believe that this will also help bring the cost down as others come on board with Hennepin County. As we said, Olmsted County are already interested in it. But it really is the next generation. The technology that we had in the past, where we were doing ours as refuse-derived fuel, that was the best we could come up with at the time. But this is next generation. And in trying to meet the state's mandates, Ramsey and Washington counties have always taken this very seriously. In order to meet that, this is the way to go. And we need the funding, we need the support from the state so that we can move forward on our shared goals.
Thank you, Commissioner Reinhardt. Director Nash, is that then the answer's precise? Or do you need to add to Senator Green question?
I might not have captured all of the answer, but I just want to address Senator Green's question. If ENRTF funds were appropriated for this project, they would not be released to the entity until the funds were expired. We work on a reimbursement process, a reimbursement basis. So it would only be allowed to be paid out as those tipping costs occur. And the request here is for funding for 4 years. So it would only be available for 4 years to pay for those reimbursements.
Okay, Chair Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Good to see you again. I think the commission has put more time available on this because it is very different than anything else we've ever looked at before. And that's why you're gonna have a lot of questions relating to this. I think if my memory is correct, DEMCON had applied last year and didn't get it, or didn't make the cut, if that's correct. And now, we have local governments applying, which is better than the company, just my personal opinion. But I think where we struggle is where, what do we get out of this? That we've spent a lot of time the last few days talking about capital. We're not paying for a thing. We're not buying a thing. We're not doing a thing. And we're reimbursing or reducing fees for an operating, is my understanding of what we're doing here. And the benefit or the outcome of that is that we are dealing with solid waste in the 2 counties. And we're trying to be innovative in the way we're doing that. So I think the challenge is, what do we put, and it's $10 million. Senator Green had some of those questions about what happens after the 10, after it's gone, an ongoing source of revenue. And it's and we do operate by reimbursement. So kind of the fundamental question is, what would we put a sticker on? I mean, what would we, what would be the constitutional benefit? What would we say if we were going to fund this in terms of, this is the constitutional outcome that we are getting for this, and how can we point to this? And granted that when is construction done, what is this adding, what's the value added to get that outcome? I think that's where we struggle, and that's frankly where I struggle. And full disclosure, this is an area I represent. So how do we break this seal? Because also, if we set the precedent here for reducing the fees on operating, we are setting a big precedent for the future. So those are some of the questions that I think are the tough questions if we were going to recommend this to the legislature, in what is this particular source of money? What is this constitutional money? Is it a sound authorization according to the Constitution? And what do we get for that if we did it?
Well,
County commissioners.
I think that, we have the state law that deals with the waste management hierarchy. We have the solid waste plan for the state of Minnesota, and the counties have theirs as well. And what it says is that we cannot put, I believe it's by 2030 or 2040, that we can't put more than 9% or 10% into a landfill. And so we need to have other opportunities. And we looked at this as being the cutting edge technology. It is being done in other parts, but not in the Midwest at all. So the funding will make way for 75,000 tons per year of new organics processing capacity. And could build on that with Hennepin and other counties coming in as well. The benefit is to the environment, not having the greenhouse gases. Even with composting, you have greenhouse gases. There are other benefits that are mostly to the environment, which is what we feel is under the Constitution is something that we have said is something that we need to deal with, and climate resilience. So the significance is in the reduction of greenhouse gases, about 30,000 metric tons of carbon emissions annually. the 75,000 tons of capacity. As we know, we need to be able to do something different. I do know that actually putting organics into the refuse-derived fuel facility is actually a negative BTU, so it's not helping as far as energy there. So the project is really trying to say, we want to meet the state mandated goals on counties, but we can't do this on our own. And so the environmental impact is what I think is the most important. I will let Commissioner.
But I think this also shows a better approach to managing solid waste. And this is really a template, if you will, that we're creating here in Washington and Ramsey counties that we expect and hope will be replicated across the state of Minnesota and put food waste within the hierarchy in a much better use than what it currently has been. In many cases, landfilling. As Commissioner Reinhardt pointed out earlier, food waste is about 20% of the municipal solid waste right now. In Washington and Ramsey County here, we've invested in separating that food waste from the waste stream. And so we've already put an investment in that. Our food waste currently is not being landfilled. It's being composted. But we believe the renewable natural gas is a much better use of the food scraps and the food waste that is currently within the waste stream that we've been separating. So we have made some significant headways here. We're very proud of the participation that's occurring. We've got good data on participation. This project is being embraced by our constituency. And I believe that this is something that could easily be rolled out across the state of Minnesota. And I think that's why we show the strong support that we've gotten from energy suppliers, from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, from Conservation Minnesota, our union employees that work for us, the clean energy economy. Those indications of support to us tell us that we're moving in the right direction. And in my mind, that's the real benefit. And it's creating that template for others to follow.
I also want to add something because obviously I misspoke when I said it was over the 20 years. I tried to get all the information, but I don't always have it. So anyhow, this is for 4 years. The actual subsidy per year, getting it down to $85 a ton plus the other, that's the subsidy part of it, would be $4.25 million per year for 4 years. That's 16.8 million. We're asking for 10 million. The tipping fee reduction in those years and in subsequent years comes from other funding sources that are currently being pursued. And I listed off some of those. So I apologize for not understanding the 4 years and how that worked, but the idea is still the same as far as not just counting on this to get us going, but we need it for the federal funds, but we also have other funding sources that we are pursuing.
Okay. We have a couple of people, but our time is running short too, so our time is up. If members okay to give extra time, okay. All right, so Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try my very best to be brief because I'm a little biased. I did carry the bill to get RDA funding for this project, and I think it is. I think it's a very innovative project, and I'm really proud of Ramsey and Washington County for bringing it forward. 4 years ago, I was told, "What can we do? We're not sure what to do. If we can't incinerate these things, what will happen?" And I said, "Well, figure it out, and we will try to help you do this." And that is exactly what they've done. I had the privilege of being in Germany and seeing an anaerobic digester, functioning and providing heat for an entire town in rural Germany, using cow droppings as the mechanism for creating that heat. And it was, quite astounding. So I'm very supportive of this. And I think to the question that, and I think I understand the question that Chair Hansen was asking. And I think that when we think about the projects that we just heard about, like bridges being washed away because of increased, dramatic climate events, taking all of that, taking those greenhouse gases out of the air will reduce climate change, which will then benefit our climate and environment as a whole. And so I do think this is related to our charge at the LCCMR. But anyhow, I actually have a question. So my question is to the commissioners, at the point where we reach, okay, so it's a two-part question. So one thing, when we reach 20 years, what happens to the facility? Do we just renegotiate the contract? And then my secondary question is, are the ongoing costs of operations, is there any, does the energy that is generated, the renewable energy that's generated from this, does that cut into those costs at all? Would we see a reduction in costs as this thing starts getting rolling and actually creating some of that renewable gas?
Yeah, I'll answer your last question first. And first of all, Representative Hollins, thank you for taking the time to tour our facility, to understand what we're doing. And we would certainly invite any member of the LCCMR or staff to come and visit our facility. I think a tour really does let you know what we're doing. We acquired the facility in 2016. And we've made a commitment to be innovative and to utilize technology to manage our municipal solid waste in a much better way than what it has been in the past. So the 20 years, you asked about the 20 years, we have 5-year renewals in the contract that we have with DEMCON. So we are able to renew those over those periods of time. And then the second part of your question.
I think that covered both, didn't it?
All right.
Oh,
So, any follow-up? You're good.
Oh, as far as the revenue, there is a partial revenue share. Sorry.
Okay. So we have three more members, commissioners that on the list here. Commissioner Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a little bit odd that the waste will be transported to Scott County, and I want to understand if there's any sort of legal or ethical consideration with exporting our waste to the Shakopee, Mdewakanton, and Sioux community, rather than citing this digester in perhaps like Lake Elmo, for example.
County commissioners.
Well, DEMCON is actually in that vicinity. And so we're working with an established company that's our private partner. We are also working with the Mdewakanton Sioux community already on the composting of our food scraps. So those are the partners that we have created, and that happens to be where they're located. I can share this with you. Both Commissioner Reinhardt serve on a number of joint power boards. We've got a good relationship with other counties. The facility that we utilize happens to be in Washington County, and that just happens to be where the facility was. We acquired it, as I indicated, in 2016. It was privately owned. The company that owned it was divesting themselves, and they were managing our municipal solid waste, but with the acquisition, we were able to designate waste to that facility, so that eliminated a direct haul to landfills, and we've been improving upon that. But it just happens that the facility that we own is in Newport in Washington County. So It happens to be where those businesses went through permitting processes, established their facilities, and are working under the guidelines or the conditional use permits that they have through those communities.
And they are in that process now on their expansion, but because it's an already existing facility, the Mdewakanton Sioux, the composting is already happening there in that partnership. We are now entered into that partnership as well. And when we compared, we put out an RFP and compared the two, I think there were two proposals that finally came out in the end. And it just, because this was an established company and had the wherewithal to move this forward, working with the PCA, working with the commissioners in that county, Carver County, I believe. Scott County. I always get a big stop. Sorry, Scott County. And so we've been in constant communication, really, to make sure that the PCA, the Scott County, the local municipality are all part of this discussion in the permitting process.
All right, next question will be from Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, thank you. A few questions as well. If we go a little long on this, Mr. Chair, I don't think it's a problem. I've been on this commission where we went hours over the scheduled time, so I don't think we need to be in a panic when we're on the last one anyways. But this is one of the biggest proposals I've ever seen come through. So can you clarify, are we burning just compost and separating that out, or are you also incinerating and getting rid of like regular trash, paper, plastics, cups, whatever's in the trash as well? Or can you clarify that a little bit more?
Yep, Senator, first of all, thank you for recognizing the size of our proposal. It is a big proposal. We understand that. But you know, it's the nature of this, and that's quite honestly why we're seeking the funding we are. We have the most recent advance that we've made is the separation of the food scraps from the municipal solid waste that's coming in. And that currently is going to the Mdewakanton Sioux community, and it's being composted there. We have been creating a refuse-derived fuel for years we've been working with Excel Energy, and they utilize that. They burn that at their locations. This reduces the amount of refuse-derived fuel because 20% of the municipal solid waste has been food scraps. So we're reducing the amount of refuse-derived fuel that we're creating. And I also want to point out that since we acquired the facility, we've continually increased our levels of recycling. So plastics, metals, non-ferrous material. We continue to make significant strides in reducing and recycling the amount of material. And then both counties, through our solid waste management plans and jointly through the Recycling and Energy Board, we continue to educate and encourage consumers to reduce the amount of waste. So our goal would be to work ourselves out of a job here, and that we would be 2 counties with zero waste. But in the meantime, the goal is to move the waste up the hierarchy, and we believe anaerobic digestion is the right approach here. And we've done a lot of research on that here in the recent years that we've been looking at opportunities to expand our waste reduction here in Washington and Ramsey County.
I'd also like to point out that we have a very robust curbside recycling program, drop-off centers for household hazardous waste and other things, so that it never comes to that facility. But in addition, we have the robotics that are taking out the organic compostable bags. There's also a robotics that deals with recyclables that are still in the waste stream. we are very careful about making sure that people understand we still want them to separate because the value of the recyclables goes down once it's gone through garbage. It's still pulled out. We still get more out because of the investment that we have made. But we need to still have those curbside recycling programs. We need to encourage people to do that. And so this facility is for the food waste part of the waste stream. So we have, it's multifaceted.
So Mr. Chair, and to that point, so my understanding correctly, my understanding of reviewing this project is it's the food waste that you're going to convert to a form of natural gas. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's the items we're working on taking out of the trash stream.
Correct.
And so I guess my question is, you know, if there's anything that could go in the landfill, it's food scraps, because they're going to be the first to decompose. And that's what happens with all food that, I mean, apples fall from the trees every year, whatever the deer and other animals don't eat that humans haven't picked or picked up. You know, they rot. Meat scraps, they rot. Carrot shavings, they rot. Old sandwiches that somebody didn't eat in time, they rot. And it all turns back into compost and dirt and natural. So does it make sense to put this kind of money into something that's already a biodegradable product?
Well, I would say the most important part of that is the fact that when that's all rotting, all that methane is going up into the air. That's greenhouse gases that we are trying to stop from being emitted. At the same time, we're making energy that can be used going forward without using combustion. And so it's the methane, and that's probably the most important part of this. And I think the other thing is, I know from years past, looking at landfills, because of the way they are done, that there's been excavation of landfills, and that hot dog from 15 years ago is still there. Because it's a landfill, it's not just an open pit. And so, but that's not, honestly, that's not the point for me. The point is we're trying to stop those greenhouse gases from being emitted, because you're absolutely right. They will be emitted. And that's what's causing, that's not having those emitted will help us with climate change and the issues that we're facing today.
And Senator, landfills are very difficult to site. They're very difficult to permit. They're very expensive to develop. And any effort that we can make to reduce the amount of material that are going into those landfills that are designed to be safe, I think we're preserving capacity for materials that we have no other choice for, but landfilling. So I think it's the right thing to do. I understand, you know, what you're saying. But I really do think it preserves the landfill capacity and use for what it really is intended for.
Okay,
So
Senator Westrom.
Have you,
Senator
Mr.
Westrom?
Chair,
I know that you would like to go one more hour at this, but
no, I didn't say that,
if you don't
Mr. Chair,
mind,
but
if
go
you don't
ahead.
mind, let me pass it to Commissioner Lancet to see.
No,
if
no,
she-
Mr. Chair, you cut me off last week, and I'm
I
not
did?
going to get cut off this time. So others have had times. I haven't asked an excessive amount of questions today. I think it's very reasonable
Sure.
that I can get some of my questions answered.
Sure, I think you already asked like 3 questions already, and I think the county commissioner had spent ample amount of time answering them, and not to cut you short, but I like to.
So, Mr. Chair, are you insisting to cut me off or not?
I like to rotate you. I like to go to Commissioner Lancet first, and then come back to you.
All right.
After maybe
come back to me after
Commissioner
then.
Lancet will have a
Well,
shorter.
it'll take longer, but that's all right, Mr. Chair. I can't build off of what I was building on, but go ahead.
Okay.
Come back if you can. That'd be appreciated.
All right. So Commissioner Lancet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Senator Westrom may like my questions and some thoughts. I actually have been on the opposite side on environmental ag groups around cooperative anaerobic digesters when it comes to conventional dairy manure and converting that into fertilizer source, but they are using anaerobic digestion as well. And the reasoning behind that is, one, like you guys have said, is the greenhouse gas capture, and then two, the ability to actually convert that product into a fertilizer that can be that is more stabilized and can be put back out onto the landscape without surface water contamination, or at least not as much as raw manure. But the argument that I've heard on the opposite side is because you need to constantly have a supply of manure going into the anaerobic digester, is this just promoting more conventional ag setups? And I think it's a fair argument. And so I'm going to pose that question to you. Food waste is a major concern in this country. So is this setup really just promoting more food waste, or preventing the correction of trying to decrease organics going into our waste stream? Thank you.
Ms. Langseth, our efforts have been to educate the public to reduce waste. And we're doing that in our schools. We're doing that in all of our material. If you go to our website, you will see the effort. You will see the money that the two counties have been spending jointly through the Recycling and Energy Center, and you will see each of the counties individually spending money in our own counties to reduce waste. So this is not an effort to encourage waste in any way. I happen to be a farmer, and you were very accurate in your statement with respect to manure, and there are many farmers that have adequate size that are utilizing anaerobic digestion and breaking down and capturing the methane, the gas, and then still utilizing the manure as a soil amendment. And that is our intent in this process as well. And there are some benefits. We looked at the technology, the pyrolysis that our food waste will be going through. We believe is going to help reduce potential PFAS contamination and those types of things that are currently a risk. And so there are some ancillary benefits that I think will be proven to be some substantial benefits in the future. But no, we continue to try to educate and encourage people to reduce waste, and our goal is really zero waste.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Miron, and back to you, Senator Westrom. And all due respect to your request, I wish we will have longer time. I certainly don't have longer time because I have an appointment coming up in 10 minutes. So I'd like to give you a question and then maybe 5 minutes after that, and that will be my prerogative as a chair of today's. And tomorrow you can bring it up again to the next chair to see what the decision will be. But all due respect to you, didn't mean to cut you short, just want to cut the time so that we are on schedule, and many of us will have other engagement too following this. So Senator Westrom, go ahead with your question.
Mr. Chair, I'll try to be quick. I do have a few questions. I think they can be fairly quick answers. If you have to run, it's common practice that one of the other co-chairs or another member that's got chairing experience could take over for you. That's what we've done in the past all the time as precedent as well, so that you could consider. But back to the methane, we talked about just have you landfilled? I mean, you can landfill food scraps and collect the methane off of landfills too, which we do at a much lower price, and then you still capture most of the methane gas. Have you looked at that as an option in addition to this or instead of this?
County Commissioners.
We have no landfills here in Ramsey County or in Washington County. So, Those materials are going to landfills outside of our jurisdiction.
Right, but we could capture them, but be that as it may, your comment earlier, one of you had mentioned, we're sharing the same policy goals. Is the policy goals, are we talking the 2040 carbon-free energy bill by 2040? Is that what we're trying to build here for? Is that kind of what your target is?
That is part of the, what we are trying to achieve here. And when you said the thing about landfills, the only landfills that capture landfill gas are when they are closed. Because when it's active, it would be very difficult to actually capture those gases. So if it's an active landfill, the methane is not being captured.
All right,
And so I think this is my last question, Mr. Chair, but
all right.
are you going to continue with the refuse derived fuel of just be some less because of removing scraps and the recycling as you talked about? And I guess before you answer, just
We have
that,
a contract.
that is not a bad solution for energy and minimizing landfills. So is that what we're going to continue, or what's the alternative there if that's going to change?
We have a contract with Xcel Energy that takes us through 2027. And we are currently in conversations with them to renew or continue those contracts.
So part of the waste will continue to be used as refuse derived fuel. We're trying to bring that down and bring up the anaerobic digester, obviously, the recycling. There's a number of different avenues that we are looking at to try to reduce that amount, but there is still some of this will go to the refuse derived fuel in the near future. Anyhow, we're still looking at other options.
Okay, very good, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Concluding comment,
just
go ahead. I do think the RDA would be a very appropriate place for most of the funding on this. I think the LCCMR might have a place in this if we're going to go, to try to achieve these goals. But it does beg the question, and it brings to light the major expense if we're really going to try to get to 2040's goals. This is just a fraction of what has to be done. So I hope we can all realize that. I like the innovative parts of this, but I think we should just temper our expectations and what we're really trying to achieve, because at some point it's going to blow the bank if everybody has to pay for this and we don't have the LCCMR to help fund every project. So I like many parts of it. Mr. Chair, I hope the RDA could be a major contributor of this. And I just don't think we have 10 million to put towards this, but we, $1 million or $2 million might be a reasonable investment for the LCCMR to innovate with this technology.
Thank you for your comments there, and point well taken. Each member will look into their evaluation and decide, and we'll tally up and see where it land. But thank you for allow me to kind of maneuver a little bit with the time. Senator Westrom, appreciate it. You're a good colleague here and also in the Senate as well. So members, any, let's see, according to the agenda here, any public testimony? No public testimony, so we're good. The time is 5:47 or so, and now we'll